up super well against this Anivia
Are
right now.
we
Huge tempo swing.
live?
I also think Malix has a sabotage.
Are we
Yeah,
live?
it's going to be about the reads here. I can only imagine before you make any sort of decisions. We saw this a lot with set decks yesterday. Being able to main board cards like Sabotage to get around very pesky answers in your opponent's hand, like the Rebuke, because Rebuke is something you don't want to see, because once I play the units for free off of something like Dazzling, I don't want to have to pay for their cost.
Definitely. And, you know, it's a really tough decision here for Malix, because Sabotage getting, you know, if it hits nothing important, you kind of just spent a power to really not do much, and, you know, his development is already struggling, but at the same time, if he hits something like that Rebuke, it could really break up Dwali's plan and get him back into the game.
Catalyst of Aeons to give us 2 more runes here, getting us very close.
Sorry, still figuring out the tech issues here. This will be a long stream though, so not too big of a deal.
You see here, and of course the Rebuke, but I mean, as we're kind of noting here, not a lot of cards to play with here for Dwali.
Definitely, and I love seeing this Rebuke in the main deck from Dwali. I feel like a lot of players kind of shy away from cards like that in the main deck and play mostly efficient cards. But Dwali really leaning into that sort of toolbox strategy we spoke about for Annie and being like, hey, I'm going to have that in the main deck because I could find it when I need it and just discard it when I don't. And a really important thing to note here is Sabotage does recycle the card. It doesn't put it in the trash, so now not even Annie Stubborn can get it back.
Absolutely.
Good
but
point.
Important to know, also, I brought this up a little bit yesterday, but I want to kind of pick your brain from it.
I'm wondering, like, is this just make your opponent do it and like bluff a Sky Split or something like that, or?
That was a prime opportunity, at least if I'm Malik. Oh, there's not a lot of that you're going to be doing next turn. At least not with units you already had to your disposal on the field.
Oh, we need we need to code a 9 here. That's right.
He could have gotten in there, he could have scored a point, gotten on the board, but I imagine he's thinking...
You sure?
Well,
I see you on stream. Did it go live?
She's probably going to trade back, maybe...
Have we been live this whole time?
Darius or Vi with her, but then
send link, please.
Have
I been live this whole time? Oh my god.
Play and look to establish some really strong holds and attempt to just fully lock Dwali out of either holding or double conquering for that 9th point.
The Catalyst of Aeons from last turn actually makes a lot of sense now when we now play this Incinerate to get rid of the Pouty Poro that we brought up earlier this game. Now with the runes to afford that deflect cost, but we can still set ourselves up to potentially slam down a Dazzling Aurora next turn because we did that channel.
Definitely. We saw a really great...
Have I just been live this whole time and I'm just an idiot? Probably.
You know, you needed to flip a Dead Bloom Predator off of the
Chat has just been screaming at me this whole time.
Alex, who did it. I can't remember for
like,
sure.
I literally don't
was
see...
hit, and we might see that same situation here again when these players are playing for their tournament lives.
Absolutely. If Dwali, at least with no other investment from the cards in his hand, of course we know that sneaky, or that deck hand is in our hand, so we don't have to put this Vi in danger for a double conquer, but that
just an idiot. Okay.
Very easily killed
Love that for me.
On attack, not even through, you know, actually combating against each other. But this Darius is going to be a little more pesky, but if Dwali wants to get up to 8 points this turn, I think that hand's probably coming into play.
Yeah, and the thing that I love about Vi is she is sort of the ultimate contingency plan. It's like the threat of the Vi is more valuable than the Vi itself.
All right, well, we've probably been live this whole time, so that's awesome.
She sits there and she's just like, hey, when you need me, I'm going to be like a 12.
Welcome, everyone, or I guess welcome me more accurately. So just been live the whole time. Okay. Well, that's great.
The draw for turn was
that is great. There we go. Okay. Welcome. Let's get the old tweet out so that we can get...
that level of mystique that Malik X knew almost everything that was in the world game, and now all of a sudden we know nothing.
Yeah, the speed at which the Annie deck churns through cards is very impressive, and you may think you know their hand, but their hand is going to change real quick.
Live
really
now.
Exactly
there we go.
Knowing I'm just going to score my
okay.
Make sure I have enough
Stupid.
The following turn for the last points, and we're going to have to see if Malix can put together a powerful enough force on these battlefields to box him out.
Because you know Dwali currently doesn't have something like a fight or flight in hand, is it maybe the decision here where we have to not just swing with our Anivia to get onto the board, but whatever unit we may find, if it's not the Dead Bloom Predator, do we just have to overload one battlefield to deny, or no, because we have to...
We're in. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I don't know what was going on my end, but for some reason the stream was not showing. But we're here.
Yeah, I believe Malix has reached a point where
we're good.
He kind of can't play around anything anymore. Yeah. He's like, maybe I have a fight or flight, maybe it would suck for me, but if I don't try, I'm gonna lose. So my expectation is at this point he's just gonna shove everything he has at these battlefields and hope it's good enough.
10 runes to play with, which means Dazzling is all but basically everything that you have access to, which just makes me think, what are we going to still do about this
Dazzling into Dead Bloom, I guess?
If he loses the 2 units he has at these 2 battlefields, it's more cards in our trash to feed for this Vi, so that something like a Dead Bloom Predator with only 1 ready to rune up that would be for Malik if the Dazzling comes down, there's no tricks to help your Predator stay alive.
That is true, and I mean, I think at this point, Malix would have to just pray there's no ride the wind to back up this Vi, and that she'd only be able to take 1 of the giant battlefields. And really heads up play by Malix here, using the Iron Ballista on the Darius before moving in with the Anivia. So now the Anivia's attack trigger will be enough to finish Darius off, and this closes out windows for a fight or flight. But what it doesn't close out a window for is the 3rd flash, because flash is a reaction. And Dwali's been holding on to that for a while, and it's going to pay him off perfectly to get Darius back into the base.
Now the question here is that do you also target your Kaisa, bring it back? Because if there's one thing that you can do is if you get off of the battlefield, it means you're not contesting it.
This is a pretty tough spot to consider because you have... Oh, no! I get the notification that the stream is live.
As you can see here, hands on the head of Dwali. That is exactly what he's thinking.
Love that.
About.
Love that for
like,
me. Here we go.
If I hold this battlefield, I win. But I know the one thing that really punishes me is Dead Bloom Predator. And he's think, based on the context of the game,
think given Vi, unless you have a lot, unless you have a ton of, unless you don't have a ton of cards in your trash, like if your Vi can't get big enough, I think you have to move both back here.
But he is going to retreat that Kaisa as well.
I like this. I think.
Sabotage just played. We had very full access. We did draw a bunch of cards and then discard. Draw, discard. We're looking for it, but if you're right, if we don't grab it off the top, then a double conquer play is not something that we're going to do. Looks like the decision is to pull back that Kaisa and not have any of the contested battlefields now.
Yeah, and I think this was just a great play by Dwali at the end of the day, because I think he's saying the only thing I could lose to from this position is a Dead Bloom Predator that kind of snowballs the tempo against me, and he just doesn't want to put himself in that spot. So he's going to play it a little more conservatively.
Darius should technically be ready here, but
I imagine just to see another card and keep digging for that Ride the Wind, it doesn't look like the Anivia is actually going to be taken off the table.
It's an interesting interaction, too. One of the things I do love about this game is that even though we used that flash at reaction speed, the showdown still occurs for an action-timed spell like Voidseeker 2 exists once the focus still gets past you. The showdown happens even if you don't have a unit there, and I love being able to still use cards like Voidseeker for that cycle draw, even if you don't get the full effect of it.
For sure, and that's one of the core strengths of Annie with that Darkchild Legend. You get to ready 2 runes. Other decks kind of have to decide, do I want to play for tempo on my turn or hold up tricks on my opponent's turn? Annie just gets to do it both. And I think that's a lot of why she's been seeing success.
I sure would like to play a deck that has
here we go.
Plays on multiple facets of the game, right? It's not just about playing on my turn. It's about playing a lot of the time on your opponent's turn as well.
And now Malix is going to have to decide, what can I do to stop the win next turn? It looks like he's decided his best option is slap a Kadrigan down into this battlefield to go alongside Anivia and hope the 2 of them can hold on against these big numbers that are going to be coming in from Annie next turn.
Channel our bonus room because it is a mighty unit. It's going to draw us 2 cards because it does include itself when it comes into the battlefield. Or in play, I should say. So drawing 2 here, are we fishing for anything in particular you think to stay in this game?
Yeah, so the one card that I think that could potentially help Malix fortify this hole is, I believe it's called Stormbringer.
Here we go. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome.
You still have to pay a power for it, but effectively...
Long story short, I'm a bumbling idiot, and the stream was live the whole time, and I couldn't see it because I'm stupid, etc., etc. All those good things, but I mean, if you've been here before, you already know this is the case.
Game 1 going to the Dwali on Annie.
We're getting Annie in game number 1 in a game that, like, one of the worst battlefields for Annie, which just adds that inherent extra turn to the game. with Aspirant's Climb, but we got there as Annie. Here, I would imagine in general, Annie seems like they're favored into this deck. Again, just like you've got such speed that even if you get a relatively quick, Aurora out, it's still just so far behind. Like more so than most decks, Annie is able to put that point pressure on and just take it down. And just and like make it so you're just too far behind, right? When you're too far behind when you actually get the chance to you don't get to stabilize, you know. You don't get to stabilize.
Yeah, Catalyst of Aeon's pretty much the exact card that Malix wants to see. I think if he could start it, I think if he could start with Dazzling Aurora or Catalyst in his opening hand every single game, he might just use Catalyst.
There we go.
And he is going to go behind on points, but this game I think he's going to have some quicker follow-ups to get
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we are on Aurora now. So this is about as fast as you can get Aurora out, which is, I mean, certainly going to be where you want to be. There's Aurora. Draven does contest, but I mean, maybe this is just stars aligned for the Volibear here. And this is like notably a huge game for the Volibear because I actually don't know how many volleys day 2'd. It is relevant because like if you were not the only legend left and you're playing for that best of prizing, like it's like quite a huge prize to win, you know?
When the next giant monster hits and goes straight into the battlefield, Dwali's going to feel it.
It even fixes the weakness of what I would say of that.
Okay, here we go. We're up to 4 here, and this is like the... Yo, what's up? What's up, Joseph?
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to
Heyo. Yeah, you got the stream working. Yeah, I mean, I think it may have been working before, but, you know, turned it back on. Producer Sam got... Well, not even a new key. It was just the same key. I restarted it, and it was apparently worked. So we're Gucci now, which is good. So for some reason, was not showing up on my end. So I'm like, it's showing that I'm live on OBS, but I can't tell. I can't tell if I'm actually live. So anyway, we got it working. We are good. Discarding the Ride the Wind, which makes sense. You don't need the Ride the Wind early in your hand because Annie effectively gets it back if you need it. Also, I think I see 2 other Ride the Winds. Ride the Wind is one of those cards that allows you to jump ahead in points, right? Like you can jump ahead and you know, quote unquote surprise win with Ride the Wind.
But it's kind of is just there as the insurance where it's like maybe I did discard one of my key pieces early, but I can just get it back whenever I need it.
Yep. On the cartridge, exactly. That was basically what happened, but we got there, so that's all that matters.
Obviously, because we're already doing very well on our own in the board state as we bring all of our units back to our base. We're going to pass.
Now the question is,
but now this is the time for Malik to stabilize.
Does Volley want to all in on one? Like if they are just going all in on one battlefield and not diversifying, you could get a sneaky cheeky win with Ride the Wind by getting that conquer point on opponent's turn and getting a point on opponent's turn and also getting the hold point, right?
Being very pesky to be overcosting things like fight or flight on the other side of the board.
Definitely.
Channel, of course, from our legend ability, and we still have a dazzling proc that we're going to have, and of course, it comes in ready, and that's
not actually.
But just keeping them at home instead, and here comes a
Nivea. I wonder if
being able to have some removal if Dwali wants to go.
Oh no, you can't actually do that. Never mind.
That's what his deck wants to do.
Yeah, there's actually no opportunity to actually play Ride the Wind there, so that makes sense.
oh my god, I'm behind on points. If they score again, it's going to be 6-0. I need to get this Magma Worm in there or this Volibear in there just to get on the board and try to contest. But I think he knows that the NA deck has so many tools to just come over the
Crazy,
top
man, yeah.
to
Well, the thing is, yeah, letting him get to 6 is scary, but like, I wonder if you go to 5 here, 6. No, if you had a Vi, I could consider like doing a cheeky play of just taking 1 here and trying to get the volley to not take both battlefields and then try to win with Ride the Wind. But I think that's just ambitious. I think that's just a bit ambitious. The Noxus
brothers are going to go fight the monsters of the Freljord and see who comes out on top.
Okay, that is awesome. Actually, I want to watch. Make that the next Arcane.
As our players are
I thought Annie was on base. No. Annie is still in. Chosen Champ zone right now.
Noxus versus Freljord is what it feels like specifically. I'm super excited going forward in Spirit Forge.
What did we discard? Wait, did we discard Kai'Sa there?
And in 2v2, they can play it right next to their brother Draven coming out in Spirit Forge. So I'm excited
I guess it makes sense.
Like that. But
you don't need to invest that many resources if you don't need the card. Makes sense. I saw Flash. I think there's another Ride the Wind, maybe even 2 Ride the Winds in hand.
Represents the biggest number that
and I believe I saw a Flash
here now, but it's possible he could also be keeping it safe in his hand to play around something like a Falling Star and combine it with a Ride the Wind on the following turn to get the job done.
If we have again, he has this. I would also think so. It kind of depends on what's in hand. Okay, I see Flash. I see. I don't know why I'm moving my head like that's going to help me see the cards. I do that.
And this is the point where he has to make his move into the battlefield.
Okay, so I see Rebuke.
And it's going to be tough, but I've learned not to count this Volibear
I see Rebuke.
6-0, 7-0 and win.
Okay.
Anivia being moved up to contest the
There's not really a good I guess Rebuke is probably just going to have to happen on opponent on your turn, I'm guessing.
Does get around the deflect, so now it is up to the Diwali.
Okay, we've got Flash. What's that happen?
Because of the attack trigger, but we do have
gets the draw from Dreaming Tree, which is also huge. I see a Rebuke. Discards a Sneaky. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think you could see from the board that either that Volibear or Magma Worm.
I think maybe a stack deck.
Anyway, so getting it out of there, getting some hand smoothing, and I will
got the point.
I think I just got a pretty good peek at Dwali's hand, and it looks diabolical.
I see Fighter Flight. I see Rebuke. Maybe 2 Fighter Flights. I can't actually tell. I mean, almost any combination of the cards seems good enough.
That ends up being the case, but you're right. I don't want to sell Malik out because I think we
stack deck, which is notably going to give, is going to fuel the +2 to Darius. So, I mean, Darius is getting +2 this turn if Diwali wanted it to happen, right?
But of course, without deflect on
we've got material, we've got interaction, we've got like opponent is going to be able to put a lot of stuff on board. But also, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, doesn't matter how big your unit is, it gets fighter flighted just like the rest of them.
I think he would, but Malik's really just thinking, how can I get as much might on this board as possible, play around as many tricks as I can. He's got a pretty handful of cards and still has that Aurora flip on the table.
Did I message?
Hopefully some removal with it as well. I think that's going to be one of the key pieces here, is just totally reducing the amount of might that you have to worry about.
Let me actually message.
We saw Falling Stars in game 1. It would get some of the work done here. Dead Bloom Predator from hand, going to support the Anivia. Extra deflect on here makes it a little bit harder to choose, of course. Of course, we have a lot of runes on Diwali's side, but with the channel going to come through here, 3 extra ready runes for Malik. That is enough to still play something like that Falling Star.
Yep, double the might on the battlefield real quick, get your number as high as you can, and see what else you can do to trim down Diwali's board.
Okay. I have sent out massages to people to see if they want to come hop on. But until then, we are going to be watching the action here.
9 might for it, and the Darius would require both of those triggers.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts about the ebb and flow of a Riftbound game like this is both players.
So we now got 16 might. There's a sabotage. That's the most important card here. Okay, ride the wind.
To close it out.
Yeah, here we have a
rebuke.
The last rune that Malik is going to play.
Ride the wind, rebuke, fight or flight, and stack deck. Needed it. Oh, I absolutely needed it. So now you see, like, okay, can't just hyper hold one, or else you lose to ride the wind. I mean, you can take the ride the wind. So you probably take the fight or flight, because fight or flight and rebuke are effectively the same card here.
That's a great call, Barrett,
okay,
and I think Malik does see that hand, sees there is a ride the wind, and is like, okay, if a buy comes,
the rebuke. I think they're basically the same card there.
So instead, he's going to fight against what he knows, get rid of the rebuke, and hopefully give him a fighting chance to hold on to one of these battlefields.
Not moving up our other 2 units. Instead, here comes the
There's
trigger on the
Deadbloom.
Aurora. A second Deadbloom Predator coming into play to reinforce with those other ones. And it's nice because it's
you can't react to the Aurora trigger.
Yeah, Malik's really
with ride the wind
because
his action speed.
I don't think you could break this battlefield, and I'm going to keep these other 2 big units in the
so
back because I think I'm going to get another turn and use them to fight for the other one.
Absolutely. I hope that is the case. At first there's a draw, and now
so it's really only 16 because of the fight or flight, right?
I also just wonder, obviously I can't see how many cards are in the trash right now, but even if something like a Vi were to come through, you finding it off the top with
ride the wind
stack deck,
help.
do we even have enough cards in our trash to contest the amount of might that's going on at this battlefield?
It is hard to tell exactly how many are in there right now, but we do have Draven currently at a 9, Darius easily representing 7. The Deadblooms and Anivia are quite large, but that's only 24. It doesn't take too much more to get over that hump, especially because we know there's at least a fight or flight coming in here from Dwali.
Yep, fight or flight on, I'm assuming just Anivia, so you don't have to pay the cost, right?
I would assume the Anivia, they're all the same might, but that one doesn't have deflect, so you don't have to pay the extra cost on it.
Yep, Anivia goes back, and this might be a spot where we really see Annie Stubborn shine to come in and rebuy that effect.
The question is there a Sky Splitter? Because that's going to...
As we will be able to afford it.
Okay, that's +2 to Darius.
I think the math is lining up quite well here for Dwali, because with Draven at a 9, Draven can just take down a Deadbloom Predator 1v1, and then Darius could potentially go to the Dreaming Tree to score the other point and end the game.
Yeah, got to pay that deflect cost, so we're going to recycle with the bonus. And so with that being played as well, Darius even gets an extra 2 might going to the 7, and it would ready if it was.
Yeah, so now you just go Draven, kill.
Sort of free trick, something you mentioned, Storm Surge in game
Draven, kill. Even if it's Storm Splitter, like in the trade happens, it's fine because you have ride the wind.
Now he's deciding, hey, is there any opportunity for me to play around this? But it looks like he's kind of committed to this line, and we'll see if he goes for it. He could decide, hey, I need to cut my losses and be patient here. And this is, this is the spot where you really got to big think, because these games.
I mean, what is the?
Are
you playing around 2 Sky Splitters? Are you beating 2 Sky Splitters anyway?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be.
So that's a consideration, right? I think you just go here. If it's double Sky Splitter.
If we did still have the right.
Okay, there's one.
Oh my goodness.
The trade is fine.
Cost, it does end up being free as well.
Fine.
And there it is.
Yeah.
This is exactly what Malik's needed to have a fighting chance still in this game. I believe it's Sky Splitter.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there wasn't more put on this. Especially considering that one, like one copy of either Rebuke or, one of those reaction or interaction cards is effectively 2 because of Annie.
The Draven and the Deadbloom Predator would both die and go to the trash here.
Red Volley hold back.
I mean, Darius ready to go,
you can leave one back to contest the other battlefield. But no, I agree 100%. It should have been.
Yeah, we could ride the win that Annie or even just the Darius over afterwards on the Conqueror, but that means there could potentially be another answer to the Darius, but this is a 7 might Darius. And there's the Conquer point going to 7. Ride the wind here on the
There it is. Annie taking it down.
Going to Dwali on Annie.
Taking it down there. Annie.
And gotta give big props.
That was a close one, though. A lot closer than I would have expected going into the matchup. But it makes sense, like, if you're able to... There's some games that are just going to not be close at all. Like, oh, Volibear just is off curve, or whatever, you get completely steamrolled. But, like, there's also the games like that where that's not going to happen, and all of a sudden it's a game, even when you're going first and you're not, behind out, blah, blah, blah. Like, that was volley, like, turned on there as fast as possible, essentially, and it was really quite close. And I think, like you mentioned, like was mentioned in chat, maybe just a blunder there. I think if there was an extra... If there's an extra 8 might there in another unit, I think potentially that game is volleys there, and we're suddenly like talking about how volley is now in the top 32, which is crazy. But in any case, play 2 snap vines so I can have those early trades. I also like Warwick. Yeah, I think that there's like, I think Volibear more so than most other decks like got built very, very early on. Like I'm talking before all of the cards were revealed, like the deck got built, and it's really not been innovated a lot that I've seen, at least. And I think, there's not been a lot of people putting a lot of time into Volibear that I've seen. I'm sure that there probably are. But like the ballistas are, I think, a really good piece of tech that make the deck like actually a consideration. I think the only change is 3 Get Excited. I mean, Get Excited seems really good.
Now that's not to say he has no gameplay.
I really want to have like, for me, if I'm like I want to play Aurora, like I think it's a metagame choice to play Aurora. I'm either playing Misfortune because she can randomly be super aggressive with ganking and has other lines with ganking, and also you've got Stack Deck, which makes your deck a bit more consistent, and you've got Bullet Time, which is just a busted card. If I'm Volley, I now have early interaction in the form of Falling Star, in the form of all of the burn spells, and also Sky Splitter. Like, I really like Sky Splitter as well. So we'll see.
I went to China to play this game.
So we've got George on stream. Let's take a listen to this interview.
So I decided I learned to...
The Ghost of Chong... no, is it the Ghost of Chongqing? Yeah. Was it Guangzhou? No, Chongqing.
Top 64 and a first place in my 3rd one.
Wow, getting a win automatically in one of the first regional qualifiers for this game is quite the achievement. So again, if I'm going to take advice from anybody, I want to take it from you, George. So George, what are you playing this weekend then?
I decided to stick with Kaisa. Kaisa is the event that I won my first regional on, and I feel like none of the decks have a big edge over the others this weekend, and so I decided to go with my comfort pick.
That's fair. I think that's a good idea.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Sometimes you just don't have units early on. I mean, I like Sky Splitter, but I don't see how you can make more than one work. Again, this is me without testing. I just conceptually like the tap out, able to play interaction spell. That conceptually makes the deck more appealing to me, if that makes sense.
I think that's the best advice I could ever take as well. But George, we're going to go ahead and do a quick deck tech, if you don't mind, over your Kaisa list. So we're going to go over and take a look at that.
The format wasn't so fast. No, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, the format being fast leans into that being what you need, where it's like you have to try to get Aurora as fast as possible, and then you still have interaction even on your tap out Aurora turn potentially. It also may be like if the unit split in future sets gets where you can more consistently cast it for free, then that makes sense, then Sky Splitter makes a bit more sense. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be... It almost certainly can't be a 3 of, right? So it's probably just got to be like a 1 of, maybe a 2 of, but at the current juncture, yeah, I think it's just too dead of a card before you get your big units online.
Trade them off and make value.
Yeah, I
think Watchful Sentry is like a prime example of that, right? And then Raven Bloom Student, you being able to exchange, you know, a full
George is on
tempo from playing the
single Time Warp, single Acathian Rain.
It makes a lot of sense, and I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, many of the characters in the deck replace themselves, such as Watchful Sentry, Lecturing Yordle, and the
no Void Seeker, double rear guard. Okay. On the 2 rear guards. So this is the Carmen build, I believe. We're pretty close to it. Makes sense. We are on 2 total Kaisa.
Speaking of those late game trips,
everything else seems quite standard.
We'll maybe go down afterwards, but the late game trips, when you look at like Acathian Rain plus Time Warp, obviously Thousand Tail Watcher is the big one that a lot of people are looking at. When it comes to the mulligan in the beginning of the game,
they've got the Brynhears. That is a tech that I think Cass and Cass's group came up with, and a Tryndamere. Wait, there's a Tryndamere in the board. Hold up, I'm in. Hold up, I'm in on this deck. Put me in. Tryndamere is one of my favorite cards in the whole game.
Your opponent has the Grove, where he draws a card if he holds it. You may need cards to break in there on your second turn.
That makes a lot of sense. Of course, one of those best cards, Falling Star here. I see a pretty even 6-6 split on the runes here. I know a lot of people don't really vary from that, but the power costing, I think, is important to pay attention to, because Kaisa can only compensate for the spells. Yeah. I see 3 Darius, 3 Watcher. It makes sense. Can you talk to me? You talk about the low costing units. Can you talk to me a little bit about Legion Rearguard here? I think this unit is fantastic, but not everyone's playing it.
So there's a debate between the Legion Rearguard and the
Rearguard and Poro. Okay, it's 1 Poro, 1 Rearguard.
Economy, make your opponent pay their mana type of card with his deflect cost. And the Legion Rearguard is great in the late game for making double accelerate turns to score directly from 6 to 8 with no board state, which is that's a cool trick as well in the late game. I did want to point something out about Kaisa's mana curve. Most of our, you can see the cost.
I do like
important Riftbound when you look at your costs.
He cuts 2s down to 5, right?
And which ones are the early game costs?
It is a little crazy.
When you're at 10,
wait, no. It's not down to 5. There's 3 Sentries, 3 Ravenbloom students, 2 others. No, it's 8 still. The Sentries are in the top left, the Ravenbloom students are in the bottom right, and then the other 2 are in the top right.
If I use them too early for smokescreen, when I
it's just laid out in a weird way.
Play a Time Warp that I drew, you might not have them, and they're not going to come until later.
Unless you're talking about something else.
In the blue in the late game with the Watcher and the Time Warp.
Absolutely. Separate side question as we kind of look at a few of these sideboard pieces. Most Kaisa lists that I've been paying attention through, and you can even vouch, in China when you were playing, everyone started playing 3 copies of Void Seeker main board. And now, as I'm seeing here, not playing any mained, and instead just opting in the sideboard. Is there something specifically about Void Seeker that it's just harder to execute in the earlier turns, or is it just that Falling Stars is much better to see?
I think this developed, it's a more of a high level analysis situation, but this became Kaisa's first battleground, the Dreaming Tree. This card draws a lot of cards out the game. And so the draw card text is not as powerful on Void Seeker.
I don't remember.
And there's another situation.
But it was probably something stupid, so.
The strategy of just going very wide with many small guys is a lot more viable.
Yeah.
That's so much access to extra cards. So
Seekers to the sideboard is also interesting. Yeah, I think like
Seeker, they won't initiate a showdown. And so their unit lead will become very wide on you, and you'll be stuck with your 3 mana, and you're left holding it, and you're wondering,
Void Seeker is really one of those like meta-dependent ones. Like I don't think that there's a wrong number of Void Seekers in the main. You know, like you make the call based on what you think you're going to see. Like, do you think you're going to be seeing a lot of Kiana and Fiora and all that? And like, I think what George is basically saying is like, the good Kaisas are the good Kaisas and the good players are able to and willing to play around Void Seeker. So you get equity out of it existing, even though it's not in your deck. You know, like you can bluff the Void Seeker and against a good player, and they might play around it even though you don't have it.
I don't want to hit Aurora.
But we'll see.
Maybe it might seem good to say, but I love the matchups where you can.
I think cut a Ray. Ray is a tough cut. It's just like so generically good against almost everything that's not Aurora. Because you just are able to like maintain the control against almost anything, right? Because it deals with every single 2-drop.
Check power on the sideboard. Thermo Beam, of course, can kill off every gear on the board. It makes a lot of sense. So you talked about how you picked Dreaming Tree as your first battlefield for game 1, that advantage that we just talked about. But I do kind of want you to talk about these other ones, right? So we have Vilemaw's Lair here and Targon's
Vilemaw's
Peak.
is interesting.
So why specifically are you using these ones then?
So typically in Riftbound, my strategy so far has been to pick a battleground for the random game where I don't know if I'm going first or second, then to pick a battleground for going first. So that's my Targon's Peak, because it provides an advantage to the first player to get into the battlefield or conquer it, right? So that allows me to use my spells on my opponent's turn. Of course,
that makes sense. That also, you know, goes into the like you are, you know, wanting raise for tempo.
Game 1 battleground against Annie. This is to stop the purple movement spells from saving Annie's creatures, such as Flash, Fight or Flight, and maybe some others. I can't think about it right now.
No, you're right. I also wonder too, right?
That is a good point. I didn't actually consider Vilemaw's Lair being randomly, well, not randomly, but being very good against Annie.
Do you even consider Vilemaw's Lair for that game 1?
I think if it's a matchup I haven't seen before, I'll stick to my game plan.
Yeah.
But against Annie, I'm going to go with this one game 1.
Love it. That sounds great to me. George, final thoughts on why...
Oh, they're not talking... Okay, so they're not talking about the one of Tryndamere or the Brynhirs. So that, I think, is secret tech that they didn't want to reveal, is my guess.
But for me, one more ride with Kaisa.
Absolutely. And I hope it's a great ride, George. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you so much for doing this deck tech with me. We're going to go ahead and shoot it back to the desk. Welcome back, Riftbounders. I'm once again Barrett Bryant, joined with Frank Scarin, and I sadly have to apologize to our viewers. We were going to do the second coverage match that we had for Top 64, but our tournament is pile driving through. We are going to go ahead and be going into our top 32.
Hey, we're in top 32. Let's go. No need to wait.
I got to talk with George.
No need to wait.
There, but out screen, and you know, talk about his traveling to China and participating in the regional qualifier and winning that one. Now coming back here to America, you know, coming and playing in this one, and it's so insightful when you talk to literally one of the only few decorated players now in our game. He had so many insights. I learned so much, and we're even going to be able to watch his gameplay now in this top 32 round.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see George.
Lined it up,
here,
George.
You know, for those at home who don't know him yet,
George with the New York Yankees hat. Okay,
right
we're seeing a
Super
Kaisamir
awesome
now. People may groan at the Kaisamir. I actually quite enjoy
watching. And the really
the
important thing to note about George is he is a Kaisa diehard. He has just been ride or die Kaisa all the way, has tuned his list, tweaked it, and is just keep finding edges in the mirror, and it's really showed off. And I believe he actually snuck into today in 64th place, just squeaking his way right in.
Yeah, as you can see there at the bottom, he was 8-2, one of the lucky 8-2s that did end up, or 7-2s that ended up making it into the tournament here. And once you're in single elimination, that record no longer really matters.
The Chinese broadcast fist bump.
Last round. So he wins the die roll, going first here. George G barely sneaking into the top cut, and now making a deeper run in as we go into top 32.
Hey.
Yeah, and we're really going to put George to the test here. It's a Kaisa mirror match. He's going to get to show off the expertise he has. But, you know, two players at the table, and Kaisa's take some really unique approaches to the mirror match.
Two players at the table, both playing with Chinese cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, his opponent, Talion here, playing Void Gate as our choice of battlefield versus, of course, George, we talked about game 1, the Dreaming Tree. Now, of course, I am interested to see what changes George might have made when I did do that kind of deck tech with him, and we're excited to see that inside of the match itself.
Okay.
But I
First blood.
Talion,
yo, Uber, what's up, buddy?
There's a few extra you can play.
Uber, if you want to jump on, you can hop in the Discord if you wanna. If you wanna chat and hang out. No pressure, but you can if you'd like.
More tempo, more aggression. Some builds.
We're just hanging.
We're
hanging.
Time warps. And
we're as they're saying, pile driving through this event. Love it.
Edges in these mirror matches are pretty vast, but right now we're just going to see both players start by trying to get a bunch of.
Like I'm all for watching more matches, but I'm also an old man and I'm in a different time zone. So I mean, it's only 6 p.m.
One of the benefits of playing
Yeah, well, I'm locking myself in for the whole kit and caboodle. So yeah, whenever you're in, I'm assuming you probably still are in the Discord, but if not, just let me know. I can get you in again. I can bring you in.
Gonna stupefy here, which
you mad man. I mean, this one will be less. It's only 6 p.m. right now, so like we've got round of 32, 16, 8, 4, 2. So 5 more rounds. So that's only like 11, maybe I'm thinking maybe midnight.
You're right.
For me. And that's acceptable. Yesterday I was like, yeah, I'm not staying up until 4 in the morning. I dipped out after round 6. That was too much. That was too much for me.
We didn't end up using any power on our own turn. Absolutely. Now that means we just got the draw from the Stupefy, not from the Dreaming Tree.
That's too much, man.
Trading with the Patty Poro.
Definitely. And George is being like, hey, you know, we're both losing our units here. Battalion, you're not getting a point, and that's what he cares about.
Yeah, also
I love the signature Kaisa legend with regular Kaisa chosen champ.
It is
the classic.
Powerful unit to have that's going to contest this. Nox is hopeful.
Yeah, and again, just want to reinforce, the players are playing with open deck lists at this point. So both of these players know what the other Kaisa player has brought to the table to try to fight this.
This is so much less stressful for George. He doesn't have to go through the translator. He doesn't have to worry about like the overbearing table judges. Like this is a cakewalk for George.
Powerful choices that they're going to have to think about. Frank, when you think about
which, like, I, for the first time really in my life, experienced really being fully immersed for an extended period of time in a country whose native language is not English. I spent a month and a half in France over the summer, and let me tell you, there's just an amount of stress that is put on you in
effort and time into learning the mirror and the things that are important. You know, maybe if you're like,
it's just like on you at all times, even when you're not like doing anything strenuous, and it leans on you.
And here we see Talion going in with the Darius, which George is going
right. Yeah, it's just like a little like it's almost like just getting poked constantly, and it's not even like a negative thing. It's just like it's not even getting poked. It's like just having like a little bit of pressure on the side of your neck at all times. Where it's like, it's not going to kill you. It's not really even hurting you. It's just like, you just feel it at all times. And I was on vacation, and it was still that, not playing at the highest level in a new game for multiple months. So really crazy. It's an extra layer of pressure. Exactly. Exactly.
At least when it comes to the
like, I imagine the conversations I had with the very nice cafe owners who were being like very accommodating for me, speaking very small amounts of French, and we're having this like sort of Fringlish conversation between the two of them, because I know a very small amount of French, they know a slightly more amount of English, and it was like fine, but I know the amount of stress that caused. I can't imagine playing at a high level event through that for that long, and then actually winning the event. I feel like in France it's especially hard. I mean, it's the only experience I've had, so I don't know. I noticed that it was like it seemed like an age or like generational thing where it was like everyone who at least appeared like they were under 30 essentially spoke better English than I did, and anyone who is over 30 or 40, probably closer to like anyone who is over 50 was like, yeah, I don't speak any English. Like, that's fine.
The pace of play from both Talion and George here super impressive.
What I like to think is that I at least gave it a try. I tried to speak French first, and I assumed that my French was so good that the French people just started speaking to English in me, even though I didn't start speaking English. They're like, oh, you know French. We know that you know French. We're just going to speak to you in English, though. Because you don't need to practice your French anymore. That's how good it was.
Haymakers at each other, back and forth, scoring the battlefields as much as possible. And just when you think,
all right, what do we got in the match? We've got
and we're reaching these like key
point tempo, as they say for George here.
Watcher exists in these lists. We can talk about things like
it seems like George has really been
things like time warp. So the closer and closer we get to that area,
controlling the Dreaming Tree, getting your value out of the Dreaming Tree. I mean, obviously, like George's deck is built around the Dreaming Tree, especially in Game 1. This is their game plan, like they just talked about in the deck tech here. This looks like it might be a Rain. Nope, it's a Watcher.
Yeah, so I think Talion,
just regular old Watcher. No need for acceleration here.
George get too far ahead. The Kaisa deck is way better at offense than defense, and there eventually will come a point.
Hex Tech Ray. I mean, Ray is just such a dumb card. Like I can understand it. It's like it feels like it's a low impact card sometimes, but it's just so good.
No, it's actually going to deal the 3 over the top unless there is some more spell tricks to help.
I'm wondering what the thought is here to not accelerate the Watcher. Like I get, obviously you have an extra.
Man, that's a lot of Hex Tech Rays.
You've got an extra rune here. Is it just like
go to the trash itself?
Having a Hex Tech Ray of our own though to contest
setting
that,
up
to
for
just stop and get it out of the way, and it makes sense, right? The timing on that card
time warp makes sense.
When it goes
I mean,
one has to complete the
when you have, I guess, obviously,
getting Kaisa off the board, I'm sure Talian's super happy about that.
That's like trading. That's trading a card in your hand for 1 rune, which I don't know if I would want to do that. You know? Because it could have just accelerated the Watcher, and instead of using the Ray, you could just have eaten with the Watcher.
Which I can imagine again, just to hopefully contest that 7 might
top
that's on the other side.
Deck.
Yeah, you don't see this as much, the Thousand Tail without Accelerate, but George just being like, hey, I just want stats on the board. But what you do see very often is combining it with a Falling Star to take down something you normally couldn't. And George quick to do that and clean up the last unit that Talion had available at the time.
Excellent play here, getting around that 7 might body with the double use of
that he was going
Thousand Tail Watcher as well as the Falling Star, and for a double conquer going to 5 with nothing left on the board for Talion, and only the 3 cards in hand plus the 1 we're going to draw.
Yeah, George really just showing off why he's established that reputation as a master of Kaisa and just putting on
the
a really great show for us.
Of Chongqing.
I love high-level games.
Just the like,
I think
just what a great, what an awesome nickname.
I'm actually gonna be a little disappointed because I won't be here at the later points of this desk. And once we get to that top 8, that top 4.
Okay, there's Kaisa Accelerato.
Think of, but it is going to be the best player.
It's fine. We got the point out of the Poro. Poro is a piece of material at this point. It's not.
Is just such a
it's not
deck. There's so many
breaking
any.
It's not doing too many break points.
Sometimes people will shy away from a mirror, but a mirror like this, where you just get to really make all these choices and impact the outcome so strongly. I know a lot of players have been loving it, and
point here.
It's going to be just interesting to see
how
Talion and George
potentially going to 6.
Survivor.
If we have a hold, this looks like a Falling Star though, so we might just kill off. Kill the Noxus Hopeful. I feel like you gotta be happy if you're George there. Like that was a lot of resources to take out, to just take out a couple of units here. I mean, the Kaisa is vulnerable. We may have a retreat, but even so, like the Kaisa doesn't really line up super well against that.
Stem this point flow that's coming from George. If I don't fight back,
I see. I think a Ravenbloom student, a Cathian Rain, Darius, Cleave, and one other card that I can't quite see.
Of course, as you can very much see the kind of lead that he's built himself here. I don't think he's worried at all about how to get to 7.
The thing is, you don't even need to get a second point here. You can just
lock in that 8th one.
Yeah, he is reaching that critical point where he can threaten a double
conquer at any time. You don't need to do too much.
Oh,
that is double a Cathian Rain. Okay, so it's Rain, Cleave, Darius, Ravenbloom student. So George wants to think: is there a Ray? As Ray would trade with
Trifarian going to be coming in here for George. And all
the
he has to do is
Kaisa,
play another
if
card, I don't know, like a cleave on our Watchful Sentry onto the other battlefield.
would trade with the Kaisa if that attack happened.
Or just target itself
We're
right
gonna
now.
cleave.
It was a great play to make Darius basically a 10 might attacker.
Now now it would have to be double Ray. 10 also still
go up to 6, set up the double conquer next turn.
10 also still plays around
which will just win me the game on the spot. And the way
smoke screen
playing it out, it looks like he might be trying to establish.
Okay, just retreat. That's fine.
Yeah, we're gonna get a
fine with that if you are if you're George. Like, yeah, just need 6. You can. You could conquer here. The 7th point doesn't really matter. It's more about like, are you holding 2 battlefields? But you don't want to just throw away your unit to.
He probably feels that exposes him to
smoke screen stink no matter what. I mean, smoke screen against Watcher would have been fine, right? This would have been 4 versus 3.
Yeah, normally, some decks play Time Warp, and you're like, ooh, this is my Time Warp.
I mean, it wouldn't
turn,
be great.
But not looking great on this board if Talion has access to it.
Yeah, you really need units. It's about, like getting the 2 turns.
It wouldn't be great given what happened, but if there was a smoke screen and you were just like on board, you were defending against the Watcher with smoke screen.
In your battlefield means you can play them or have them ready to go. Play things like the Time Warp to guarantee yourself another turn. Use those resources and then have another.
We're seeing rain here.
Nope, Kaisa. As the Kaisa that we just saved, the Survivor, going to be coming back and accelerated once again. Hopefully,
we have cleave.
So now Talion has to go in the tank, see if he could come up with anything to hold off this double conquer next turn. There's already 1,000.
Just gonna get your point here.
About Darius is he can kind of do a pseudo ganking impression, hold the 1 battlefield, move back to the base, ready up, and just launch an all-out assault with all of George's units on the Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
Love it. Even had the privilege of casting a Darius match yesterday, and the fact is that a legend like Darius gets to keep that Trifarian in their pocket.
Yeah, it seems like it might be a GG.
A lot of these lists, you see them playing 3 full copies of the Darius. That's how impactful it can do for doing plays just like you said.
Okay, I see Void Seeker. I see Falling Star maybe.
Conquer trigger to try to help him hold off George's offense. He's thinking. He's doing some.
Yeah, I see Falling Star. I see Void Seeker. I see Poro. That's dead. Yeah, just got a Falling Star and hope, I guess.
Here we can do to even come close to saving ourselves, because
even Falling Star the Darius.
George has all of his runes that he's going to have access to help the offense.
And then no, Falling Star plus Void Seeker does not do it.
Like Void Seeker would be able to do the job, and we might be seeing that right here.
No.
Yeah, there it is, targeting that Darius. Going to draw another card as well for Talion. Helps out those resources. With only 1 energy, it looks like we're going to have to let it go. Yeah, the Void Gate coming in clutch here, at least for that specific situation. So that helps out.
Giving Talion another card and another option. But
you get another card, which is good, I guess.
2 left. Still a Watcher.
I mean, the best possible thing you could have is Falling Star, right?
2 Watchers on the other side. Watch for 1,000 there, Watcher. And
you just need to play around smoke screen.
Going to have to do our best to stave off the double conquer here.
Just go into both that plays around smoke screen.
Even if you don't have it, even if
you can't go around both. You can't play around both. Or you can't send both. Sorry.
Because maybe he'll shy
But
off.
George also has a smoke screen.
And that would buy Talion.
We're gonna cast a Kathian Rain, so it doesn't matter.
Seems to be the show here, as we are going to pay fully for this, which is going to completely remove.
Even if there's a retreat, you still have the target of your.
George is saying, "Hey, I'm not taking any chances.
If it was retreat, no, you can't do what's it called?
Her own ability into oblivion.
Send them all
you
the
can't
in with
Ray
the 1,000 tail, and it looks like that's going to be game 1.
Going to George there. Textbook. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
And I believe George was going first that game. Yeah. Which from what I understand, is a strong advantage in the Kaisa matchup. So now Talion is going to get his chance to crack back.
Yeah, battlefield choices here. Vile Mausoleer, which we saw George talk about and showcase yesterday. So great to see it here and when he's going second. Not necessarily a ton of movement tricks going on here for the Kaisa deck, but that thing we talked about with Darius isn't really possible when you're not allowed to come back to base from the Vile's Maw, whereas Reaver's Row over on Talion's side.
Yeah, we really just have both sides of the spectrum here. We have Vile Mausoleer, which says when you come here, you can never leave, and Reaver's Row says when you can come here, you can leave whenever the hell you want.
Early turns, pretty simple usually for these decks. Love even lecturing Yoro, one of my favorite cards actually, just because of I love the tank trade. I think it's really good at making the math difficult for your opponent. And, of course, it just draws you a card on entry, of course.
Definitely. And, you know, Talion getting Kaisa Survivor on the table, always a strong turn 2 play.
So game 1, we saw a pretty big discrepancy on George taking full control of the game and being able to always have a point lead and always feel like Talion is always playing catch-up. How does Talion then now put on his own helmet and be the person in the driver's seat?
Yeah, so I think Talion just, you know, going first, he's going to look to do everything he can to get stats on the board, maybe pick up big tempo plays with Noxus Hopeful, and just kind of do exactly what George did and score as many points as he can, as fast as he can, while then using the cheap spells to fight back and pick off George's units. And right now, we're going to start at an even 1-1. And
all right, we're back.
Follow up with.
Yeah, falling
I need
stars
to
again
lay off
this
cold brew coffee because I'm going to be up for
that we spent our entire turn
500 hours.
And that's even, I think, why Talion chose to go into the Reaver's Row, because we were like, well, if I'm completely tapped out, I don't have a trick to make this Watchful Sentry work against a trade. Why not just save it for later? But now being answered by a falling star, I mean, that's what you spent your whole turn on.
Yeah, definitely. And that will cost George a rune, but I think he's willing, you know, going second, you get that extra rune.
Reaver's Row, Vile Maw's Lair.
Survivor off the board before she can start drawing some extra cards. Now, an interesting dynamic we might see here is if this Watchful Sentry, so it's going to go to Vile Maw's Lair, but if it came to fight at Reaver's Row, there will be that moment of, you can retreat, you're currently winning, but if you stay, then you can no longer retreat, and I get to play my tricks. And I love that point of tension, and I hope we get to see it this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw George be kind of like the master of those tricks, even though, you know, we saw them both slinging spells, of course, but I felt like every time George was either defending a battlefield or attacking into a battlefield, he was being up on the trade, except for maybe one scenario. And we're already kind of seeing that as well, of just like, it feels like Talion is like almost avoiding him a little bit based off of the cards that are just in his hand. It kind of shows a lot on the posturing.
Definitely, and this would be a great spot for something like a Noxus Hopeful from Talion, but it looks like he's just going to get a Lecturing Yordle of his own down and then send it George's way.
Okay, point for hold.
These boards look very similar.
They do look very similar. Couple units, they all draw cards one way or another. George looking at a nice hand of spells, and he's going to have to decide what he wants to do here.
What do you think? I guess this isn't necessarily like a big competitive picture, but when I'm looking at to build a deck in a game like Riftbound, unit-based, but having a legend like Kaisa really benefits from having these spells, especially with power costs, ratios, I think, is something I really value a lot. I'm a math major, by the way. So when I think about it, it's like when you see a hand that's filled with so many spells, is that bad? Is that
does he have a broken sleeve or something?
Let's say they're even spells that don't necessarily replace themselves.
Oh,
like
maybe.
Bring
yourself some extra sleeves, folks.
When you don't have as many units,
bring yourself some extra sleeves.
Deck that is, you know, very unit heavy. When is it sometimes that it can be a detriment that you have a bunch of spells instead of creating a board presence?
Yeah, so I think the sweet spot that the Kaisa decks try to hit is just having a healthy amount of spells that do have that single power cost. That way you can maximize and try to use your legend, you know, every turn, every other turn, and make sure you're getting good value out of it while still building up your rune total to hit the bigger spells like Time Worth and
Draws ourselves a new unit as we just
let's see if I can get
away with each other. No point to be gained.
Now
just playing a Watchful Sentry and now passing, holding up those 4 runes, which I can only imagine are for all of these spells that we have.
Yeah, it does look like both players might have one of those kind of more spell-heavy draws as the units aren't hitting the table.
Yo, Sylveon, what's up? We are back.
Has used his Kaisa Survivor, while George choosing to keep his a little safer in the champion zone to deploy down the line.
Very great point. I mean, George, I think, played his on a very opportune time. Didn't even pay the accelerate cost that we saw in game 1. Neither did Talion, but spent up the whole turn.
There we go.
Whereas George can basically wait.
What's up, Sylveon?
You can play Kaisa plus more things.
We started out with a Volibear versus Annie matchup, which was surprisingly close. Went to game 3 and was actually quite a sweat. There was a, I would say, questionable call, or not questionable call, questionable play made by the Volibear that may have ended up costing them the match. Edited the Renata deck just a little now. Nice.
Void Seeker to rebuttal against
I love it.
I need to.
I definitely. Really considering it. Does it run Time Warps? Because I'm less interested if it relies on Time Warp, because I don't want to pick up Time Warps. But if it's a hook deck and doesn't run Time Warp, I'm I'm in. The feeling it's a stinker. That's the thing. You just gotta refine it. No time warps. All right, I'm in.
Yeah, and Darius in Reaver's Row is
Son of a bitch, I'm in.
Even if George had a Darius of his own, Talien's Darius could run away and try to conquer again the following turn.
And still in that weird breakpoint, right? It's got 5 might, so Falling Stars was going to require both of the investment. With the only unit on the board, I guess you feel pretty good if that's an answer to it. But just out of range of things like a Void Seeker.
See, Poro, Retreat, Yordle, Void Seeker, Ravenbloom Student, and other. Ornn has me excited. Yeah, me too. Ornn conceptually has me excited. I've not seen any lists. I have not seen any lists actually put together, so I don't have an idea of like what the I don't really have an idea of what the deck actually looks like. I just know that turn 1 tap Ornn to play a seal has me excited. I'm not allowed to leak yet. That's okay. No need to. I'm in no rush. Especially considering that I'm not going to have the cards until February. Although maybe that will change. Ooh, spoilers, leaks. Ooh. Anyway.
And all of a sudden, we have caught up just because you can posture and make your opponent scared.
Definitely, and you know Darius Talien's only right now.
I really love the. I mean, in this case, we know it's not a bluff, but I just love the bluff.
Gonna go ahead and accelerate this.
I love the Reaver's Row bluff.
And another point for George.
So like, are you coward or are you not coward?
He's doing a great job of playing on the even numbers, but Talien is going to kind of have that first opportunity to attempt to go to 5, and if he could do that and kind of just keep that small point edge, I think he's still very well in this game.
The Darius can threaten the Kaisa, but if there's a, oh no, I guess is George running smoke screens? I don't think so. Okay, I see a time warp in hand. Looks like that was drawn. I think that was drawn off of the Kaisa.
Time warp in George's hand. And Talien, it is open deck list, so he does know that's on the table, and that's a card that can just throw all the math out the window. You think you're safe, you think your opponent's on 4, but look at that. George could double hold the 6, play the time warp, and win the game on the spot. So Talien's that's just gonna be an extra layer of pressure that Talien's gonna have to think about.
Yep.
Yeah, it cannot be a setup turn. It must be proactive.
Are you coward or are you? Okay, we're pushing back. That's fine.
More of those units alive, and again, I think just when you go to play a time warp in general, it's just about already having.
Not sure if you have room or need for seals. Yeah, like I said, I have not looked at any actual builds of Ornn.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just know that it is an interesting concept to be able to play the seals. But you might, like I said, you might not need them. I know conceptually this is what makes sense to me. You can play seals for free, which is card disadvantage, but you get to recoup that advantage via the blue card that draws 3. What's it called?
Yep, Talien choosing to go for that Watchful Sentry.
I forget, but you can play that card.
And George with another retreat to pick Kaisa back up.
Retreat so high impact here, and with the Watchful Sentry.
I love how you can't move from Vile Mausoleer, but you can retreat from it. Premonition, there you go. That's the one.
That means this Darius is ready.
So like that was the shell I originally thought, and have not put any additional thought into it. So I don't know how it works from there, and it might not. That might not be the idea for it. But that's what I was thinking when I originally saw the Ornn. It's just an interesting thing. I'm curious what the deck actually looks like. He's also a really cool legend because every time a blue or green gear comes out, it's like, ooh, how does this fit into Ornn?
His own, being like, hey, can you play a time warp the following turn? And when he counted, he saw 7, so no. So that's not something he has to worry about just yet, and he can see if he can take the time to set up his own.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that.
Can't wait to hostile take over people's Darius second decide to watch it, right?
Here we are. This is the first time warp that I'm going to be able to announce.
Yeah, hostile takeover sack to hook is my new favorite idea for the set, for sure. Like, it is awesome.
Yep, me once, and I'll just rewind. Time warp going to the banish, and we're going to see if George can use this extra.
Pass the turn to me.
To close out this game in a window that Talion might not have expected.
Okay,
now going to 6 here on the hold.
We're at 6.
Another turn where he just gets to play setup, maybe even contest things like this Darius and this Thousand Tail Watcher, as long as we have.
The Poro is technically
all of those runes that we spent.
Another time warp.
Actually coming into play here with Kaiser.
Let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. You want to normal cast a lot? I mean, probably. The thing is like
the hold will actually take us to 7 points here with the Pouty Poro.
You get to
as a Falling Stars Darius or the accelerated Kaisa that we picked up earlier with the retreat to be the game.
Oh yeah, this is just gonna be it, right?
So I think 1 time warp, I guarantee you, is on Talion's radar. But playing around 2 time warps, almost impossible, and George is going to just do exactly.
That's it. George takes it down. Wow, double time warp. I've not actually seen the double time warp play actually work. The only time I've seen double time warp is when your opponent is you're like really far behind and you're just playing it to try something and it doesn't work out. But in that case, that was crazy. That was crazy. Top 16 for George. Has to be the winningest player in Riftbound right now. I mean, it was probably already the case.
Moving on. But we are going to be jumping in a little bit later. Again, this tournament is moving at a breakneck pace, which means we're going to be jumping into Game 3 of Clyde on Master Yi versus Samson on Misfortune.
Ooh, this is a very interesting matchup. Both decks kind of have a
Misfortune versus Master Yi here.
Both trying to get them into play in different ways. Unless,
I wonder what version of each.
I would bet is on the Dazzling Aurora.
Well, this is Game 3. Okay.
It'll be interesting to see what these players are bringing to the table.
Yeah, so everybody at home, once again, jumping into Game 3
I love it.
here of this other feature match. Again, we
keep it moving, keep it running, keep it moving. I love it.
Going into it. So I don't know the story, obviously, from Games 1 to 2, but we have for the
Well, I can tell you the story. Game 1, one of these decks won. Game 2, the other one did. And now, actually, I can tell you, Game 1, Master Yi won. Game 2, Misfortune won. Now Game 3, Master Yi gets to be on the play. Here we go.
Second turn play here from Clyde after using that Mobilize, like you said, just ramping. And then on the other side, Sam says, I'll pass. Nothing really coming into play here. But Clyde is currently on pace to be the first person to play the Dazzling Aurora, which could go a long way here in this match.
Oh, it's Aurora v. Aurora. Ho, 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 ho. Wow. The slobber knocker
moving into this tournament very quickly.
In the top 32.
I guess we're not.
The other day I saw 3 catalysts in a row. It's crazy.
Triple Find Your Center means
are there other units in the deck?
We have a Tasty Feyfolk that's going to come in and go straight to base for Clyde.
Yep, deep down, find the Tasty Feyfolk right into play, and it'll be back to Samson's.
Yeah, now the Dazzling.
And that's an Aurora. So now it's going to be like Aurora top deck diff.
When you look at cards like
that's a bit of a better card, I would say, in general. Well, don't care about those defies, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Probably just Dead Bloom, I would think.
Interestingly, now that both Auroras are in play, last match we saw Kaiso where there was kind of a lot of play on the table, a lot of
guessing Dead Bloom.
It's almost in Aurora's hands now in some way, because you can hit things like Tasty Feyfolk, or you can hit things like Dead Bloom.
Oh, goes for Feyfolk. Okay.
Samson's first hit is a Mind Splitter, which is a really
I don't like the Aurora at all.
That Clyde doesn't have access to.
Yeah,
it's not the Aurora deck that I would want to play, but takes away from what makes you awesome. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. It's basically like you are playing it because you've got a big chosen champion. And you've got
in a match like this where both players have an Aurora, it's just going to be
access to green.
And it's going to be a quick one too, as we are moving very quickly. But Master Yi honed coming in.
Combat tricks is what you do, right? And counter spells, but
double Hawker play here from Clyde, getting him on the.
I want to play a Dazzling Aurora deck that has a really cheap champion. Like Fiora Aurora is the first time that we'll see a 3-drop
like, hey, maybe my Tasty Feyfolk is
be in the chosen champ zone.
But it's pretty nice when I get to have it twice.
white flame protector coming in here.
Did have the
so even on enter, it's still going to give the might, but then the turn
did have
but it is still an 8 might body
the
for later.
not unyielding.
You know
Yeah, the unyielding for
Aurora parity?
the
Wow, this is really going to be a real match because we're going to have access to so many different things. We even now have our Mountain Drake coming in here, and 10 might is a lot that can answer against this Yi deck.
Definitely, but one thing you do have to keep in mind, an edge that Yi has is that Wuju Bladesman legend. So those units, they might look like the Deadly Predator could fight them, but they would have an extra +2 while defending, and it would actually be a trade. So Sam Sands is going to play it to the base instead.
Okay.
Yeah, holding things back right now, and again,
only 4 points. So
the Legend of Misfortune, being able to give ganking to any of their units. So once you're on a battlefield, the holds are very powerful because you don't have to bring them back to base. You can immediately go over to the other battlefield.
Yeah, and right
now it's like, how do you? We know there's a discipline in the hand of Yi, like we saw that with Mind Splitter.
And look to close it out. Sam Sands is going to not only
bunch of
start to vault ahead very quickly. And
there is a bunch of defies. How much time is left in the match? Great question. About 24 minutes. Sorry, I got asked about this yesterday. I don't have a way to have the overlay not look like garbage and also show the time, so it's unfortunate. I don't have a way to make it look nice, but I'm happy to answer. Yeah, we're at just about 24 minutes right now. So I would say we're quite a ways away from going to time.
Yeah, it is interesting because, you know, you will eventually run out of units if these Auroras are going on long enough. And I do think, you know, Chaos has some of those tools to get the units back into the deck or play them from the trash and do it again and again.
Okay,
so in a way, I think if it goes long enough, Sam Sands really is going to be favored here.
Stack deck, looking for some more cards. Of course, once you get double dazzling out, you really get to do whatever you want with your runes on your turn. In the same sense,
that's a sabotage.
Immobilize, and then Ingano grabbing another tasty Fatefolk
from his I was
gonna
say, don't you just defy that?
Sabotage coming in here on the side of Sam Sands, but a defy to have it. It's like, you already know what's in my hand. I don't want to give you any more information on the new stuff that I've drawn.
We want to
first contest here
present
Sam Sands of the Mountain Drake
trade for discipline.
10 versus 8.
10 versus 8. I like those numbers.
There's
10 versus 10.
the discipline.
In a draw here on the discipline.
Or we could
trade.
Well, this is really where Zanya's Hourglass might get its chance.
+7 here.
You know, a trade, I would gladly trade that Hourglass for that Mountain Drake. That looks like a great trade for Clyde, and I think he would be okay with it. So now it's up to Sam Sands to decide if they can, you know, turn it into something a little less one-sided.
What would you expect here? There's really not a ton of tricks I can really think off.
+7.
This is like a fight or flight that we typically find in these Misfortune decks. I even think of like cards like Challenge. Like you could play it now, I suppose.
Could play Challenge. Challenge would actually not be bad, but
you could maybe get
not what we're
first before it dies.
Yeah, Sam Sands definitely, you know, without the calm, doesn't have access to all the tricks like on guard and discipline to kind of win these fights honestly. But Chaos does bring those movement tools like Fight or Flight, where she could say, hey, maybe I'm not going to threaten killing your Yi, but at least I kick it back to the base, get to keep my Mountain Drake and score. But the big one she has is Bullet Time, which is Misfortune's kind of haymaker.
Okay, just letting it happen. That's fine. I mean, you've got to chip away in some way, right?
Turn later in this game.
I would love to see a card like Bullet Time be the reason why we sack all of our runes at the end of the day, because, you know, Clyde goes for like a huge
what are we going for here? I think this is the +7, right? Yep.
Ready to be available for a play like that.
There it is.
Here,
but that's going to get... Oh, no. Yeah, no, you can defy this.
Strength to be buffing up... Well, you know,
Primal Strength.
Sorry, that was just one of the cards we revealed. We've got a Dead Bloom Predator coming in here first.
No, I think you might be right. This is a Primal Strength on the Predator.
Oh.
And while...
I missed the Predator play that happened yesterday. But yeah, or last turn. Primal Strength here contesting against, basically doing your own little White Flame impersonation.
Yeah, definitely. While a lot of the smaller might boosts are in calm, that doesn't mean Body.
Yep.
Body's got the
just ham it.
Predator, I believe, is going to go all
I like
the
the play. I mean, I don't know if I
like
holding on to a defy here.
Gonna get another
Seems like a good enough defy target, right?
Clyde is now losing more units more quickly. Obviously, one of which was replaced with the Zonias that we saw. But
not a matter of like, are you spreading evenly?
Faster for Sam Sands.
If you aren't defying this, what could it be better for? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe there wasn't a second defy. Maybe I'm just misremembering. I thought that there was a second one though. I thought we saw a second one earlier. I might have missed it.
Do the best he can to kind of keep up, make sure he maintains that point.
I may have missed it getting played on something earlier. No, there is. Yeah, that's what I thought as well, but
should I expose my Mind Splitter?
Yeah. I
I
need to get a new mic mount.
Yes, and now we're going to the end of the turn for the double Aurora flip.
Do you think how many units do you think are in this?
Okay, there's Mind Splitter. Yep, and there goes the Defy that could have been played.
I've seen the range of usually like 3 Dead Bloom, 3 Mind Splitters. After that, it could kind of fork a bit. Maybe you just play a Gorger or 2 to like revive.
Now it goes away. Well, it might go away.
A real haymaker option.
Just flash it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw it from the first Mind Splitter,
10, maybe upwards of 12 if you really want to make sure you have.
So wait, does the second Aurora happen before the Mind Splitter trigger?
For some extra disruption.
Is that right?
Although the Sabotage did get defied earlier, we are going to still be able to see cards in Clyde's hand that we didn't now know from earlier. Mind Splitter is going to be going first here, and then we're going to put that Volibear imposing onto the battlefield, which is where you get the full advantage of his other abilities.
You can't place them.
Really
oh, okay. Fair. Well,
another white flame with that Mind
not an L1 judge.
Any offensive that Clyde might have.
Fair enough.
It's so smart because if both of you are playing the similar amount of units, the fact that Mind Splitter is essentially removal, but from the hand, makes a huge advantage here for Sam Sands.
Yeah, now Clyde's going to have to figure out what he can do because, again, with just 1 Aurora to 2, he's going to have to close this game out fast if he wants a chance to win.
I'm wondering how many more units are left in Sam Sands' deck, though.
Because all of a sudden you'd think, man, I was the first player to play a Dazzling
I see
Aurora
Dead Bloom, which looks like it's coming out here.
We're playing to 9. It's exactly the kind of game we want. But the second Dazzling Aurora here from Sam Sands is really the game changer.
Thinking, doing math, definitely don't want to be hasty.
There's that Dead Bloom we know about going and trying to contest against the Mind Splitter.
Okay, that causes Sam Sands to draw a card, right?
Say when you move to the battlefield, right? And Dead Bloom isn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't. I don't think that counts as moving.
Seems like they're checking that right now to be sure. But if that is true, then a draw would not happen here.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. As we are going to now go to a showdown.
Yeah, I don't think it counts as a move.
8 to 7. Ooh, you talked about this already, but here comes a bullet time, and at least when it comes down to
can you move from hand to battlefield? I don't think that it counts as a move.
Choose to recycle on for the effect. So it's on Clyde to make that decision, right?
Yeah, very nice advantage that bullet time has, because if you had to spend all the runes up front,
it's played to the battlefield. Yeah.
Probably not much coming back.
I think that's what the judge just checked, which I think that's the correct.
Do I want to do this? And it's interesting.
I think that's correct.
I can't tell if Sam Sands has 8 runes, but it's interesting to think,
just under 18 minutes left in this game.
Mind Splitter, or are they just looking to recycle?
For those at home wondering,
make it a nice, honest trade.
I think the trade is probably the best call. Again, you're already using your cards to eliminate.
What are you waiting
out of the
to defy is what I'm wondering.
Again, we haven't
like,
necessarily seen everything fully.
That's what I want to know. Like, what it like? I have to imagine that Clyde has a card specifically in mind for this defy. Like, what are you waiting to do?
Just doing these trades.
Okay, and it looks like Clyde is saying. Oh, wait, they might.
Hence why we have a new restaurant that stops that. True.
Before the other extra cost is paid.
The Point Restaurant.
Getting clarifications. We want to make sure we dot all of our I's and check our T's, and the players want the full information, of course, and clarification, which makes sense. So this gives us some time then here, Frank.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the paying of power is part of the resolution of the spell, so you have to choose to defy it first.
Do end up paying any power costs. A Honed Yi that we kept alive because of our Zoni's Hourglass.
Yeah, just waiting for that third splitter to take it. I don't think that the splitter takes it, though. I think that the game plan for Sam Sands is these splitters are pre-killing these units because you're not, like, you have a limited number of... You have a limited number of units in your deck. And if you can, like, effectively 2-for-1 with Mind Splitter by causing them to discard,
triple Dazzling Aurora and play Slugfest, and he could really be at risk of running out soon.
We do see, instead of the Defy coming through, it was just a little bit of extra damage coming through for that bullet time.
What we
Clyde
did
has one of my favorite cards and mechanics that exist in Origins.
Was stun. We paid, what, 2, I'm guessing? Or maybe even just 1?
Mind Splitter is going to do no damage.
Yeah, little shout out to Rise coming in with the Rune Prison, and with that stun, the extra damage from bullet time isn't going to matter. The Mind Splitter is going to die.
That was I think a really good exchange there for Clyde.
So now he is on pace to win in 2 turns and get to that critical point of 9.
Okay.
Yep, of course, having to recycle a rune there that we just witnessed because of that Sigil of the Storm. And
we're getting fast, right?
End up passing back to
I mean, neither player wants to go to
quite a bit
time here, right?
Power-wise, so not gonna see
actually,
like
I don't know what happens if you go to time in
basically up to Clyde on how
the top 32.
Where to move the rest of these units that we have, and how many then are left for the
or is this? Oh, are these rounds actually just untimed?
Bounty Hunter really comes into play. That ganking is huge.
That may actually be the case.
Crime, but a quick gank would bring him over to the dead.
Talking about the hand shuffle, yeah. But
so we've got Coned.
I can't remember if these are.
And we are really just looking for a trade to get that Volibear off the table. And
if these are timed rounds or not in the top 32.
The Dead Bloom,
no, it is timed.
3 units for 1.
But I'm wondering what happens in single elimination when you go to time and like. If after 5 turns you're tied, is it just like first blood wins? It might be.
I just can't win. I'm gonna have to take this trade now while I can.
Here comes
no, I agree.
Still probably in this deck, so
I'm in for that.
Do we take the trade 1 for 1 against the opposing Dead Bloom?
I know that some rounds aren't timed.
I mean, if Clyde also, nope, it's just going to be a trade. I was going to say, if he somehow had an extra trick like On Guard to push that in his favor, that would have
been
But for now, he's just going to say, I'm going to take the trade. I'm going to try to slow you down. I've got my 5th point, and let's see what you can do, Sam Sands.
5 points, officially 2 turns with double conquers or holds to get to a win there. Sam Sands still going to have to play some more catch-up, at least in the point game. But like you said, that's not the priority of these Dazzling decks. It's about establishing the board state and the dominance. Going to go up to 3 here now. And now
what cards are in hand? I see. I think a Dead Bloom. Problem is that the attacking Dead Blooms for Sam Sands are way worse than the ones for.
And in the same time, while you're running out of units, but
Clyde.
Mountain Drake being very good to help contest against that Dead Bloom, or at least tie with it.
That's a Mind Splitter.
The 3rd Mind Splitter coming in here, and there's not really a lot you can do about that one. It's a unit with the ability of sabotage, not sabotage itself, but plus up.
Yeah, these Mind Splitters have really
throws that. Charm, okay. There's 2 defies. Charm is effectively a removal spell, so definitely like that.
Not only get a lot of might on the table, but just take out the most important card.
So I'm wondering, like,
Clyde has got to be feeling that right
I mean, Sam Sands has to do something. I guess. Do you just build up? You've still got. I mean, you've got turns to build up, right? If you're only getting 1 point a turn, there's still 3 more turns because of aspirants. Or maybe this will go to this. Clyde is going to 7, so 7, and then 2 more turns after this, right? If it's just hold.
I've seen what you've used. I've seen a lot of cards go to the bottom of the deck from
so that's 2 turns of Sam Sands developing. I don't know how many more units they have in their deck.
Approaching critical mass of this game.
Yep. Now Clyde is counting his own units, being like, what do I have left? And it's really just who's going to run out first.
Yeah.
A little afraid it's Clyde right now, especially because don't want to discredit that Misfortune that's still hanging out in the Champions.
Oh, I didn't even see the Misfortune. That's funny.
Because they didn't use any of their runes. It's just filled in time for tricks, and you already know that you're playing against double the Defy in hand.
Okay, Defy.
Sam Sands just saying, hey, I've got this drip coming in from the Dazzling Aurora. I don't really need to worry about committing my runes right now.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like.
That Clyde can't do the
I mean,
thing that he really
when you look at it, you see 2 Auroras versus 1. You think obviously they're ahead here, but.
Imposing from Clyde himself, gonna obviously.
I think it's maybe a little bit closer than that. I don't know. The fact that Misfortune can allow ganking is really.
But with the Dead Bloom, it then
quite
leaves
strong.
It susceptible to any sort of abilities that could kill it through removal.
Yeah, sometimes the big bear just don't care, but right now it's going into
the funny thing is that you could like how many cards are left in opponent's deck?
Yeah, passing back, getting 1 hold point up for Sam Sands now.
Can you just like make them draw all of their units so that their Aurora's dead?
Samsans didn't play anything that full turn cycle. We didn't play any cards aside from the dazzlings, of course.
There's a lot of cards in
there's only so many
Misfortune's hand.
In these decks that we talked about, but I'm waiting for things, things like Fight or
I see a
Flight,
Catalyst. I think I saw a challenge.
The cards like Challenge that we've talked about that are really going to help target these pesky units like that Volibear imposing and maybe get it off of the board without having to actually.
I mean, I've seen MF run out of units more than any other Aurora deck.
Save them for when they need them.
I like that one.
Thank you.
I was thinking the same thing. Got to be getting close. We've seen all 3 Mind Splitters.
So I'm a big fan of them, of course.
We've seen 2 Mountain Drakes. We've seen, I think there's 1 Dead Bloom in hand.
And then we have the decision as Clyde. Do we want to defy?
Okay, gonna defy it.
It looks like the answer is yes. And it's interesting because you saw Clyde.
I see a Dead Bloom in
really
hand. I see a
sacrifice
Catalyst in hand.
Units to get Samsan's Volibear off the table. And it's going to be interesting to see what Samsan does to get Clyde's Volibear off the table, or if they even can.
Yeah, it's, dare I say, the biggest unit in Origins.
Definitely. And the thing I'm thinking about,
we're
this
just drawing a
is game
card.
3, you have to
No,
remember.
we're getting
And
runes
I do
back.
think
Okay,
both
that's
of these
fine.
decks kind of keep some extra units in the sideboard for matches like this to make sure they don't run out, and that's probably where things like these Volibears and Mountain Drakes are coming from. So there might be a couple.
Ooh, is that a rebuke?
Initially anticipate for a game 1 scenario.
Was that a rebuke? Okay, just saying no. Oh, I think that this is just it, right?
I think we have officially hit the state.
No more units.
We're officially out of units in the deck for Samsans, and we
Okay.
are not ahead in points. This matters.
So
a lot
this
when it
is
comes down to how does Clyde close it out? Well, if both of these units are just going to stare at each other on these 2 different battlefields, Clyde inevitably wins.
Definitely, and it's interesting to see there no Soul Gorgers from the side of Samsan saying, I'm not rebuying anything, I've just got the units I got.
Interesting.
It's interesting to see if Clyde is in the same position. That is the weird.
Oh, she's had it the whole time. Okay, yeah.
advantage of being
Notably,
a single player is you kind of run out
rebuke
slower, and he might have
cannot
more of the tank.
be
We
defied.
knew that he did have one earlier, but Clyde now getting
So that
access to the
was
one that he drew
Charm off
at
the top.
turns. Charm going to be able to help basically function as removal for one of these.
And that is the head shake of
Samsan's
they
looking
got it
furiously
off
with
the
those
top.
Cards in the hand, feeling the pressure, going to see if they have a clean answer to this Charm.
Oh, this could
Looks like the Mountain
work
Drake's
out.
popping over.
Mountain Drake is the chosen target. It moves over to the battlefield.
can rebuke
Showdown
the
has
volley at least.
started. But Samson
Oh no,
is
you.
the attacker.
Oh no, yeah, you can rebuke the volley.
The Yi Legend, I believe, is a trigger, which means since we have 2 units here, it's going to officially have missed the window. So even if one leaves,
Yeah, so
checking that right now.
No, it's not a trigger. I
then
don't think.
within the showdown, we have a rebuke coming in here where we're going to target that imposing Volibear, put it back into the hand. But we
Has
have a
the
trigger
on guard
on the
anyway.
On guard that we have talked about basically the whole game now being played here to give +2.
Bullet time, but
and then
we
now
know there's the
another
last defy,
bullet
right?
time coming in. And then we have to make that decision once again. There's that second defy that we knew was already in the hand of Clyde, using the exact pieces needed, and so that Drake is going
Seems
to hit
good.
trash.
Yeah, almost a disaster scenario for Clyde where the Charm could have backfired, but he knew he had just what he needed to make sure that he could keep it up.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
this is
a
over now,
deadly
right?
loss
Yeah, and that's
and
it.
the hand
Wow,
comes out.
yee.
There it is, the match going to Clyde.
Just
Dazzling, take it
the-
down. Just not enough units.
Yeah,
for Samson.
ran out of
Really
units
felt like
there.
we were in the
Wow.
driver's seat there to really take that down, but impeccable match. I really would
Well, and we were talking about when were they waiting to use that deny? Well,
Yeah, really amazing match.
found a
Really
spot, and it ended up,
amazing matchup. Sometimes it's great to see
ended
giant
up
units going back and
closing it
forth.
there.
As it
Now,
turns out,
you could
sometimes
maybe
one
go
doesn't
back and
work.
say, would it have been better back then? Would it have been a better scenario? Would it have been blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do that, but something to think about.
Honor working with you this weekend, and I'm a little sad that I've got to say goodbye to you, but for everyone at home, we do have some more exciting gameplay that's going to be coming
MF
up
no
here
Soul
shortly.
Gorger.
Frank, before
Apparently
we
not.
of course,
At
I
least
wanna
they
ask
didn't
you,
have them
what's your
in
favorite
Game
deck
3 of that
weekend?
matchup.
So,
Which
my
makes
favorite
me think that they
deck is always
probably
gonna be
didn't
Teemo right now
have
in
them
Origins.
at
I
all.
know Prismaticism started the day in the top 64 cut, playing the Teemo deck.
He had another defy.
Take an early
No.
toss, and,
Oh,
you know,
did they
I'm
have
excited to
2
get back
left?
Out there, get on the floor and find him and see if he's still in there battling.
Yeah, absolutely. Timo
Oh, maybe they did have
does
2 left. I
some
don't remember.
representation here in our top 64
They
as
used
well across
one
the board.
there.
And I'm excited to
They
see
used
the
one
update
on
what
a,
next are progressing throughout the tournament and who we are slowly approaching
on a
to the
sabotage.
final
Did they use another
thoughts.
one?
Frank, any final thoughts?
No, I mean, I'm just
No, they
excited.
didn't use the other
I'm
one. They
locked into
used
this,
the
from booth
the
before
Rune
the
Prison. That's
season.
right.
I just want to see who wins.
I'll be right with you in a little while,
right.
but we're going to cut away to a break, and we will be back shortly here for some extra exciting gameplay here in Houston, Texas.
In Houston, Texas.
Houston Regional Qualifier for Riftbound is the merch store, the Riot Games merch store, where you can buy not only Riftbound,
I don't know where my Telstones
such as
is.
sleeves and
I don't know
mats
if
featuring the
might still be in America. I
legends
don't know.
from Origins, but plushies from League of Legends, Elder Dragon, Tom Kench,
Tom
Tibbers, and so
Kench.
much more. KDA merch. I can only imagine coming to an event like this and not only being able to pick up more
That Telstones is
statues,
kind of a cool game.
and
It's like a
statuettes
memory
of
game,
some
but
of
it's
my
also
favorite
really
champions
well
from League
made.
of Legends. But there's some good stuff here. You want to follow me through the portal.
Whoa.
There's some exciting things for us to check out, at least in the display cases. Not only can you buy those statuettes, but you can also buy statues, wall hangs of some of your most favorite champions in the entire game. Misfortune of here. And
that's pretty cool.
I think the most popular item this weekend, the World's 2024 Riftbound Bundle. Now, this was something you could only get off of the Riot Store online, but now they are available in person here in Houston.
Oh, that's
at the
cool.
Regional Qualifier. Of course, a nice little showcase of some of our favorite statues.
No, the most popular item. Oh no, this is in the merch store. Okay, not the prize wall. Different thing.
Skin lines for you to support, and of course,
oh boy, I wonder if they're gonna have this merch store at the TFT event. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is oh boy.
Make sure you stop by to the merch store section.
So this is an interesting thing. Actually, I'm not going to go into this. I'm not going to go into this whole thing if we're going to be jumping into the game. Okay, never mind.
To be joined officially with Aaron Barrich for the second time this weekend. I will shake your hand if you'd like.
Yeah, whatever.
Well,
yeah, whatever.
I'm doing great. I mean, I got to watch some early
Love
matches.
it.
They were really awesome.
Love it.
And now I get to be here and watch some more, even more awesome matches with even higher stakes as people get closer to our finalists.
If not the high, I mean, every tournament round that we go through, they get higher and higher stakes, and so it feels almost like I feel myself shaking a little bit more as the rounds go through. I can only imagine the players that we're going to be able to watch going through here. And talking about those impeccable players, luckily enough, we've done a pretty good job of getting a lot of extra interviews and getting the inside of these players going into this event. So one of the feature matches that we're going to be able to talk about in this top 16 that's going to be coming up here shortly.
Top 16.
We had a moment to get a little bit of
for
insight
what it's worth
is
cruising through,
which is awesome. We're going to go ahead and show you all some insight on our upcoming feature match.
Who do we got? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's top 16? Alan, yes!
Just made it into the top
yes!
16.
Also, Cass's jacket is on point.
I wouldn't say dominating. I think I'm doing just all right. But
yes, Alan, world champion Alan. LOR representing.
I had my hand wasn't steady. I didn't have that since last time World's Finals, pretty much at Runeterra.
Oh, that's awesome.
Amazing having that feeling back.
Bro, that is excellent. I love that. That's what I want to hear, Alan. So how has the run been going overall? I know you're on
that jacket is awesome.
How's the deck been humming?
I mean, there were no believers in my version, but it's been proving and proving back and back, running undefeated in skirmish back here. Yesterday being undefeated again. Today having 2-1 both games, losing one game to the Kaisa, losing one game, small games to the E, but just being able barely to pull through. Those were very tough games.
All right, Alan. Well, I don't want to keep up too much of your time. I want you to focus on your top 8 match. But thank you so much for coming and talking to us, and good luck in the rest. We'll send it back to the desk.
Love it. Yes, Alan.
And there we have it.
The LOR master. So Alan was the first person that I saw say that Kaisa was broken. And it was, for what it's worth, before all of the cards were revealed. So maybe it was an early shot. But just like knowing that the ability is so strong, and then, I mean, proving it.
Not shocked to see him doing well here today. And I'm really excited to see him play
Love
some
it.
more this round.
Absolutely.
Love it.
We don't want to keep our viewers waiting. Of course, top 16 underway, going in. Alan ZQ, who we just highlighted, playing Kaisa, of course.
Nope, are we getting a guest? Maybe.
KGO. And had the pleasure, Aaron, while, with Frank, that we already did watch a Kaisa mirror, and the intricacies that go in this back and forth really are difficult to execute. And fundamentally, at the end of the day, I really do think the best player will end up the victor of this match.
Yeah, I mean, the Kaisa mirrors are really skill intensive. There's a lot of decisions on a turn-to-turn basis.
I do like I do actually quite like the Kaisa mirror to watch. This is very interesting.
Deck building where you can potentially try and get an edge.
All right.
Some people really
good luck. I'm not on the official broadcast, so I get to be biased. I'm rooting for Alan here.
0 copies.
I mean, I'm biased even on the official broadcast. That's just me.
Yeah, and as Frank has been telling us all day today, these are open deck lists. Both of these players know the full information, and you talk about the time warps.
This does mean guaranteed that a Kaisa is going to be in top 8, which is unsurprising.
Really do value doing that.
We did see what was the match we just watched? Oh, a Yi. Oh, a Yi in top 16. Okay, okay.
Yeah, doubles Reaver's Row is a type of game that feels so different than normal Riftbound. A lot of the time in matchups, especially with the Kaisa deck, units like Darius and Thousand.
Is Alan willing to sack a rune to?
Here, though, they just kicked them out. The battle for units at the base becomes a lot more important.
Is the question? The answer is
Star,
no.
Rain, more valuable than ever.
Absolutely. Early turn 2 plays or turn 1 plays, of course, with our 2 drops, Patty Poro versus Watchful Sentry. And I think that's the other point, is that it's not so much, I think, about that dynamic of
then
moving
2 drop plus Hopeful
out,
would be.
I don't see a Dreaming Tree this early on, at least in the beginning of this match. It means I think the cards we are going to be drawing are purely because the cards themselves say draw 1. So does it almost feel like the player that
2 drop plus Hopeful seems pretty good here. Alan certainly falling from.
There is some value to that.
One behind here,
this Watchful Sentry running into a Pouty Poro, maybe trying.
I love
to
the bluffs here. I mean,
there's
not even really like a.
Interesting choice.
I mean, it's kind of a bluff.
Do I think
Alan might just be fine with the card.
I will say that this is a matchup where, since it's double Reaver's Row,
backs it out.
Can I get ahead?
It's so funny. It's like you don't even need to do that. But you just get you get a little bit of information from your opponent. Like if you're okay with the trade happening as Alan, like you just let you just draw the card. Maybe there's a better draw. Maybe you just develop Kaisa or something here.
And Alan, of course, has some more units of their own, and it's just double Watchful Sentry. So talk about card advantage, right? Drawing and replacing.
Yeah, this is really going to put what I just said to the test. We have KGO putting more stats into play. Nox is Hopeful, really big for its cost. And Alan just having all these 1 might units. Really going to be a situation of, okay, I can capitalize and get some cards.
Backs it out.
Hopefully that's good for me. I will say in a game with Reaver's Row, you just saw it there. The Watchful Sentry
Even just a little thing of like, what kind of a mad lad is doing this attack into here? What in the world are they representing? It's like just giving that little bit, having your opponent just be a little bit off there. That's not worthless.
Going into this Reaver's Row, going to get the Conquer draw effect. What are these 1 might
Kaisa conquers?
Unless they're being supported by, some of the spells that,
This feels like Void Seeker is quite good, or would be quite good here. I don't know how many of either, or how many are in either main deck.
But do you even really care? They're kind of here to score some points and die, and Alan is going second and is behind on this points race, so that type of trade is exactly what he's going to be needing.
I'm wondering if Alan does the same thing, just sends in 1 against Kaisa, because like that allows Hextech Ray to kill the Kaisa. And there's like, I don't think you can allow that to happen, right?
Going first is important, of course, but there is decisions you can make during deck building. Things like Time Warp are really strong. And
don't think you can allow that to happen.
But if you have those in your opening hand, especially while going second, they can lead to really clunky draws.
The same
you're really
gambit here.
Having a lot of those cheap plays, Hextech Rays, Void Seekers,
like
maybe a Darius to break.
Putting mental damage on opponent, if nothing else.
So that in that deck building element is where the play draw gets pushed.
Backs it out. Okay.
Absolutely.
Take a point.
I love how we're going to see a lot of these units stick around for quite some time.
So in this turn, you saw the Watchful Sentry go back to the Reaver's Row, and KGO once again pulled out the Pouty Poro. In the previous turn, Alan made that play, potentially saying, hey, I have a cleave. And KGO, once again, believes it.
Okay.
Alan is really posturing, hey,
cleave,
I have this
or...
And he's doing it again here, moving this Watchful Sentry into the Kaisa. However, it looks like KGO said,
There's
okay,
cleave.
maybe as a Stupefy here in case of the cleave?
Stupefy would be big. Retreat would also stop it. Okay, retreat, but I think you're fine.
A similar tactic on the other Reaver's Row.
I think you're kind of fine with that.
No, I'll keep my Kaisa here. And then we did see that cleave come through to go over, and so we have to have the retreat come through for KGO to keep the Kaisa alive and channel this Arun while we do so.
Okay, we get a point. We're playing Kaisa in the back line and ship it back. Now, like,
you're 100% right.
We're on.
Survivor coming in unaccelerated, of course, just getting some extra units.
Alan should be at 3 points, right?
KGO,
Yo, what up, Mage? How's it going, buddy? How are you?
Runes available to us so that things like accelerated watchful, thousand tail watchful
Wet
are
app.
available and on the play now. But when you're staring across all these units, not really so much to do there.
Yeah, watch thousand tail.
Yeah,
Watcher,
Alan should be at 3, right?
Reaver's Row kind of
Okay, they
says
are at
that's
3.
just
Good,
not what
good,
we're
good,
doing here,
good,
and
good.
KGO is still ahead.
Good, good, good.
Kind of gets to dictate the flow of how good something like that actually is.
This is where it gets tough for sure. Do you think it's as important to go to 5 now, maintain that lead that you have on the points, while also still, you know, presenting all of these difficult situations?
At some point, Alan might just allow the, like, you might just cash in the card
cards available to us to help us out.
from the Sentry.
I mean, getting the points in the Reaver's Row games are pretty free. The only things you have to worry about are potentially
Could also have Ray here.
They're at the battlefield, but any combat you always get that option to run away. So taking the
Like, if
points
you have
are
Ray
free.
here, it's
KGO
pretty
mostly
good.
just thinking there, do I need to play and accelerate this Kaisa? Is it worth it compared to just going in with one of my other units I already have in play to get this extra card? Now, less rooms up.
That's
Something like
Ray.
this Hextech Ray, potentially removing the Kaisa, not letting a card draw happen, makes it where maybe KGO doesn't feel as good about this
I mean, you
play,
could
or
have
putting
a
these
Ray
things in
yourself.
there
You could
and running
have
in with something
a
that is less
cleave. You
valuable.
could have a retreat. That's
Yeah.
all, I think,
Our
fine.
cleave of our own,
That's a
though, going to help out
Stupefy.
and give the assault 3.
It's going to be 6
Stupefy
down to
in
5.
response.
Oh, is it just to
Alan
draw a
just
card?
cycling that Stupefy. It doesn't impact the combat, I don't think.
What?
Oh, in response, yes, so it's going to die from the Hextech Ray.
Oh!
That's a pretty big
That's
draw for
insane,
Alan.
actually.
That's
I
the
was
type of
not
thing
thinking
you
of
really
that.
need to break the serve.
That is awesome.
Not stopping the point, but definitely getting a lot of energy value.
Yeah, that's
spending
gotta
5
be a
for the Kaisa,
huge
1 for the
exchange
cleave,
there.
and Alan
That's
getting to get rid
a
of that
pretty big
for just the
exchange.
Stupefy and the Hextech Ray.
Okay,
I've never
are we
seen
hitting 2
so
sentries? Are we
many
hitting
point
Kaisa?
units
We're hitting
take
Kaisa,
these
that's
kind of
fine.
trades because of those masterful decisions that you
That's
just
crazy.
described. That I kind of was in awe, and I'm glad you explained it because it was very, very clutch, and the idea of already having Dale 3. But as we pass back, we did again get that point for KGO going to 5, and now I think it is up to Alan in a prime spot for him to really come back here and tie up those points.
Yeah, I really want to go
What
back to the previous
have we
combat.
got?
KGO had let the Hextech Ray resolve. It's one of those things where
Feels like a
are
bluff.
attacking into a unit right there. You have that opportunity to play your cleave first. You could have chosen to make your unit large enough.
Was it a
where
bluff?
Wouldn't have been removed.
Was
You
it a
have to
bluff?
preempt
Oh,
your opponent's
man.
action
Alan is getting
with Ray and
ahead on all these
Stupefy.
exchanges.
And that's
Draws
one
the
of
card
tough
back.
decision calls you have to make
And I
in
love
there.
this. You set this up
Action timing
the
versus
whole time.
reaction
All
timing
of these
like
attacks
Stupefy came out. It's
that
one of the
Alan has
games
made
so
on
many
Reaver's
things
Row have been
fun,
important
in my
because
opinion.
you're
It's
setting
this
up.
kind of
I'm
high-level
playing like I have this.
swinging
Oh, I did
skill
have it. I'm playing like I have this.
so
Oh, I did
well.
have it.
Moving things
Playing like I have
forward
this.
is
Like,
gonna
there's
be
no
the
shot
best
you
at
have
that
the
point.
third
Alan
thing.
did end up
And he
losing, of
did.
course, one of those watchful sentries as
And
now
now,
we
like, you
Alan
have
starts
to
coming in here to
respect it.
completely remove
You've
the
got to
units
respect
off
it.
of KGO's board, but having to pay that deflect cost, of course.
Yeah, Kaisa
Okay, now the question is, what does Alan have as a follow-up? How many cards are left in Alan's hand?
Early on, saying,
We just
I
need some
could
more
let you kill
material
my
here.
watchful
That's a
sentry,
good
draw a
piece.
card. Or I can
We've got
run
one
away
more
with the
card
Reaver's
left.
Row,
Could be
saying,
a big
I think
spell.
these
Could
sentries will be worth more than
be...
just a card later, and he's really proving that out now.
It could be like Time Walk or a Cathian Rain type of thing.
Thousand Tail Watch
Not
Machine
sure.
doesn't look like
I've not caught a glimpse of it yet.
the best line
But
when
this
it comes to
has
what's
felt
accelerating
like
and getting on the
Alan
board.
has been
we
up
are
on
now
all of these
really
exchanges.
losing access to the units that we
Like,
had
was
available
behind
early
and
on.
seems
But
like
Darius, I
they've
think, is
made
a good
up
way to get on there for a little
quite a
bit
bit of
cheaper.
the ground.
Just requires you to play a second card. Raven Blue,
Okay.
another unit, of course, so 7 might
There's
on
Darius.
going to be able to contest one of these battlefields at least.
I like.
Darius here, definitely much better than the Watcher.
Just
gonna
gonna back out. Need the material.
Another unit, so you're able to contest both battlefields next turn.
That's 6.
KGO going up to
Kaisa
that number
hitting
6,
6 first.
really
That is
important.
relevant.
That Darius, if Alan goes in, just gets to go back to the base.
Is very relevant, but that is a hold point for Alan.
So Alan's really looking to have
so also on 6 here.
Answer.
That was a time walk!
Sure KGO can't get that win next turn.
That was a time warp I saw in hand. Do we have enough, though? 2, 4, 6. No, we don't have enough. We don't have enough points, or enough runes that I can see, at least. They might be stacked up. I think it's only 8. No.
KGO gets to decide here.
It's again, like...
I'm going to win on my next turn. If I think I'm going to win,
yeah, I feel like you almost certainly had to back out here.
7,
but you still feel good. Yeah, but you need to not lose here is the biggest thing.
In this big numbers fight
what do we have? Because like the time warp effectively is dead here.
Alan's EQ being only at 7 means like it's impossible for him to win
Falling Star?
Turn unless something crazy were to happen. Not being at the threshold to play something like
this is not great.
Can't take the extra turn to just kind of steal the win, but instead just a Pouty Poro to reinforce
like
other Reaver's
the problem here is that you can't bluff anything because your opponent has to capture both to not lose, and that also means that they win.
Yeah, I mean this turn is it. Alan is at 7.
Yeah, I mean you just need one hold for sure, but like you can't your opponent can't be like, oh, I'm gonna play around this. They don't have the ability to. They just have to go for it.
5 energy for a second.
You know,
Darius Trifarian, 1 card as played on the count right now.
And going for both means that
it looks like probably the next card that would be played would be some sort of spell from our hand, which
means that
to gain as the cleave now being as my choice to give this assault, it will gain the extra 3. We've seen this all the time. It's for that 10 might swing that a Darius is allowed.
Means that you just lose.
But now with this other Darius, we're allowed to swing in with it as well. And no answer from Alan.
Yeah, it felt like Alan was behind in terms of like card quality and tempo. Made up a lot of that deficit, but was just a little bit too behind. Opponent having 2 Dariuses versus like Alan just having a lot of interaction and being able to get like ahead on the interaction, but it just didn't matter. Superfine hand shouldn't lose this, but I don't know what the last card in Alan's hand is. It was Time Warp.
Arena's greatest, always the play first battlefield.
It was Time Warp plus random card that was drawn off of Sentry.
Really emphasizing that, yeah, sometimes the Kaisa deck does just get to be an aggressive deck. You can run in and score points, and that extra point from the greatest puts a ton of pressure on the opponent in a game where they're already starting on the back foot.
No play on, or no, because we're just on this showdown still, but moving in with the Pouty Poro, and we are going to pay this early deflect cost, but like we saw a little bit earlier, it does impose that deflect cost onto the spell, so Kaisa is allowed to help out with it as well, but we still got to use 1.
Yeah, the Hex Tech right there,
just
paying
needs
1, that's a huge decision
needs
for KGO.
the material.
Next multiple turns of the game.
Now like really big, really big rune
those decisions really
advantage here
make,
for Alan.
But values Alan not getting that point, especially because, again, that Rena's greatest, put an extra point on the table and is adding extra pressure to KGO.
Was answered by the retreat, and then because we were so early on in Alan's turn, just plays the Poro once again and keeps 1 up. But like you said, denying the point, and that's
just
what
passes turn, okay.
KGO not playing the Kaisa Survivor here, even though
passes without playing Kaisa. That's
saying,
sus.
With the
sus.
Though, Alan's like, yeah, sure, deflect, do whatever you're going to do. If you want to Void Seeker this, I'm down
What
for
if
that.
he just passed the turn as Alan?
I've seen so many Kaisa Survivors come in.
I mean, you don't even need
like
to. You can just, if you just play Kaisa here.
And then you pass back to somebody else. And
if you just play Kaisa in the back line, it's effectively an open pass.
All you spend on your turn
and
was
just,
playing the Kaisa Survivor.
Like,
and
get a point, scry 2, develop a Kaisa. That feels good when your opponent did
Alan
nothing.
Went in. KGO said, no, I'm actually not going to remove that, which means KGO has these 4 runes ready and may not get another window to play
you just get to play the Kaisa and you didn't, like, your opponent chose not to. Like, they certainly... It certainly feels like opponent has Void Seeker. Like, that they are heavily representing that they have Void Seeker.
Yeah, that's really interesting from Alan's side here. That Kaisa is face up. Knows KGO can play it and chose not to do anything to this Pouty Poro. So you gotta be thinking, what can my opponent be holding? It must be something that makes them really value the protection of this Kaisa, maybe a low unit hand, a lot of spells, a lot of removal, and maybe we'll see some of that here. I could imagine, yeah, Falling Star on this board. Pretty good thing to be playing, getting both units, even if you have to pay the deflect for that Pouty Poro.
Yeah, one of them more expensive, right? You know, because of that deflect cost, but it does get all of the units off of the table, and maybe now we see those 4 runes. We wasted them, or wasted our time not doing anything before, but of course we can play a Lecturing Yordle, get it some, refund itself, and now we at least have
Yordle. Now Alan has the ability to play Kaisa and draw the card if they want. They have the retreat here to back it up. This makes sense. Alan's going to be able to do the is going to be able to cast Preordain here, which is if you're unfamiliar with Magic, a very strong card that has been banned in multiple formats. It just says scry 2 and draw 1. Card is too good to be played as a multiple of in Vintage. Just gets to do it for free here by conquering the Candlelit Sanctum as Kaisa.
Looking only for specific things, either removal spells to not lose the tempo you have ahead of the game, or some type of big finisher.
And now,
so at the current state,
I got value off of the Falling Star.
But we have
Open Pass all the good old days, right? Exactly.
Otherwise have typically from going first anyway.
Like Open Pass was so good. The old Burst Pass. Okay, Alan almost certainly going to retreat here. Makes sense. Unlike in Magic, you do still draw the card with Void Seeker because you do as much as you can. It doesn't say if, it deals 4 damage, then you draw a card. It doesn't say deal 4 damage. If you do 4 damage, draw a card.
Alan's hand going to be able to put pressure on both these battlefields again. And
okay, going to be able to kill the Lecturing Yordle here.
This Lecturing Yordle really pushing KGO.
Which will also get retreated, which is fine. I mean, this is like such a minus, minus tempo play here. Alan staying ahead is going to be now at 5 points, or at the very least 4 points to the 1. Way ahead on runes here.
Yeah, and you can look at this game. Alan going first, of course, has a rune advantage, but also
way ahead on runes here. I mean, has gotten a Candlelit Sanctum twice. Could just be looking to find a Time Warp. I mean, Time Warp just wins the game, right?
More to that, really gets to play.
No, not necessarily.
Every single turn, and it really gets to dictate things like this.
I mean, it doesn't win the game right now.
Cards usually pretty strong and more powerful here. A lot of times early you're pushing those away, or if you spend a lot of your runes, Alan gets to choose to keep those.
He likes them. They must be good. They're going to help close out this game, hopefully for Alan, as we are quickly approaching.
Okay, Kaisa goes directly there. Goes up to 5 points. Not necessarily a relevant relevant breakpoint. That's okay.
Fancy spell here really would shut the game really, really quickly. But also, Alan just a pretty full hand and a lot of options. KGO here potentially needing something like an Acathian Rain to really clear a large board and be able to catch up. Thousand-Tailed Watcher on this turn, potentially pretty good if
runes
Alan have a lot
on
of
the side of Alan
to
here.
Fight back against that, killing both these units.
Okay, throw a Poro. I think that there's a Void Seeker. Alan has a Void Seeker. I don't remember why I thought that they had one. Maybe I saw them. Maybe I saw them show it earlier.
If you don't have these tricks, there's so much value in just holding up.
Now we're like.
There's so many different little ways of removing things. You have Hextech.
Put the onus on KGO here to clear. If there's like a Time Warp or something, it's just over. Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of the, and if you do claws nowadays, yeah, and like Magic has the built-in like templating difference where like if a card only has one target and that target is removed, the spell is just countered. You don't do as much as you can. Like if the only legal, like if you have a card that says deal 2 damage to target creature, draw a card. If you remove the creature in response, the spell gets countered in Magic, but it does not in it does not in Riftbound. So it's a different, a pretty big difference between the two games. But I mean, it's just a difference. It's not better or worse. I wouldn't say.
That Ravenbloom student's gonna be pretty fragile if Alan
I
has
wouldn't say one way or the other.
Which means your Thousand-Tailed Watcher maybe can't clear both battlefields. You're really likely to get the Kaisa, but the Watchful Sentry maybe just doesn't even get removed.
Okay, 2, 4, 6, and then this is rain, right? Gotta be. Nope. It's just Watcher. Maybe Watcher plus Falling Star.
The Accelerate per se,
yep.
As it's going to instead be the Thousand-Tailed Watcher
yep.
plus the Falling Stars. And
this allows you to more cleanly kill Kaisa.
Very low in might, and it looks like we're even going to target the Pouty Poro in the base, paying that extra flip cost again.
Yeah, this is another avenue of why Thousand-Tailed Watcher is so powerful. Falling Star, also one of the stars of the Kaisa deck.
Such a silly card.
Those two together really let you just remove any 2 units pretty much anywhere a lot of the time.
Okay, we get to Hextech Ray.
For KGO to kind of catch up, needs to really hope Alan can't take a battlefield next turn. So getting to take that thing out of the base.
Got no cards in hand, so I don't know
what
what
Kaisa
we're
freely leaves Alan with no units
waiting
and says,
for
hey,
here.
do you have a Darius or something?
There is that Hextech Ray. That was one of the cards we had access to for Alan. Which
there's no free cards in this deck, I don't think.
Remove, you know, the 2 more threatening pieces.
Okay, Alan goes to 6, so first Kaisa player to get the 6. Relevant thing.
Accelerated unit to get the most amount of points he could have gotten in this.
Kind of wish it was possible to OTK in this game. Completely understand why that doesn't, but it'd be cool if it was possible. I tend to feel the same way. I like combos, but there's something about that inherent restriction that I do enjoy. It makes it so that like the aggro deck's point tempo is kind of gated. Well, it is hard gated in some ways. It's just that we don't see the hard gate yet, where like you're scoring 2 points on your turn and then also scoring 2 points on your opponent's turn. That would technically be as fast as you could possibly get points, right? It's not really super possible to do that right now. I mean, it is technically possible where, like, if you have multiple ride the wins, but there's very few cards that do that right now. But that is, like, the absolute fastest that you could win the game, right? You're based on the rules of the game. It's like score 2 points on turn 1, score 2 points on your opponent's turn 1, that's 4, score 2 points on your turn, that's 6, and then score 2 points on your opponent's turn 2, that's 8. That's as fast right now as the game could possibly end. Now, there are other cards that add additional points that can give you additional points that possibly can make that faster, but I kind of like that.
That Kaisa getting removed by the Void Seeker. Really
where like the combos are maybe just engines, not like OTKs. But
it looks like
Alan taking game number 2.
That play alone enough to give the game
just ahead. Alan, even in the game that they lost, like felt like they were in control.
As we already know,
for the entirety of both games
here.
So.
Coming in here, and like you said, now it is KGO's turn to bring out his Arena's Greatest going first.
Yeah, just a little swap their positions. Let's move around the board, and both players
going here into game number 2 for the top 8. Like I said, like I like combo in general. I'm just kind of curious, like I like the restriction a little bit too, more than I thought I might.
And I think Alan learned based off the results of that last game. Maybe that's not the decision that we do right off the get-go in the beginning, but that means an early Candlelit Sanctum use here from KGO could go a long way for even more advantage.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple just normal units off the top there, this Pouty Poro and this Noxus Hopeful. If KGO has the option to play Kaisa next turn plus Noxus Hopeful, that's a pretty good turn. 2 4-might units, not removed by Falling Star easy. But if there's other 2-cost plays that you could play, maybe not interested in taking these and looking for some more impactful cards. A decision whether this game is about me playing to the board or me wanting the most powerful and the most card advantage possible.
I love that idea. Being able to set up that Noxus Hopeful Kaisa Survivor turn.
Huge decision here. Leaves both on top.
It means that we do value having that Pouty Poro as well at some point.
Passes turn.
Possibly KGO has some way to draw an extra card, play both of them. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe is planning to do something like
we see Void Seeker. I think that's a Darius, maybe a Stupefy. I'm surprised that I can even guess at the cards based on the amount of them that I can see.
Depends, of course, on what Alan is going to do here.
Yeah, but we had another
okay, again, just having opponent waste their mana. Now, the difference between the games is that in this case, In this case, opponent effectively gets a point for that. But still, like,
yeah, but this one's a little
turn
bit
wasted.
Alan also didn't get something out of it. He was concerned.
Nocturne is legitimately the only reason I've been debating picking up purple. Haven't invested yet, but I'm not really sure what color I like. It's my favorite league. Champions don't exist in Legends. That's fair. Nocturne is cool. I think Nocturne is very interesting. And we saw some interesting... We saw Yasuo actually in round 1 yesterday. That was like turn 1, stack deck, play a Nocturne for free, and then move it in with Yasuo on turn 1. Like, it was actually insane.
I'm okay with that as long as you're okay with it. And then there is a Stupefy, so you had the correct read on the idea of just like that could have been something we had to just get value out of our wins, but
it's probably Falling Star now.
Wasn't presented to us for KGO, and you know, even the way that we looked in how we looked at our deck for the Candlelit Sanctum, it looks like the Noxus Hopeful will get played, but not alongside that Kaiser Survivor yet. Really holding on to it in this game.
Yeah, seeing that Stupefy on the Kaiser here, I am curious if we're going to see a Falling Star trying to move both of Alan's units. Maybe not. Maybe it was just spending the Stupefy to get the Legion going on the Hopeful here so they can hold up, once again, those 3 runes, threaten that Void Seeker. But if you do have the Falling Star here and remove both of those things in the base, puts a lot of pressure on Alan to have a pretty quick return to the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see if he has it. I mean, I think that play and
I was here. I was like, oh, you can do that, right? Yeah, that's.
Wondering where to put this Noxus Hopeful. Even
oh, interesting.
Candlelit Sanctum.
I've seen that hand motion before. You play your card, and you just kind of shake it around. You're like, I don't know what I'm doing. I guess here's good enough. You know, sometimes
I mean,
that's just what it is.
Most obvious Void Seeker of all time. Alan 100% knows that they have Void Seeker here, so it's like, what are you doing against the Void Seeker?
I imagine KGO was considering what he would do in retribution of a Darius coming down.
2, 4, 6, 7. I mean, here's the thing, like,
I imagine Darius looking really tempting.
Cleave Darius is absolutely devastating because you go Kaisa, Conquer, they go Void Seeker, you... Oh, no, you can't actually cleave the... In response to Void Seeker. Okay, never mind. But you can do it first, at least, if you wanted to.
Obviously, the Darius will come in.
Okay, this makes sense. So now it's like, do you want to just cause the trade here for Void Seeker?
Yeah, I mean, the Kaisa deck is not that good at protecting its
putting that unit on battlefield there felt sus at best.
Like a Void Seeker. You have to remove it and still trade off all your units.
This is Alan knowing, just like absolutely knowing, like that Void Seeker might as well have just revealed it to him, right? The plays have made you think this is Void Seeker. So this makes the Void Seeker super awkward.
So KGO gets full knowledge of
pick the layout that hides the clock. So here's the thing. Layout was made before this tournament. The layout made more sense for the previous tournaments. I am not a graphic designer, so I don't get to choose it. It's about 14 minutes left in the round, but I don't have a way to move it. But yeah, this layout was not made for this specific tournament that happened this weekend. So had no idea where the clock was going to be. It was not there for the Chinese events that we covered before.
It's all in your hands now, KGO. You show me what's up, and sometimes this is what you got to do. If you're sitting there stressing while your opponent's tanking about a tough decision, it kind of just can get in your own head. So the best thing to do is just be like,
okay, Hex
all right,
Tech
I will see
Ray,
what happens,
that
and
works.
then I will start thinking again.
Looks like it's just, again, like you said, going to be that direct damage coming through with the Hextech Ray.
Still big old trade.
KGO, we are at least going to get that Darius off of the board, but this presents a prime opportunity for Alan ZQ to come in and...
Observation. Yeah, but I mean, like, the layout was made before the tournament happened, so...
Yeah, that Hextech Ray leaving up 2 energy...
I don't have a way to make it... It's not modular enough to move just that part, so...
Really good after that turn. A board that seemed pretty favorable for KGO.
The clock is only mildly relevant to the enjoyment of the match as a viewer, and if you want to know how much time is left, I'll let you know. We're at just under 13 minutes right now.
Interesting note here, KGO only has 1 Mind Rune. Even if there is a 1,000 Tail Watcher wanting to be played, it is not actually an option on this table.
Okay, we can
Darius,
Void Seeker Darius. Void Seeker plus Darius? Nope, don't even need the Void Seeker.
Remember, we ended up keeping on top of our deck that we saw earlier to draw at this kind of particular moment. Means this Darius is going to have the 7 might to hopefully contest
Alan is jovial.
So a trade out for that unit getting over, and KGO will go back up into 4 points for the score lead.
Yeah, keeping the Pouty Poro with the intention of, I need something cheap to play with this Darius, so I've been holding totally.
Alan also getting the 4th point, so quite relevant here.
Pressure the Candlelit Sanctum, potentially trade in with the Poro there. Alan,
not too bad. I mean, Alan slightly behind, but not much.
Less crucial for him this turn. At 4 points, if you're able to take the Arena's Greatest, you're only going up to 5. That odd number, much less threatening than an even number. So I could see a turn here where if we can't remove the Darius, it's very possible we just back our stuff up, play some stuff to the board, and really set up for a big future play, especially if the idea is, maybe we're able to take both battlefields, go to 6, and set up a Time Warp.
All right, Alan weighing the option says Void Seeker.
The use for Alan here.
Problem is that this is
coming in first.
This is not great if
4 damage to the Darius, which means this Watchful Sentry looks really good.
Hextech Ray
for trading with it, and then getting also the bonus draw from the Sentry.
Yep, that works. Clear Darius, draw a card.
Something like a retreat at
we'll
all
take that. I think we're quite
alive.
okay with that exchange.
As I was saying about the points, Alan's at 4. Doesn't
I
really
didn't know if we topped or bottomed with the Candlelit Sanctum last turn.
Take the Arena's Greatest.
I'm wondering if Alan is retreating Poro here or not.
Position
nope.
For later for a potential,
just leaving it.
Hold here, or if the contest doesn't come through for the Pouty Poro, of just like Alan really being in that position where he just is allowed to have a whole nother turn here of setup. As long as he scores 1 or 2 more points, then things like that Time Warp play on the table, like you said. But being able to set
3,
up
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we are within Time Warp range here.
Catch up.
We are
Alan
in Time Warp range.
This Pouty Poro in the Candlelit Sanctum, possibly thinking like, hey, if you want to move your Pouty Poro in and we trade, that's fine.
Might be a Stupefy.
It's one of those things that is now allowing KGO to potentially use an Accelerate unit as a removal spell. Normally, one of the things you do in matchups like this is keep your stuff safe in the base, because Kai'Sa is so good at conquering and removing units at the battlefield with their Accelerate units like Darius, Thousand Tail Watcher, Kai'Sa. And a lot of times you can disallow them that opportunity. Alan saying,
this looks like
okay, if you want to accelerate into my Pouty Poro, maybe I have a retreat, maybe I have a Stupefy, whatever. I think I'm happy with you playing units, and it looks like KGO is maybe going to go for that line here by playing this Kai'Sa.
Finally coming in from the champion unit zone, as you said, going to go for the Conquer draw.
Taking the other battlefield.
2/5, draw a card.
Potentially afraid of the Hextech Ray coming out of Alan, really needs this card off Kai'Sa maybe and doesn't want this trade to occur.
But that Poro trade coming in here
offering
now,
the trade,
pointed out earlier, and it actually
cleave.
Try and take it over with a cleave play on top of it.
If Alan does have that Hextech Ray, could offer the trade by Hextech
Ray.
The other
mostly okay with that.
Kai'Sa is already exhausted, and the deflect.
See Void Seeker and Ravenbloom student.
KGO, I'm all of a sudden kind of rooting for them a little bit more, but the Candlelit Sanctum, I'm going to take a look at the cards, and they are. The breath coming out of KGO really going like, okay, well, these are Ravenbloom plus Void Seeker. Maybe not what we're looking for necessarily.
Not sure what Alan has, though.
Void Seeker potentially pretty good on a big turn if you need to just remove the units at the battlefields and then move in. However, Ravenbloom student, keeping that's kind of an idea of like, oh, I think the game's going to go a while. I need to be able just to play non-accelerated units into my base.
And we know, and for what it's worth, Alan almost certainly also knows that there is still a Void Seeker in hand.
How he solidifies his place in this game, as it is game 3. Both of these players make it or break it here in top 16. Player goes home, one of them moves on.
Yeah, Alan does have enough rooms to do something like the Time Warp, but is unable to take both battlefields without playing more spells. Can only play the Time Warp if that's the route.
Cathian Rain would be pretty good here.
No just victory on the table here, but a
Watcher, not too
shabby.
Good
at clearing these battlefields. One of the most important cards in a matchup like this one.
Going to be accelerated here, which unless that means a double mind channel next turn means, things like the Time Warp are off the table. But here it is, very easily trading into this Kaisa, knocked down to 1 might because of the 1,000 tail Watcher. And it even means the Pouty Poro is going to be easy to trade into as well.
The Void Seeker not going to do anything again. Again, Alan masterfully just like, hey, I know you have Void Seeker. Like, good luck getting value out of playing this card. I know it's there. Go ahead and cast it.
Up then to 5 points, and now this Pouty Poro versus other Pouty Poro, but one of them's got a little bit more might.
KGO having to make a big decision here. On
the minuses don't go away.
If it's a removal spell or a Stupefy, I'm going to have to pay Deflect, go down on runes, currently on 8 runes themselves, which is kind of what you need to play a 1,000-tailed Watcher plus something else, or something like that Time Warp. And a situation where every single rune matters as you are trying to get over this finish line to get to those 8 points, and Alan's about to threaten a win by having both of these battlefields.
Okay, let's see.
Luckily, we do still have the Daughter of the Void legend ability. Which will help even with the deflect cost, as long as it is one of those kind of trick sets.
And it's like, does Alan have a Time Warp or one of these big spells left in their hand? I mean, they've got a lot of cards in hand.
Stupefy here would work. That doesn't have a natural power cost, but Smokescreen, Void Seeker, Hex Tech Ray, all of those do and will cost that extra rune, even through the Daughter of the Void.
Debating if they're going to cast the Void Seeker that Alan has known has been in their hand the whole time.
Yeah, this doesn't actually stop Alan from taking the Candlelit Sanctum. This Ravenbloom student gets to go in immediately. To me, if I'm Alan, I'm thinking, okay, KGO is saying that they need to draw cards. They need something else that's not in their hand, so they're forced to
Alan's side can't. He's keeping his cards just out of sight. I think I see a Ravenbloom student, a Stupefy maybe. Keeps.
This is one of those situations when your opponent's playing Candlelit Sanctum, the game's really close.
Yeah.
And they're
just under, just about 5.5 minutes left in this round.
What is happening?
It does seem like even if it goes to turns, we're going to be in a decent spot to finish the match.
What do I think is going to matter next turn? If I'm going to get a next turn, very likely on this board, hard to break through both the 1,000-tail Watcher and the Ravenbloom student for Kaisa with 9 runes, but is this a game that's going to continue past this next turn cycle? I would say it's pretty unlikely, and Alan is trying to figure that out himself.
What does KGO have? They bottomed 2 with Candlelit Sanctum.
I'm trying to think, like, what does KGO do here? And aside from using some, like, mass removal, a Cathian Rain type ability.
They have Watcher 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So they can't have Watcher plus other thing. They can Watcher take out the Watcher, but then Alan goes to 7. That's not great. I thought they passed turn. I'm like, that's not going to do it.
Play cards like Legion Rearguard because they're very cheap units that accelerate and can steal
points.
Okay,
Cathian Rain.
Has the Cathian Rain clearing the board.
Just to stop it, yep.
Alan not having something like Legion Rearguard in his deck means he can't really just take both battlefields from a hand with only 10 runes. That requires 2 Darius. Pretty unlikely. Is possible, though. But most of the Accelerate units are pretty expensive.
Ravenbloom student. See what Alan has off the top.
Like, is that a real thing that we could do?
Still have a full grip of cards.
Would have traded with the Watcher, so it's so hard. At least getting a Ravenbloom student down for KGO though means that, like, he's first to start putting
Yordle to draw a card.
But for Alan, as we're just kind of exchanging this playing units now, at least this one draws a card for a new option.
Yeah, so Alan here not able to take the battlefields. Not going to be able to really hold them.
Eric, one of them. Oh, you're nice. That's awesome.
KGO.
Your study group
that's going to get
friend.
If you assume there's a second,
that's awesome.
That's threatening the win. And even if Alan doesn't have anything, has
that is awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, having to Falling Star the Ravenbloom student, not ideal, obviously, but
because you just cannot allow your opponent to have.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
To then threaten the double conquer for the win.
3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 6, 7. So it'll be a 9 next turn.
Double conquer plays are pretty difficult for these decks that don't have units out.
Gotta take a look. What is in their range? Alan knows whether or not they have rear guards in the deck. I don't know the answer to that, but it's open deck list at this point, so they will know.
It looks like it's going to be true in this game as well. Already at 6 points, maybe only needs 1 conquer and a hold if is able to get a unit in play and then get to their next turn. But Alan also is threatening that win. So having a card like Time Warp in your hand that takes time and takes resources when it could be something else, another piece of interaction, another cheap unit you could get into a battlefield. It's really showing the pain of having that card here.
Plays in the back. Don't think it's. I guess if you have double Legion rearguard, that would be a conquer. But this is just like face
Alan
up.
Not wanting to go in, realizes going
face
to 7
up for Alan.
Not really mattering. It makes your Darius
Okay,
better.
Yordle to draw a card.
Exhaust out. No runes available. If you have
Yordle to draw a card.
I don't think you do. That seems
okay.
Really
We're not winning the game this turn as KGO. Alan has to like this position. Definitely a side of weakness to, and then it looks like says pass. Okay, now Alan just has to like play around the most amount of cards. Play around the greatest number of cards.
Needed for Alan to win here. It matters. Is there an answer to this lecturing Yordle? Does KGO have
present it first?
Or Hextech Ray?
You got Hextech Ray. That's fine.
Right
maybe
because nothing's removing this Darius, which is these amount of runes. But Alan, you know. A full grip of
I thought you couldn't hold for this point. That is not true. You definitely can.
Turn,
absolutely can.
Pretty good at setting up for the future.
Either hold or score at all battlefields. Or an alternate point.
I don't think there's anything KGO can do with just 2 energy into a 7 and a 5 might unit. This is well played from Alan.
This is Alan. This is going to be Alan at GG.
It's the arena's greatest. KGO getting that early lead. But Alan
and Alan top 8 for Alan. World champion. Love to see it. Oh, Alan had a Cathian Rain too and a Stupefy. Wow. Love to see it. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Again, GG Alan. Wow. LOR. Holding it down. BRB.
The third Lecturing Yordle and a Time Warp. A lot of those cards really good in the early game, the Lecturing Yordle, the Retreat, things you want when you're trying to score points and bounce back and forth and play this trading game. Not good when you get to that in-game situation where you're just like, I need to accelerate units, I need to remove your units from the board. The only thing that matters is both of us threatening this every single turn until one of us blinks. And KGO has the Time Warp, never has enough energy to play it, putting him in a position with a card that kind of doesn't do anything. Alan getting to play all those tools, play all those resources, and into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so vastly different to me. I know you weren't here earlier, but being able to watch George G navigate the mirror in a similar fashion, very calculated. It's some of the highest level of gameplay that I think we can ask for right now in Riftbound. And there's only so much more to come in the future. Even in this own tournament, I'm sure we're going to see more levels of that same gameplay. But Alan ZQ really showing his expertise and his veterancy in card games and strategy games.
Yeah, there was a lot of points in these games, and we've seen this a lot with Alan, where, you know, I am behind. How do I get ahead, or how do I close the door before you catch up? And he's done a really great job of capitalizing on those situations. In the first game, which he did lose, he made a really good play that got a huge tempo swing of answering a Kaisa plus a Cleave with only a Hextech Ray and a Stupefy. A really great combat for him that both put him up cards and energy value in just the amount of cards he got to play, and then capitalizing again in Game 3, where he's behind on points, going second, and is able to regain that tempo through making very similar style of play.
I am so conflicted here, Aaron. I don't know if Time Warp is good. I don't know if Time Warp is bad. I saw double Time Warps today from George G. I saw Time Warps being stuck in hand, not really getting us there, but it's a question that will be answered, I think, throughout this tournament and hopefully at the end of the day. We've got a couple of pieces of content we're going to be shoving over so we can catch up before we lead into our next feature match.
All right, I'm here with Sean Dollywall, the tallest Riftbound competitor I could find in the room. He's just made it to the top 16, though. Sean, please, tell me a little bit about your run, how it's been going, and maybe some of your preparation.
So I prepared with Tarek, and like he basically, he's such a good card game player. He explained to me that he's been playing Kaisa a bit, and then he started playing Annie, and he thinks Annie's the best deck, and like after testing a bit, I also believe Annie's the best deck. So what I did was like I just went to like 2 Nexus nights and like just played a bit of Kaisa. It was like best of 1, learned the game, and then we did 8 hours of testing on the Sunday. And after that,
we're back. There's a volley deck in top 64. There was a volley deck in top 64. Annie, we saw Annie beat them in the top 64.
Friday was really important. Like the skirmish went 5-1, and I learned so much. And then, yesterday, the run's been good. I lost 1 game yesterday due to a misplay. I lost a couple games here and there due to like not knowing how cards work. But other than that, like I was able to still 2-1 a lot of people.
Okay,
we
are back.
I've drawn well. I haven't missed my 2-drop. I got the cards when I needed them. So like a bit of luck and like trying to play tight and it's been fun. It's a good game. So.
Yeah. Well, you're no strangers to success in TCGs, but moving on, top 16. How are you feeling about your chances going forward?
I'm feeling good. I think I have one of the best decks in the room. Like I think Tark came to like a really good list. I feel great into every matchup basically. I'm sure there are some bad ones, but like I feel good in every matchup. I feel like I can win. Hoping to win the die roll and really hope to top 8 and go from there. So just praying, yeah.
All right, congrats on the run so far, Sean, and hopefully we'll see you continue to move forward in the tournament.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I thought that's who that was. Yeah, they're a Fab Pro from, I believe, from Toronto, which was
here with Cody Williams,
relatively
winner of the best of Victor here at the
was
Houston
relatively
Regional
local to me
Qualifier.
before.
Cody, tell me why
Victor.
And then, you can tell me a little bit
They're
about the
so
run.
sick.
Yeah, so I played Victor because honestly I think it's a really good deck. Probably one of the best decks in the game. I mean, I beat 5 Kaisas. I lost to 0 Kaisas. I think the Kaisa matchup is actually good if you know what you're doing as Victor. So I brought it to try and win. I like playing the deck. I make 1-1s. 1-1s are sweet. But I also could win this, and I won this. And I knew everyone's crapping on Victor. Like, it's not good. It's not good. It's a meme deck. And I'm like, dude, this deck's sick. You guys just don't know yet. So I'm excited for when people like get to see the list, maybe get to try it for themselves, and actually maybe we shake up the meta a little bit.
I love that.
The actual Victor.
Look, I think that is big. I mean, tell me, you ended up beating all the Kaisas you ran into. What were the matchups that ended up giving you trouble and knocking you out in the end?
Well, Annie is tough, just because you have no agency. Annie is tough for everyone. So I lost to an Annie, I beat an Annie. And then in my top 64, I played against mid-range G. Mid-range G is pretty hard if they know what they're doing because they have a lot of counters. So, and I'm a little inexperienced at matches that aren't Kaisa. So, so he definitely just kind of steamrolled me there. But other than that, I can be pretty happy with the rest of the meta. Like Aurora is so easy to play against.
All right, well, you're saying that some people are not knowers about the Victor, but for any Victor fans at home, is there anything you can enlighten for them as to why you think Victor is so good? Some of the cards that maybe made the difference this weekend?
Singularity, Rex,
okay,
Watcher. And then here's the spice. I'm going to give you the spice ahead of time, but it's Call for Glory. You run the card in your deck. It's a 3 pump. You get to play around all the tricks, and you get to attack super greedy. And if they have a trick, you have a trick. And if they don't have a trick, you got to attack super greedy.
All right, that sounds good to me. Well, congratulations on your finish, and hopefully we'll see you at, I don't know, Bologna, Vegas in the future.
For sure.
All right, well, back to the desk. We'll have more Riftbound action here at the Houston Regional Qualifier.
Love it.
All right, I'm here with Cabin, freshly minted top 16 competitor. Taking all the way here with Annie.
Yeah.
Another Annie in top 16.
It's been feeling great. So we've had 1 loss so far and an ID in the last round of Swiss yesterday. Obviously 2-0 today, so we made it to top 16. Deck's been feeling great. I actually decided to switch my strategy of how I sideboard mid-tournament yesterday, and so that was a first experience for me as I played a lot of card games competitively. That was
I see Marshall in the back.
It worked out really well, so we're just happy to be here.
All right, well, I mean, it's paying off, and looking forward into the top 16, how are you feeling about your chances?
I feel pretty good. The newfound strategy that I've had has been working pretty well. There's a lot of Aurora MFs out there and stuff, so feels like some favorable matchups out there. Not
I see Richard in the back.
Decks, just hoping to dodge some mirrors.
Richard's one of our production folks.
Yeah.
All right, well, I know you make some Riftbound content. Why do you go
some of the mastermind behind the Vegas production.
It is True Champion Gaming. We're actually going to have a deck profile of this list that I'm running at the event on our channel next week, so definitely go get it.
No, I want it now. I want the list now. Actually, I'm kidding. I want Tarek's list. I know Tarek from Flesh and Blood, and you don't bet against Tarek. Now, I don't know if he's in the top 16 or how far they made it. They were at the top of near the top of the standings coming into this
we're here for the second feature match that we have in our top 16, as promised, of course.
Is it an
Annie mirror?
Give
a little bit of insight for the viewers because we've watched a lot of gameplay as we get closer and closer to the edge of this tournament. We are going to see some people that we have already seen, of course. And this we have the Master Yi mirror match. So we just talked about Kaisa.
No, another Yi in. Boo.
Master Yi is one of these especially
a Yi in top 8. So we have a Kaisa in top 8 and a Yi in top 8.
Playing two different distinct builds of it.
That's true. Yeah, there are a couple different E builds people can be playing. There's some that are playing a normal kind of mid-range game, some cheap units, things like First Mate, Deadblue Predator, White Flame Protector. Reasonable game plan backed up by pump spells and tricks and counter spells like Defy. And then there are builds playing Dazzling Aurora, not playing any of those cheap things, just
okay, let's see
Predator,
what
giant
else
monsters,
do you
playing more of the
we
early ramp cards,
have
Catalyst of
here
Aeons,
going
and
on.
just trying to outsize.
How's everyone doing here? We are in
outsize decks,
the end of the top 16 here. This event has been going quite quickly, which I love to see.
Pretty open-ended and gives you some strong flexibility in how you want to go about your game plan.
That's a great assessment.
China's meta lives on. I mean, not necessarily.
But that means we've got some gameplay we're going to be jumping into, though, for a Master
way more
Yi
Annie
matchup.
than in China.
We've got Clyde, who we saw, who is sporting that dazzling arena, and I'm excited to see what
way more Annie
ESR
than
in
China. But I mean,
but
let's be honest, Kaisa was not going away for sure.
If ESR's is this kind of mid-range version, do you think there's a favorite?
Yeah, I would really have to lean in the Dazzling Aurora build. A lot of times.
So there was one
like
Lee Sin, one
this,
Victor, one Darius, one Yasuo, one Volibear in the top 64. They all got their best of prizing.
If you're too slow compared to them, you're going to get run over.
3 Teemos with the sweat playing their first round to see who gets that best of Teemo. 7 misfortunes. Same number of Annies and Master Yis in day 2. Kind of crazy. And then 27 Kaisas. Who would have thought?
I think that's a pretty safe bet. You know, again, we're at open deck list, at least for
oh, that was a joke.
Players,
sorry.
We've immediately now been, our answers are given.
I can't
ESR
tell.
Playing that kind of mid-range version.
It's hard. It's hard to convey
Aurora.
sarcasm in text.
All the way to game 3 versus a misfortune.
Or it's rather, it's hard to convey subtle sarcasm. There we go.
It out because cards like this, Zonia's Hourglass, being able to rebuy one of these giant units that you're
playing off the top.
Yeah,
it's not my fault.
Especially excited about
chicken.
to have something like a Finder Center.
Anyway, here we
get that
go.
rune, draw that card, kind of
now,
race as quickly as possible to those big.
I talked about how I liked watching the Kaisa mirror. I'm not as big of a fan of the Master Yi mirror. Although this is Eggplant Yi versus Aurora Yi, so it's at least going to be. I feel like this is going to be steamrolls one way or the other, all of the games, you know.
As long as we start getting units onto the board to get these 2 points per turn for ESR, that's the pace you're kind of looking for when, as you watch the Dazzling Aurora deck kind of set up and ramp, like with this.
Okay, so this is 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is Aurora next turn, right?
Means you're not too sad to not have a Finder Center. You're already
got.
Next turn you're going to be at 9.
You've already got Zonya's in play. That's good.
You still have access to Deadbloom Predators, backed up by this Hourglass, or the Master Yi.
So my guess for top 8 is going to be Kaisa,
own though from ESR, which you do see
Kaisa
being played in this kind of mid-range version. Just to
we know Yi.
To that point in the game where you're allowed
do
to
I say 4 Kaisas? It's probably 4 Kaisas, right?
From your hand.
I don't think I think the reason that it's tech and that it's spice is that there's probably no buffs that Victor runs, so you just pay 2 energy for it. But that is kind of the genius of it, is that you're never playing around that card in Victor, you know? It's like, oh, they're not playing buffs. They're obviously not playing Call to Glory. Oh my God, they had Call to Glory.
I feel like you have to play the units straight out from your hand if they're stuck there. Honed Yi coming in from the
I think that's the joke.
Instead of a Dazzling, gonna contest against.
But I could be wrong.
Keeper.
Yeah, and if you had the Dazzling Aurora there, you're certainly going to be slamming.
It makes some sense. Is there any buffs at all that they could be running? I mean, technically, yeah, but I doubt it.
Having the ramp, having to play a much more fair mid-range game of Clyde's own, similar to what ESR is probably about to do in return.
Yeah, pass back, of course, get the hold with the Kiana. Obviously didn't attack into it because you would have just been trading, but you do have your own Zonia's Hourglass.
Didn't have.
But as we pass going into it, I think this could be, you know, an opportunity.
Did not have Aurora, obviously.
Putting us to that 9. Deadbloom plus On Guard would be nice to do here against the E, but you are still staring across 2 readied runes from Clyde.
You brought up the fact that the Master Yi would have traded with the Kiana if they go in, and I think that's a really important point for the Master Yi mirror. Both players are much better at defending and holding than they are attacking. Normally, the attacker is so favored, especially in matchups like Kaisa, where there's so many big Accelerate units and 1,000-tailed Watchers. And here, there's some of that, and there are combat tricks. But if you're able to hold up your tricks, that +2 from the Legend just makes combat super painful for your opponent. They have to risk so much going in because the numbers just are almost never going to be in their favor.
Find your center, channel draw. Pit Rookie coming in, going to give a buff to this Kiana, make it a little bit more sticky onto the board. Ooh, we even have one of those exclusive Riot buffs. I wish I had some of those. Those look so beautiful. Star Wars Portal coming down as well.
Those buff tokens are sweet.
That's not what that was, but I do think they are gorgeous. And I'm excited to see just pieces like that in general being nice little fun giveaways from when are interacting with
the Riot buff is sick. I love that.
Clyde didn't have a really big play last turn, or wanted to use the Yi and hold up some protection. I was curious if there was another big one here, but it does seem like there's this Dead Bloom Predator ready to pick a fight.
8 versus
Obviously
7.
Still no Dazzling Aurora. I think that would have been the play here. But, you know, sometimes you don't need the Aurora if you just draw enough big monsters and have some good early ramp.
Yeah, 7 might to 8, even with the Yi
Love
buff.
it.
And it looks
Love
like
the exchange there. And now we've got, I think, a pair of Defies.
Yeah, I think I was able to get a glimpse of ESR's hand there. It looks like things like Find Your Center in other units, not any protection spells. A charm available.
Hiding a card.
Clyde
Okay, so
has
just
both the
getting the
battlefields
Zanyas and the other Zanyas in play. Okay.
Wow, even paying and getting a bonus hidden card here for Clyde can only mean that we've got probably double Zonia's Hourglass. Maybe there's a Pocket Cup that we could talk about, but I doubt so in this Dazzling Aurora variant.
Yeah, this is a pretty face-up hidden card. The good thing about Hourglass, though, is it is hidden. You can choose when you're ready to try and protect something. So if you're valuing the Dead Bloom Predator more
now,
than me, which it looks
if
like
you have 2 Zanyas out, does it pop
so
both of them?
Until that Dead Bloom Predator starts to get pressured.
Does it, or I don't actually know how double Zanyas works.
8 energy here, using for a White Flame Protector. It looks like it was going on top of that Pit Rookie, giving it the extra 8 might.
So it does pop both of them.
Again, only really
so it's actually kind of bad to have 2 out.
Dead Bloom, but we do have the option to attack into
or maybe
instead.
I would imagine we're going to get that home E attack here. Again, there's a charm in ESR's hand, which means if you're able to fight that Master Yi and win the fight, you're then able to either charm it again, because it's going to live from the Hourglass, or attempt to charm the Dead Bloom out of that battlefield.
Okay, in this case, it's fine, I think.
Going to draw us a card, unless this gets defied, if there's one in the hand, as I can kind of see. Looks like that's not going to be the case here, but going to 10 and 10.
Card, there we go. Yi comes back and out. Now it's a moot point. Just one.
Way more of a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, this situation is.
Well, in this case, they were able to hold it, but like if they threatened the Dead Bloom, did you have to like? Would it effectively get rid of both of them? I don't know. I don't actually know the answer.
I think there's maybe a first mate in the hand. Doing that and moving in the White Flame Protector and then doing a charm possibly gives you the ability to remove one of these units in play and start to
in any case, it pops both. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Clyde's bigger in-game comes online fully.
Because they both trigger, and then like it doesn't matter.
When you are playing this kind of mid-range version, is that you get cards like First Mate because you don't want to be playing cards like that in the Dazzling variant. So White Flame's going to go in, still get that
card checks the conditions.
Going to 5, and it looks like that charm is coming through here.
I don't know. I don't know.
The 8 plus the 10, but Discipline does give the +2, but of course we have the Zonia's Hourglass that we are allowed to activate, and it's just going to save itself from there. Discipline wearing off as the unit was then recalled.
Yeah, this is a turn where do you get rid of both Hourglasses? Now
it is not a map. I agree.
But I think that was a lot of ESR's kind of power there. It does have the White Flame Protector in a battlefield that's going to ask a little bit of Clyde to get through with that Wuju Blade Master.
There's a White Flame.
Trade for a trade. This Yi is about to go to
and
town.
there's no.
Am I getting bamboozled? This is a Dazzling deck, right? I mean,
there's
I remember him playing the
Zanyas.
last time he was on here, but we are just raw playing all of the units that we end up drawing for the turn, and they're just as good as if you play them from the top of the deck, then from your hand, of course.
Oh, and another Zanyas.
Hidden card
wow.
Here. I can a third Zonia's Hourglass off the get-go.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty massive, these Hourglasses this game. I had mentioned at the start, Clyde maybe not super happy about
and we're like pretty, we're
pretty
sure that
ahead of time, it is worth a whole nother big monster.
That ESR doesn't have a Defy. I mean, they could draw one. Clyde does have a Defy. I see Eggplant, I see Pit Pookie, and I see Find Your Center. That's not a great hand.
Still that 8 might body for later. And now it's going to be a rough situation for ESR because
we can,
a play like that was exact. Because it's different where if it came off the dazzling, the white flame protection
can eggplant plus
right?
other unit to threaten Yi.
Right away. Whereas when you play them from hand, that's where the full value
still
comes
not
from.
great.
Pick it and then swing with a unit.
Yeah, this is why people like the Master Yi Dazzling Aurora variant compared to something like Misfortune. The Misfortune deck certainly more all-in with its units and its Aurora. You just don't have the same level of a power and ability to just play kind of a normal game. Part of that is having access to Find Your Center with Calm gives you more good ramp, and things like Ancient Hourglass make you a little bit more robust compared to Misfortune's really bursty, powerful in-games and things like Bullet Time.
Okay, Find Your Center, just trying to
There's that Find Your
draw
Center
a
you
card.
talked about earlier. We finally are going to play it, and it is only costs 1, as both players are 3 away from the victory score, and it's going to draw us a card and channel.
Okay, this
and
looks
now we're
like
gonna
Eggplant.
Tap out for 8. It looks like a dead.
AKA Tasty Feyfolk.
Nope, white or Tasty Feyfolk accelerated makes the same math as well, and this at least allows us to attack a little bit more aggressively with multiple units, and then you still have some, extra resources coming if the Tasty Feyfolk doesn't make it through.
Yeah, an on guard here from Clyde could be a pretty big blowout unless ESR has a trick in response. Just a Find Your Center going to cycle that one. But the question is, do I care about this Master Yi? Clyde has another Zanya's Hourglass hidden almost certainly. So is that something I want to play here? Or do I value say this Yi is actually worth less than
save
8 might
the
units?
Yi, or do they want to save it for an 8 might
Like
unit?
we're
I
probably
kind
gonna end
of
up flipping it up as the Master Yi just still counts as a very large
makes
body.
sense.
Remember, taking a lot of the trade here means this Yi still has a lot of punching power when going against that first mate, even though
We're
ESR
gonna go to
gets
6.
Yeah, Tasty Feyfolk does get to draw a card here. ESR really needs cards, really running low on
Another
resources,
Find Your
and
Center,
Clyde just having
cycle.
way more numbers in play means the pressure is on ESR to find those answers.
Gonna even keep the Yi back at home. White Flame moving up, going up to 7 for Clyde, and now all of a sudden, ESR
This deck will be a joke for most matchups, right?
If there's
But
anything that's
like that's the thing. I've talked about it a lot.
Stalwart Poro.
I've talked about
Now
it
I'm
many
so
times.
He must be siding
wait.
dazzling auroras and only playing a couple of low.
Wait,
energy
hold
units
up.
because we definitely saw dazzling
Hold
auroras
up.
earlier today.
Is it a transformational sideboard into Aurora? Hold up. Hold up. That's insane. And I love it.
Don't think you're Aurora in game 1. They're probably not going to board in answers to Aurora in game 2.
That is actually hilarious because we saw them in game 3 before.
Because this entire time,
that's actually hilarious. But like this is, I've talked about it before.
And now it makes me excited for what the future of this match will look like. And
where like sometimes you just have to play.
Still kind of in the driver's seat now that the Hone ESR is going in.
Like
and
you can have a deck that is really good and is good against a lot of things, but then auto loses to some things. And some like in order to win a tournament, sometimes you just have to get lucky in multiple ways. And the matchups that you come up against is one of those ways that you need to get lucky sometimes. So like even if like it's a bad matchup into certain decks, like that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Tried and true favorite for a lot of these Master Yi decks because it's very good at holding points once you get onto them, but it's going to be highly contested versus the Obelisk of Power on the side of Clyde.
Turn 1, Find Your Center getting countered by the Defy. One of those things that Clyde obviously not super used to happening was just going to draw the card. Normally your Find Your Center just resolves, but if you are in ESR seat, slowing down Clyde seems like a prime directive for you. Your
Transformation for sideboards, I love games. Yes, I love a transformational
really
sideboard.
Slow down, you're going to get to score some points and maybe get to hold that Grove of the God Willow and really get some card advantage going.
Absolutely. So our judges will sort it out. Of course, they'll take care of it and everything. But, Obelisk of Power, when I see that one, it makes me potentially think that we did in the Dazzling Auroras, getting that extra advantage for trying to make the game, accelerate a little bit quicker. But my question to you is, what is ESR going to do in combat if we did side in those Dazzling Auroras and they might be coming? Because it is open deck list. That is an option that ESR is aware of happening.
Well, I think this is
oh wow, Froden won the best of Leona foil. That's funny.
To make sure you don't get the extra rune. I am afraid of your late game. You gave me this extra rune with the Obelisk of Power, so I can play a unit and have a Defy up, and that's something I normally wouldn't get to do in this time of the game. But I'm willing to give up that Obelisk of Power.
Also, Punch Fist, yes.
And this is the way of saying that.
Punch Fist.
Looks like a lot of Catalyst of Aeons to get some more ramp. Not a lot of payoffs or action, so a lot of pressure on top decking some more units and things to play here to get ahead.
looks like our judge is coming back, so we're going to get that resolution for what's going to resolve here, of course. And just trying to map our way out for the rest of this game for both of these players. You know, I do like the defy on, you know, the Catalyst or the Find Your Center. You know, Find Your Center to me feels a little better, denies that draw. But when I do think about it, stopping my opponent from channeling one rune right now, for me to have to pay the power cost on this defy and recycling one, it's kind of like a similar exchange, you would think, almost.
It is a little similar.
No, it's 2 energy, or yeah, 1 energy.
A card and a rune.
1 energy, 2
There's a
power,
possibility this
plus 5.
defy
Yeah, that
isn't
card's
that
insane.
relevant. Clyde has 4
Or
runes
it at least
from the
seems
opposite power.
insane.
Is going to get 2 each turn. That means on turn 3 is going to have 8 runes, which is enough to play all of the units that aren't Dazzling
It
Aurora.
at the very least seems
so
really
if Clyde
good.
doesn't happen to have that Dazzling Aurora, it's very reasonable that this 9th rune
they're just
isn't
looking
that
at, like,
relevant.
what is
Maybe the defy could have been used to win a combat later, but how that plays out in that prediction of Clyde's hand is something ESR has to make, and just saying, I need to make sure you Aurora 1 turn sooner.
Why?
If that's something in your hand,
Why is it
because if you do
actually?
a quick one of those,
Because, you know,
I love that.
Primal Strength was just not good enough, so we took 3 energy off of its cost, and 2 might for what it's worth, but
Seems we got the
made it a
resolution
common.
going on here from the judges is that we're going to get a judge shuffle. You know, we saw the card that was going to be on top of our deck. Instead of, you know, stopping the entire game and everything, we're just going to be like, well, you know, let's put it back. You don't need that card. We know that it is specifically that one card, and we're going to be shuffling up the deck and resuming the play. That Find Your Center getting canceled here.
No harm, no foul.
We're going to move on.
No harm, no
Moving
foul.
into the Grove, first contention and first point here for ESR, and a catalyst of their own to get and accelerate into the runes, which helps pay off for the defy that we just paid for earlier.
Yeah, taking this Grove of the Godwill, as I said before, pit rookie there, probably going to try and hold and draw some cards. Clyde only at 6 runes.
Would have been
not
really funny
able
if
to
the
play
card
with
was still the same one.
accelerated units, even the Master E at the Champ Zone.
Ooh, going
Having
to
cycle
play
a discipline to find some more action to do.
Double discipline on your opponent's
And
unit,
again,
not
just,
ideal.
You know, getting through these loops, trying to find cards that are things you can play on the next
That
turn. Gonna have 8 runes. Always can play the Master E.
Wait.
But if you're at 8, you can't Master E plus discipline, so you might as well try and find a more powerful play for the follow-up.
Yeah, just a cycle drawing kind of
that
turn
card I
there for
thought it was?
Clyde, which means you're
Is
going
that
to get
Unyielding
away,
Spirit?
which is the extra bonus draw for ESR. Go to 2 points, and now it's time for ESR to really kind of solidify a board state.
Yeah, and that draw was super important. Their
What
hand
is
defeat was turned with
Unyielding
a couple
Spirit in
catalysts
for?
and an on guard. Not the most threatening thing on this board. So
I'm probably
really
forgetting
dig
something.
Dig and find some action of what they could be doing. Now, plenty
Maybe
of reasons they could
maybe
use the
that's not
Master
what the
E,
card
go into
is.
the second battlefield to put a ton of pressure and start trying
Maybe
to
that's not what
conquer.
card it is. I mean,
Potentially
in their
Clyde
hand.
against the
It
Deadloop
looked
Predator
like
because
Unyielding
of the
Spirit.
Blade Master Legend, meaning that is just a trade. And we just saw
Isn't that-
Clyde have to
is
spend
it-
a
it
bunch
just
of
does nothing,
disciplines.
right?
So the odds of pump spells being able to break something like a Master E hold gets harder and harder.
Oh. They probably have to bring in Unyielding Spirit to get rid of units for Aurora.
Keep it safe. Probably not going to get away with that.
That is awkward and hilarious.
Yeah, you can see ESR there saying, like, okay, I could try and hold this Grove of the Godwillow, but I know you have the Master E. That can go
That is awkward and hilarious.
And I think you will probably just go there anyway, because the odds
I wonder
of
if that's what it
breaking
is.
my Master E
Like they just have a
are
literal
so low
blank
because
card in
I
their
have the legend
in their
bonus for
deck
this fight.
because they need to get rid of like the Pouty Poros and the other like
after playing Clyde's
the
own
other
Master E, it was
low
gonna keep
drops.
one up. So if it's answering just with on guard versus
That
on
would be
guard, like
hilarious.
you're still going to lose that exchange. So it makes 100% sense.
Clyde once again hiding this ancient hourglass. This is the way that.
Yeah, I was like,
back at
why?
spending
Like,
one
is there
power
even a
for the
single
equivalent of
card that it
6
does
life
anything against? I'm like, I can't think of it.
You are just
I don't
both
think
on
that
this
the
resource game and casting
Yasuo
these
deck
big
or
things.
the
You kind of
Master
both
Yi deck
only
has
need one
Yasuo
per
in it.
turn, just one Deadloop Predator, one Master Yi, and be able to break that serve through ancient
But it is
hourglass,
hilarious that
really
that's
special
probably
thing
what
to
it
have
is.
in your hand.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the rune discrepancy, right?
Not in
Because,
this
you know, we
matchup,
stop
yeah,
that.
exactly.
Charm coming in here is going to be pretty massive because it also means you have to immediately react with that Zoni's Hourglass because you're going to lose control of that battlefield, right? So flipping that over. But the rune discrepancy I was trying to get at was, you know, even with this one energy charm, you know, we have so much more to play with for ESR. Things like Dead Bloom are on the table. White Flame Protector are still on the table for them. Whereas Clyde, we're constantly having to pay these power costs. Yes, the Zoni's Hourglass is going to keep our unit alive, but since it's being forced out right here and now because of a charm play, we're just going to lose it immediately, and now you wish you kind of had it later.
Not
but
ideal.
We don't have a lot of runes to play with next turn.
Clyde has a Defy in hand. There was a deep thought there in his face of, do I want to counter this charm? I can either let the Hourglass save my E, or I can counter the charm with my Defy, but that's going to cost me a rune. Clyde at 6 runes. If you do that Defy, you go down to 5 and are unable to play White Flame Protector, Deadbloom, Predator, any of those really big plays you really want to be making the next turn, feeling pressured to be like, okay, your charm beats my Hourglass.
Okay.
That's fine. I have to save this.
This all makes sense.
Possibly, there's going to be a
It
huge
all
window in a
makes
big fight where you get to counter something really important. So, not a huge loss that you can't do it here, but
Hey, draw a card with the old clockwork.
Is that tank from Clyde thinking about what to do in that situation? Maybe you can sniff that Defy out.
Love the ganking coming in here from the Honed Yi. Moving over to that Godwillow, going to 5 points, and then a Clockwork Keeper. We did pay the additional costs on it. Going to recycle that Calm Room so we can draw a card. Catalyst of Aeons, and a Hide of our own. Going to put that hidden card to protect.
Well, this game feels like it is the opposite.
All of a sudden, all these... The turntables really have turned in this match because ESR
are we going to see a Deadbloom?
Zonia's did for Clyde, but on their own foot while also being up 4 points.
Okay, White Flame. That is a way to start getting back into it.
Such a massive number that there's not a lot of recourse from ESR other than just, okay, I'll save my E, you get it this turn, we'll have a fight next turn. But now having to get back over that point. Legend ability, so a little bit of a harder combat, needs another trick in hand to get through.
Passing it back, Clyde going up to 2 points. Really prime opportunity here for ESR to go to 7 and threaten holding.
Yeah, I really liked the not using the Defy there.
And only gonna really
also, like, potentially feigns that you don't have a Defy, or that you didn't have a Defy. Not necessarily, but it doesn't, like, confirm that you definitely do or definitely don't have it, you know?
Predator, Deadbloom Predator seems to be the decision on the choice for the 8-drop that we're going to be playing, and then immediately, again with the focus, gives the on-guard. When completely tapped out by Clyde, you know there's not going to be an answer. Great play to get this double conquer here and threaten the hold.
Yeah,
now we need, like...
Having access and open energy to be able to have things like on-guard and discipline.
I don't even know if there's
really
anything.
powerful.
Yeah, he's out of
So
steam. I can't imagine that there's another thing that you can do
with a ton
here.
of confidence, knowing you're going to get to eat that Master Yi, just trading it for an on-guard. A great deal on
he has more units and tricks. I guess you could charm the Deadbloom back and then take the other battlefield.
Fight your White Flame being up in the combat.
Probably what's going to happen here.
Because it does have deflect
and fight the Defy World.
Yeah, Clyde does have a lot of cards in hand. Looks like 6, a lot of options available, but you definitely need to get ahead on this board, not allow a hold, and not allow ESR to win that game through that way. In the future, hopefully you have more big monsters to be able to pressure the other side and never let this 7-point
that makes sense.
No on-guard here from ESR that would have helped out to at least get the trade. Catalyst coming through to help replenish some of these rooms, but Clyde being able to at least get a hold here means that the double conquer is going to be a little more difficult for ESR, but one White Flame Protector could do it.
One White Flame for another is what happened in game 1. I can see the same thing happening here. And again, Clyde, without much retribution, the only real thing you can do in those spots is something like a Primal Strength, but only 3 runes up, not able to play a card like that.
I see the White Flame, so that's going to be game 2.
It's crazy how thin that margin is, too, because we
might as well draw your card.
An energy last turn.
And thinking about the options, and yep, that's going to be it.
Around that deflect cost, and here is the White Flame going in, and that is game 2.
All right, game number 3. Are we going to see the transformational sideboard Yi make top 8? Or are we going to see the more traditional eggplant Yi take it down? Let's see. Now here's the question. Did they stay on Aurora or not?
Trade is old time, even. We have Experience Climb, though, coming out here for Clyde, and then Obelisk of Power for ESR on the other
So I don't like
side of the
Aurora.
table. So
yeah, I mean...
But we're playing 9.
I can definitely see.
I will say that Clyde was able to capitalize the Obelisk of Power well on the play. Some decks maybe not the best at that, but getting able to play a Find Your Center on the start, really strong thing to do when you are already playing a long game and you have that advantage through these Dazzling Auroras.
Yeah, and 4 to play with here on the side for ESR. We know cards like Kiana exist in this list. We saw it earlier in game 1, so can definitely think about playing
2,
that on turn 1 going
4,
second. Feels pretty
we'll
good.
go to
But
6 if we have
name of the game
another
is we need
ramp.
units, and I'm seeing some pretty
So if we have another ramp, we're
expensive
on
here on the
Aurora
side of
in 2
ESR.
turns. That's
That's not gonna
obviously
help us
best
get
case
points
scenario.
early on if our opponent is just playing some of these ramp spells.
No, these 2 White Flame Protectors, definitely a long game plan. Choosing to fire off a Sabotage early, that's a type of play compared to playing
no
that
ramp and no Aurora. Okay. And no.
There is not ramp in that hand.
That is a lot of pump spells.
Pump spell forward, I would say.
Wow.
These are the craziest triple discipline primal
Yeah,
strength.
this is why I don't like Aurora Yi.
Players that are going to play almost no units.
Wow.
I mean,
wow, is this hand not good?
Does have a Poro here. He's going to get a Poro in play. Probably Keon in next turn. Probably thrilled to see this hand. It's like, what are you going to be doing with your time?
Probably just take.
It's a situation of like, do I care about the 3rd discipline? That's probably the quote strongest card of these. Primal Strength though fills a very specific role. But when Clyde doesn't have units and is going to take a while to be able to play them, Primal Strength's really hard to leave up. It just costs so much energy. It's much better when you're already a little ahead and you stop your opponent from breaking.
I also think Primal Strength. That was that's what my gut says.
I know you have as many
strength.
2 cost plus 2s as you want. I'm going to play around that.
I mean, it's basically White Flame on a spell, right? I mean, it costs half as much, essentially, at action speed, but for 1 less, and you don't get the body with it. Like, it makes a lot of sense, but it's such a unique trick that you can play in a deck like this. And, because it costs 4, you do have to show it pretty handedly. But showing 4 is no different than showing up 2 disciplines.
It's another discipline.
1 discipline, 2 discipline. We'll see if we get a 3rd discipline out of Clyde, just recycling, trying to find a play for next turn.
Oh, that was good.
Really need something big.
Mobilize instead seems to be the draw that we got off of that.
Was
one.
actually excessively relevant because now Aurora off the top and we're in it.
First point is obviously going to be going over to ESR, and hopefully
that was actually insane.
On the board, or it might
because if it's Aurora off the top, we're in. Just knock the deck, slam the Aurora, and be on the way to the top 8. Now it's not a guarantee, obviously, but
something like that Defy in hand, potentially countering a discipline or a big effect from Clyde.
Man, and we're gonna play to 9. This is gonna be a crazy game.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a slog for both players. Not a blistering start out the gate. Not exactly a slow one from ESR, but definitely a slower one from Clyde.
Ramp to 9. Aurora off the top, maybe?
This is the type of battle where
unless
monsters deck, if given enough time, can overcome. However,
no, it's another ramp spell.
And ESR, we know, has them in hand already. So 1 monster in hand worth 2 in the deck.
I love that. No, I'm going to use that. That's so good. I think even showing
just
strength here, right? Not
develop Yi leaves you still on Aurora mana next turn.
I need to play something if my hand is not
get a point.
playing the
it's
best
fine.
cards at this current moment. Playing a Honed Yi makes sense. If you played the Poro, you would have just lost it immediately. So we're just going to hold on for a little bit.
There's still another discipline in hand.
Clyde knows there's this Poro at base. Has to think about White Flame Protector. ESR has a nice little, not bluff, unintentionally almost. Well, I can't go in with this Stalwart Poro because you'll probably just kill it with your Yi. I don't even get, it's not even
hiding,
keeping it so I could fight with the White Flame Protector.
Hiding Zhonya's does still allow for Aurora next turn, right?
Has to be thinking about that situation.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Here for a hidden Zhonya's Hourglass. And yeah, I can only imagine that
should hide. Yeah, I think so.
2,
4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, gonna go up to 9. We're still at Aurora. We're still at knock the deck Aurora off the top.
1 turn later in the same capacity.
Well, we do know that Clyde has 1
last that's White Flame.
Discipline in hand. So this is only
up
10
to
going
10.
into an 8.
I mean,
so
you have the
discipline.
discipline.
Trade and kill that Poro, and the Hourglass will of course save the Yi. Choosing to keep that discipline though, just let the Hourglass, let the Poro live.
I feel like I want
I don't
to.
think the Poro's worth my discipline.
I feel like I want a discipline just to draw the card.
It's true. We all know that discipline's at hand still. As we pass it back, of course, using everything that ESR had access to.
It was a find your center.
Table though, 1 point for everybody. Now we're playing like a normal game.
Yeah, that Master Yi, no reason discipline because you're going to get to go in and eat it for free.
Yeah, that's fine.
Has no runes available. And
yeah, it's fine.
Situation's the same either way. You get to keep that discipline and keep
discipline
that
is still there. I mean, I would have wanted to draw the card, but that's not necessarily true. If it was an Aurora off the top, it would be hilarious. It looks like it wasn't though. Looks like it might be a find your center. Another find your center.
Find your center, pretty standard here.
Yep.
Hey, look, a second one. So we're going to be channeling up all these runes that Clyde's been paying, at least in some power costs, and drawing some new cards.
I have discipline Defy up. That's pretty good.
Spells, and remember,
Is that another
more cards that
Zanya's?
ESR draws. The Finder Centers were already unknowns that he didn't know about, and now as we draw more cards, of course, it's even more unknown.
Charmo, ooh, that's actually really relevant. Okay, see, this is why Clyde is playing for top 8, and I'm over here not. Like this, knowing that there's still like it's still relevant now. If the charm was in hand the whole time, then this makes total sense. I didn't remember seeing it though.
Found all of them, so that being a
Luck,
thing
yeah.
that Clyde has turned off.
It looked like it may have just been off the top.
Find your center of our own means that we're not going to be playing a Master Yi at all this turn, and instead we need to find some units that we can use to buff up. And I guess Double Poro will get the job done, but we just are going to find ourselves in a similar
Double Poro's
situation.
fine. We're
if
getting.
Clyde finds any sort of like stabilization, some more Zonia's Hourglass.
Where
see a similar situation
where is?
Yeah. Find Your Center
Aurora.
really showing its power in these games. Both players ramping quite a bit, especially Clyde's side, but
4-mana draw
not running
card.
out of things to do. Something like this Catalyst of Aeons had me wait until the end of the game where your runes are already
There's
out
an Aurora.
cantrips you.
But you don't have the mana for. Oh no,
all of the
that
Find Your
wasn't
Centers
Aurora. It
just
might have
get
just
to
been.
play, just keep the card flow going.
Okay.
Absolutely, and then we have a Tasty Faithful
So
coming
makes
in.
sense. Maybe it wasn't Aurora.
We get to play them onto battlefields we
It looked like Aurora. If it is, this game feels a lot
all of a sudden, the points
more
are
sealed.
going away from ESR as Clyde goes to 4.
Yeah, those White Flame Protectors are good, and they're going to help break through these battlefields. Clyde maybe not going to be playing around the 3rd copy as the game goes on, but they are energy intensive. Both players, tons of runes in play, tons of things they can do, and pretty full hands of things the opponents have to be weary about.
Yeah, similar
Goodbye,
Yi.
But we can just stack now, right?
What units Clyde's going to have access to as now that
didn't have any units with stats to start this game.
2 points for ESR, passing back to Clyde with the hold going to 5.
Exactly.
Going back to the first turn
Dazzling,
of
right?
the game when
I think.
ESR sabotaged.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that is...
It's back. It's here. I didn't lie. I promised. I didn't lie.
That Dazzling Aurora, really massive. Clyde already with an advantage. That's definitely going to give an even more of an advantage. What I was going to say was how much ESR was on top of it taking.
Gotta just stack it, right?
That was going to win this fair mid-range battle and stop a White
You're
Flame
playing it in base?
breaking through another White Flame Protector. But it turns out that's just not what the game's about anymore. Suddenly we have the Aurora and the pressure is on for ESR.
I'm going to ask you a fun question.
I guess it plays around second or third White Flame, which is hilarious because that is what ESR has.
You know, that's not super often, especially that's something the Misfortune deck in particular is really weak at. They're not good at scoring those points, but Clyde and Master Yi much better at doing that, just playing that champion from the champ zone, able to get in there,
16?
gank over.
It would
Being a
be
6-might unit compared to something
only 14.
Like
Yeah, no, I
5,
guess that
it
like does play around both primal strength and third White Flame. So okay, I'm in.
Okay. I only have so many more White
I
Flame
like the
Protectors.
play.
You're about to put a lot of numbers in these battlefields over the next couple turns. I have some tasty faith, folks. What are the things you can hit off this Dazzling Aurora that give me an opportunity to still win? What are the odds you kept in that Stalwart Poro from game 1? I would say pretty low, but you can hope that that's the case.
That is a prayer for sure. If you are looking for,
There's no shot that the Stalwart Poro is still in the deck.
Like I said earlier, when theorizing when a Dazzling Aurora was eventually going to hit the table in this match, the White Flame doesn't do anything aside from be an 8-might body when you grab it off of the Dazzling, of course. So it is still going to help you obviously win over these Poros, but we still have to deal with now a Tasty Faithfolk here from ESR and their own White Flame that's already still in their base.
Okay.
Yeah, this Tasty Fae folk trying to maximize whatever it can do, getting to battle into the other Fae folk.
What do we
Probably
have?
Gonna
I don't
do
think we have anything,
killing
right?
the White Flame Protector, leave that, not let you draw the extra card. But that Fae
Channel, draw a card.
Threatening a trade with this White Flame Protector if Clyde has no tricks of their own. But I'm not sure it's going to get to hang out there for very long.
Yeah, I think that's why ESR is even going to posture to bring it back to the base because it's already just going to end up.
Okay, still need to think about third White Flame.
The lead points, we've got to save as many units as we can, and remember, because like you said, ESR has basically
that looked like on guard.
Yeah, you can see another White Flame from Clyde, one White Flame for another. The story of this match, but also just access to things like Defy to counter ESR if any tricks are there. But ESR also has a Defy. Both players. ESR
we
knowing
can
about Clyde's Defy from
on
that
guard
early sabotage. So having to keep
try
that
to
in mind
kill.
and play around it, but no real tricks of
like
ESR's own to
Tasty,
even worry about.
Defy,
I think it's probably going to end up
and
with Defy
something
trading
else.
for a
Okay.
Defy at some point. But
Just
White
develop the
Flame for
White Flame. It's fine.
Big units are what matters. These little tricks, maybe not even super relevant as we crush into these battlefields.
Swinging in for 16 on top of an 8. Tasty Faithful going to give a little bit of value back for ESR, but that's going to be the 6th point here for Clyde. And once this Dazzling goes off, there's no unit that's going to give a Duggable Conquer here, so 6 points is where we're going to end up landing for Clyde at the end of the turn, passing back.
Yeah,
So
I like Clyde just saying, you know what, if I can't,
left alone, I think using one of these
if I
Poros to get that point is a lot more meaningful
get past the third White Flame, I might as well not try to. Stay back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big turn for ESR. Clyde at 6, not enough to win with Aspirant's Climb, but really needs to have enough pressure in play because the amount of
and we're on Aspirant. I wasn't even thinking about how we're on Aspirants. We're like so much time left in this game, so many turns left in this game.
Really needs to set up a situation where you are scoring and have enough might to crash back in, and if you can't put that into play this turn, it is never getting easier than here.
Absolutely. I was going to say we have yet to see
another White Flame, it looks like,
from either player, but that's not what's coming out. We got that White Flame Protector that we already knew was going to be here. Onto the Poro, into the White Flame of itself.
Okay, on guard will...
But here's where I think we're going to see the exchange of these spells that we already kind of know about. The
Threaten to keep it around.
Because he only knows about the Defy. So it ends up going to be trading those 2.
Wait, that shouldn't be trading, right?
8, 10, 12.
That doesn't seem...
The White Flame should be alive.
Missed trigger, maybe?
That seems like that Poro should have been a 10, and that Dragon should have been a 12 after the on-guard resolves.
Yeah, I was doing some quick math.
I think we just missed the trigger there.
Provide the opportunity for this Poro to go in.
Anyway.
It just means you had to give up a unit, and you will inevitably lose this Poro as well. Passing back to Clyde, and now it is time.
Probably won't matter.
Away with this game, depending on what we can continue to spend our runes for on our own turn, and still
it probably doesn't matter.
Large units off the top with the Dazzling.
ESR was able to do one thing that is important. Been talking about how even numbers matter a lot. In the Aspirant's Climb game, odd numbers matter a lot. If there's any chance of winning this game, it is definitely going 5, 7, 9. But that door is shutting closed here really quickly as Dead Bloom Predator takes that battlefield in Dead Bloom Predator fashion.
Yeah, straight from the hand.
Okay, now that you don't need to worry about +8 anymore, now it's like, can you play around, what's it called?
They are already in the trash or on the board. So
Wielder of Water is better than Poro. I mean, it's worse on turn 1 on the play. Think about it.
I think we've missed our Dazzling prog is what we have done. Unless we get a takes these backsies.
Little judge conversation to see what if this was missed. Clyde really wanting to hit this to kind of shore up those battlefields. Choosing to not use the Tasty Fae Folk to defend, saying, I think my 2 8s are big enough. They beat your White Flame. I only need to hold one battlefield.
Maybe not top mode there.
Okay, no. Capture both next turn with just whatever board I have. So
I mean,
not
probably, right?
Really trying to put that extra only +4 might into one of these because of the Wuju Bladesman.
Absolutely. Full runes at disposal for ESR and a plethora of cards in hand.
I mean, it's
going over
you're paying 1 extra mana to have 1 extra might. That feels bad just at face value.
And I think here's my question: even if we don't get this Dazzling,
I mean, it's better at attacking too. It's definitely better at attacking. It gives you more versatility to attack like as a mid-range deck. But you also need like a certain number of 2-drops. Like I feel like Poro is not the 2-drop that you're cutting from the deck first, right? Maybe.
That's going to be 8 runes out of our disposal.
Right, I mean, ESR's hand has things.
I think if you're cutting 2-drops from the deck, there's like
and those are just not the tools you really need here.
Clockwork or
to get in there, get a trade, maybe
Pit Rookie, maybe not. I don't know.
I just don't see a way to really capture.
No, probably not
Pit
Rookie.
Unless Clyde decides I'm going to kill your Tasty Fae Folk and give you a card. But even in those worlds, it seems like
attacking obviously
ESR,
it's better.
Kind of drawing dead. In the Dream World, maybe there's some primal strengths in that hand that lets you bash through this stuff. But you also know Clyde has some defies of his own, ready to fight back in the counterspell war.
Absolutely.
Okay, so through threw away an on guard and missed the Aurora trigger. Not ideal, but like still very far ahead. And basically, like, hopefully, if you win this one, you can sort of wipe this one away, go into the top 8, and reset.
But as I kind of stated, that would be everything. That's everything left in the tank, at least when it comes to energy this turn.
Yeah, Dead Bloom on its own doesn't even work in the
still got there, though. Still got there. Didn't matter. Oh, transformational sideboard Aurora Yi in our top 8. So we've got a Kaisa in and a Yi in. I'm going to go Kaisa, Kaisa, Yi, Annie, Kaisa. That's my guess.
Sitting on this desk with everyone across the weekend, and I've seen some of the best.
4 Kaisa, 3 Annie, 1 Yi. That's my guess. Lock it in.
Not very long.
Yeah, really incredible matches, really incredible play. Got to see some really cool games of Master Yi, Kaisa, the known decks, but also got to watch some fun stuff
statistically, it would be 4 Kaisa, 2 Yi, 2 Annie, like just from what made it.
Glad to be sitting here, but Aaron's not going to be going
technically,
anywhere.
It would be 3 Kaisa.
Shouldn't go anywhere either. We're going to cut to a quick break, and then we'll be back.
2 Yi, 2 Annie, 1 other would be the breakdown just from what made it.
At the regional qualifiers, including
Victor.
I've got a Victor and Jinx with me here, and I want you guys to be able to introduce yourself. So let me know about yourself and a little bit about this prop here.
My name's Jia Yang, or go by Plum Soju online.
That's Victor.
Toxic Bunny, TOXICK Bunny.
I made this entire Victor staff by myself. The model itself, actually, I found it online, and I purchased that. But everything here is 3D printed. You can see here is in different small parts that are assembled together.
That's really cool.
Inside is a metal doll I got from Nose, and stick them inside and super glued it. And actually, for travel purposes, you can actually see you can take apart here to fit in a checked bag. But I sanded, fillered it, and primed it, and painted. And yeah, that's how I made it.
Pretty sweet.
Here.
All right, that is amazing. And Toxic Bunny, why don't you tell me a little bit about this this Pow Pow here?
Yeah, so the Pow Pow is also 3D printed with the Bambi Lab A1. I don't know why I said that. Also primed, sanded, painted, and then these are also same process. And then we also have a ton of Hex Tech crystals to give away. So we'll be giving away little Hex Tech crystals.
Wait, I want a Hex Tech crystal.
You can also put them into here, but yeah, it's just similar process to Victor's prop. I brought this on as a carry-on, so sometimes if you have a big 3D printed prop, you could bring it on as a carry-on in like one of those clear bags, and you could get away with it. So.
All right, well, thank y'all so much. You look amazing, and we're gonna send it right on back to the desk for more Riftbound.
Who should I cosplay as, chat? I mean, it should be Braum. That's what I want. He's Braum. He's Braum. All right, we are going into the top 8. Going into the top 8 here. Oh, is Kaisa gonna take it down? Is Kaisa gonna take it back? Take back the crown? Are we gonna see Annie? Annie has not gotten an actual win yet. Could have happened at Vegas, but of course they split the top 4. Set got the win in Atlanta. But Annie has certainly been the NA breakout deck. And is now, I think, solidly in A tier. I don't know if she can be pushed quite to S. I think Kaisa pretty firmly stands alone in S. Set face planted this weekend. Yeah, I think Set is Set is a deck that benefits from a specific meta that doesn't involve a lot of Yi, and also benefits from opponents not playing, not being super familiar with the deck. So the fact that Set had like a flash in the pan, really good performance, put it more on the radar for people, you know? So that does not help. Does not help. Okay, we're back. We're going to see the top 8 here. Are we going to see the top 8? I would say the meme, but I'm going to do it.
Welcome back to the Houston Regional Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Aaron Barich as we jump towards the top 8. The matches so far have already been electric. We've seen some incredibly close mirrors a couple of times, right? We have the Kaisa mirrors, the Yi mirrors, but these players have been fighting back and forth to continue to increase their share of this massive prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the best of the best fight each other. Yi versus Yi, that's a pretty skill-intensive thing. Once you get into these mirrors, it's about having a really clean plan and really knowing what's going on, and that's how you get to make your story and become part of the top 8.
All right, well, we've talked about it. We're going to that top 8. Let's take a look at the bracket to see who makes this top 8.
Let's
what
see it.
legends have ascended to the top of the
Okay,
tables.
we've got...
George G on Kaisa versus Zent on Annie. George,
4 Annies!
Regional Open in China has now made it
4 Annies, 2 Kaisas, 2 Yis! What?
Alan ZQ on the Kaisa,
and we
Kaisa
did
Annie
not
matchup.
see
Tarek.
Tarek.
It's
Wow.
Annie, but it's Yi this time. End of the day, Annie triumphant, standing at the top of the tables with 4 copies.
That's
crazy.
crazy.
No veggies. 4 Annie, 2 Kaisa, 2 Yi. Look, coming into this, I said 4 Kaisa, 2 Annie. I was wrong. I had it flipped.
Wow.
Yeah, we have a setup here that means we could have a 4 Annie top 4. This is a bit of an upset, I think. In
Ride the win. Exactly. This is insane.
Master Yi and Kaisa
insane.
And make decisions to try and make a better matchup there. But here they are. We're going to see if the best players on
wow,
Kaisa,
wow,
the best
wow,
players
wow,
on Master
wowie.
Yi have found those angles to beat the up-and-coming Annie, or if they too are going to fall to these well-talented Annie players.
100%. I mean, this was known, right? We knew that Annie was starting to make this surgence. Players were talking about it as the worst-kept secret was that, hey, this Annie deck is insane coming into the event. And the question did remain, will the Kaisas and Yis be able to deal with it? I know that some of the Annies felt like the Yi matchup had become very good for them. When I knew the Chinese events, it was actually Yi that kind of gate-kept Annie from finding those top finishes. And so a lot of players had questions on would this deck be able to do enough. And I think the biggest adaptation is going up from saying, hey, maybe we can fit 1, 2 rebukes at max because it's too expensive, to saying, no, 3 rebukes
Insano.
to help deal with that Yi matchup.
Yeah,
so that means Misfortune has gotten their, the person who had the Misfortune medal card has gotten their medal card.
If you weren't able to get ahead and get to that really important 6-point threshold for this Annie deck. So
we already saw Victor get their medal card. Could have a 4 Annie top 4. True, but also there's the nightmare scenario of
something like a Defy. They don't really have a recourse against that combo.
Right, and on the other side of the table,
of
we've
an
got
entire
Kaisa
Master
matchup in
Yi.
the and they absolutely have nothing to deal with the Vi Ride the Wind. It really becomes
all I have to say.
6-point matchup for the Annies. They say, if we can get to 6, we just have to survive on the Vi Ride the Wind, and the game is done because there is
the 2 people who I kind of know are playing against each other in the first round.
This is the plan. The deck is built with that in mind fully. We're all about
that's always a sweat.
Digging as much as possible. People playing things like Scrap Heap in the
I want Annie to be in the top 4, but also I want Alan to win the event, so I'm
that 6-point win, and it
I'm
really
a bit
does impact
torn.
the whole way the deck is built now, and I bet all of these players have that in their head. 6 points, 6 points, combo win.
And
we
Sean
will
Dwally
have to see as
is,
we start
again,
to
a
push towards
relatively local
these
player,
matchups.
flesh and blood
If
player.
the
Well,
Annies
was
can
local to
reign
where I used to
supreme,
live.
I think already it has been a pretty successful time for the Annie players to say, you know what, this was the right deck to bring, as we've got such
Rune
a
Runner
great
will have
conversion
Yi
rate
top
from
4 the next 4
even
months.
just
What
day
is
1 to day
that?
2 with the Annies, but even more so with that top 8 conversion. And there's still a battle going on for these last 3 legends for that best of prize. And you would think the Kaisa players are like, wait a minute, I thought I'd have to be fighting more people at this point. Top 8, maybe I only have to get top 8, top 4 to actually land this instead of having to win the whole thing. We'll see if George and Alan can hold it down.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting if they both win and we're able to watch the Kaisa mirror, not only to make it to the finals, but also to get that best of prize. Similarly, on the other side of the bracket with the
orange.
Master E's
Oh, yeah.
You get
I
that
do remember seeing
situation
that.
of, okay, we both won. Now I get to play the most serious match I've played all weekend. This is for a lot. Not just this medal card, this best of, but then I still have to go play the finals even if I win here.
It's actually the craziest thing if we do see those mirrors in round of 4 where they are playing best of and finals berth at the same time.
That would actually be insane.
Completely insane. This round they have to get through, of course, still to try and take down the Annies.
I'm gonna, before we get into the match, I'm gonna run to the bathroom one more
that's
time.
What's going on?
We'll be locked in for the top 8. Well, B.
We have seen the main power of this is how fast it can get on point cadence and then finish the game with the insane top end of the Thousand-Tailed Watchers, the Darius Trefarians, and the Incathian Reigns. Get the little stuff in, score a bunch, finish it out.
Yeah, and there's 2 different ways people kind of philosophize about finishing it out. You have George here in the top 8, really big on Time Warp, playing those, using those to score and into these games. Other players in the event this weekend really leaning in more into being a really low to the ground deck, topping out with just those Thousand-Tailed Watcher and Incathian Reigns, and saying more, I'm not trying to get to 10 runes, I just want to be ahead the whole time and use my removal spells and accelerate units to do that. 2 different ways to play the deck. Working for some players, George here in the top 8.
And I actually think it's beautiful that you highlight it that way, because you talked about how some of the other Kaisas were more low to the ground. Well, George has the time warps. He's a little bit more top end. Alan is maybe the most low to the ground of really any of the Kaisas as far as the builds are concerned. I believe it was either 1 or 0 main deck Rain and no time warp. He's playing around the smoke screens and the Void Seekers in the main deck, trying to deal with some of the faster stuff, playing around dealing with Kaisa Survivor, was dealing with the sets and the Dariuses in ways that players had originally written off coming into the tournament. The smoke screens had been out of the Kaisa list for like a month at this point, but he brought them back and he's felt like they've been a really top-notch card to have in the deck.
Yeah, and some of that deck building variation is part of what makes Kaisa so powerful. If you don't know your opponent's deck getting, before this top cut, you just kind of have to play around all of the things. There's so many different tricks you can have with 1, 2, and 3 energy that it's so painful to play against Kaisa. So much pressure on you to know of all the things in the accelerate units and being prepared to not lose to a time warp when they get to 10, that it can be really tough to play against, and the better players are really able to capitalize on that fear.
All right, well, the wait is over. Let's go ahead and kick off our top 8. It's Alan ZQ versus Sean Dollywall, Annie versus Kaisa.
We have I've seen so much of Alan this weekend. This is my 3rd time covering one of his matches. He's just played absolutely excellently with his Kaisa deck, really understanding his role in each game, knowing how to capitalize from going second and get those extra points and catch up. I'm really excited to see more of him here. I'm curious to see if he's stuck going second again.
Looks like this time around, Alan does get the die roll win to go onto Warrens from the Annie and Reaver's Row from Alan ZQ. We have seen the Warrens.
We're back.
From the Annie.
Here we go. Top 8, Alan versus Diwali. I grabbed some
Game
cereal.
1 is just
some Frosted
so
Flakes.
potent as the Annie, and Reaver's Row for Alan being on the more low-to-the-ground aggressive build. This allows him to leverage his Kaisa Survivor a lot more to get those draws, and with the smoke screens, he is able to bluff that Reaver so effectively by sending in small units and saying, would you like to go home, or would you like to potentially get completely blown out?
Well, the Reaver's Row is also good for Daliwa here, in that Vi is one of those units that oftentimes you're forced to play it early and it can be a little fragile, and getting it into a battlefield means it's likely to get crushed. But with the Reaver's Row, you can use it to go in there, they go in and you run your Vi out and protect it, even if you don't have access to something like a Flash or a Fight or Flight.
We do just have these early developments. Survivor from Alan on the 2nd turn. Merchant was the first play from Daliawal. This does mean that Alan is completely tapped out, so this is all up to Annie. What do you want to do? how many cards do you want to be able to cycle through, because you can have.
Sorry, I've muted myself while I'm eating the cereal because it's just nothing but crunching, and I don't think we want the mukbang ASMR.
Accelerated Kaisa for another draw. So with Allen not having anything open, this is exactly the kind of turn that Sean wants to have.
Yeah, going in with the Kaisa first over the Traveling Merchant, wants to draw the card from that before deciding any cards wanting to discard, get the most information, know what you need to do over the next couple of turns. Also, Kaisa and the Zon Warrens at least threatening a trade with the opposing Kaisa instead of the Merchant going there and probably just getting eaten.
Yep, and then the Merchant instead can go to Reaver's Row, and if Allen decides to run in there, you can get another trigger from the Merchant when it goes home to try and find the combo pieces that you need.
Yeah, another Reaver's Row good with Vi for Dhaliwal, also good for Traveling Merchant.
Go, ready up those 2 runes, back over to Allen, going up to 6 on this turn. Really, it's going to be up to what removal spells he has.
Hey, what's up, Uber? I'm
is not looking too favorable
eating
away,
some cereal, but you can hop in whenever you want.
Change that.
Yeah, just firing off, starting with the Stupefy before going in. Might as well see what card you're going to draw before you force yourself into this combat.
Yep, and knowing that Annie on the other side only on 2 runes, you don't have to worry about the Void Seeker, so Survivor is safe to run in and try and make something happen. Question can be, is there just a fight or flight from Sean that's going to help out in this spot? Does he want to expend the resources to do so? Is he still worried about a Ray just cleaning up his Kaisa afterwards? But is that still a worthwhile trade?
Yeah, this is the type of situation where if you have the fight or flight, there's a lot of things to think about. Am I kicking out your Kaisa? Am I kicking out my Kaisa? Do I think I'll be able to get in with mine later? What if I have a flash and a fight or flight? Now I have a ton of things to think about. If I want to move out my Kaisa, 2 different options there. We're only on the 2nd turn, but there's already so many decisions having to go through their head.
Yeah, especially because Sean has filtered so many cards. So he's kind of helped curate a little bit of this hand to know exactly, hey, what options do I have? And he's given himself a lot of options to consider. It is just going to be a fight or flight, and he will pick his own Kaisa, playing around a Ray, dealing with her after the fact.
I think the other thing you had to be afraid of was that Darius. There's already been a Stupefy played this turn. Darius 7 might. If you kick out the Kaisa, but your Kaisa gets eaten by that Darius, that's a devastating start to your game. You're left with a Traveling Merchant against Kaisa and Darius. Not a fight you're happy to be having.
Yeah, the other big thing to look at for the Annie decks is they usually like to keep the Survivor alive as much as possible if they can, because of its ability to draw additional cards. Unfortunately for Sean, this is the worst case scenario, is that Allen has the Falling Star to follow it up, deals with the Stupefied unit and also the Traveling Merchant, and so the fight or flight essentially just ends up kind of going to waste.
Yeah, that Stupefy really getting double value.
First, okay, we're back.
A usage of that fight or flight, kicking out the Kaisa.
House some delicious
letting that Falling Star be a
sugary frosted flakes.
Really powerful combo when you're able to use those
delicious.
Yep, and now even the
okay, so we are at a decent board state from Allen. Only 2 points for Dwali here, but we are potentially potentially threatening to get to 5. You really, as Annie, if you fall behind, you are in a bad.
Yeah, and Kaisa is a deck as well.
You're in a bad spot.
Lower on time warps than others, but they have a 6-point
I realize I'm not actually even in the.
Use that time warp.
There we go. I'm not even. I'm like. Not even in the Discord chat because I'm an idiot. There we go.
To take out this Kaisa. Doesn't have to be too.
Hello.
Yo.
What's up?
Yeah, and we've seen this.
Bro, this game is like Legends of Runeterra versus Flesh and Blood Heavy. It's fucking crazy,
right?
Dude, Dhaliwal's still reading everyone's cards, man. This guy.
Yeah, they did an interview with him earlier, and he was like, "Yeah, Tarek gave me, I think, the best deck in the room. I'm like feeling pretty okay. I'm like, I did one skirmish last night and went 5-1, so I learned a lot there. It's like, what?"
You know, and I'm pretty sure Chrissy Ali was saying Tarek got all this stuff for talking with him as well. So all these Fab guys are just like passing his info around. Man.
Oh yeah, they were Chris top 8'd Vegas.
Yeah, after like winning the Battle Hardened the day before.
Yeah. Well, it was really funny because I have been out of Fab for so long that I didn't know who they were, and I just like had a 20-minute conversation with them, just like talking about other stuff before that, and then I get on the cast, and the cast is like, "Oh yeah, that's Chrissy Alley from Flesh and Blood. They're like a pro player." I'm like, "Wait, what?" I looked at him like, I just talked to this guy for 20 minutes and never mentioned anything about it.
Because he would never bring it
The
up.
humble.
He's like the most humble dude ever. Yeah. He's a SoCal killer, man. Dangerous.
Yeah, I'm like the opposite of that. I'm like, oh,
he's like my
Flesh and Blood
ProQuest
champion.
final boss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he always wrecks me.
That's funny. If I was still playing Flesh and Blood, that whole like Murderers Row Toronto crew would have been my.
Yep. That's even worse.
Yeah. Oh, it's not great.
I feel like how many I've only played a few of the anime matchups. I really just try and nuke their stuff as much as possible. As the Kaiser player, Vi makes me so uncomfortable because you can't interact with it.
No, you need to not let them get to 6 because it's just. Oh, I really hope you don't have it, because if you do, let's go next.
Yeah, and the sneaky deckhands just make that even harder.
Sneaky deckhand is weirdly just the best creature in the whole deck. Like, it's hilarious.
Crazy.
I mean, the fight or flight did nothing. I mean, of course, Sean is playing around a range.
Rising on board though.
When he casts it, unfortunately, the worst.
Yeah, I mean, being on the back. So, full disclosure, I've been an Annie main, so I've played a decent amount of it. If you fall behind, I didn't have hooks until last week.
Oh yeah, okay, I got you.
Didn't have them, so and now it's like I need to slowly get the reps in on Darius because I really do want to play it. I just haven't been able to because I did not. When I went to Vegas, I was like, yeah, I'm just biting the bullet and bought all 3 hooks.
Honestly, I get it. It's like it's the survivors for me that's like kind of a pain.
I was
ripped
very
one.
lucky. I ripped all 3, but
that's huge.
Yeah. So it was like Annie was the first deck that I could actually put together because I had Proving Grounds. I ripped the Kaisas, and it's like, okay, everything from there is easy.
A unit that's going to come in if there is an open
I want to see more of George as well on stream because he has such an interesting sideboard, bro. With the one Tryndamere,
one Tryndamere, and the Brynheers, the Brynheer Thunder Song or whatever that card's called.
And it is going to start with Vi.
Yeah, I saw Pipadensic tweet.
Yeah,
that was like mad, very good tech theme. I guess in the anime shop potentially. He's really sick.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what it's tech for, but I did notice. So they did a bit of a deck tech. They did deck tech with George, and neither the Tryndamere nor the Brynheer were mentioned at all during the.
Yeah, I know,
like,
dude. I was like, bro. I mean, it's probably amazing against the mid-rangey as well. Just like turn off all these tricks on that turn. Let you like actually have some safety, like trying to push off 6 points.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Yeah, I think this is super heads up and great that you caught this as well, right? So because of the Vi Ride, the win ending in the Reaver's Row, unless Alan has a spell that's going to hit back
I do like that you can take notes in this game. That is not allowed in Flesh and Blood.
And so at least Sean, while he has to expend the combo early, he's giving himself
like coming from Magic, I was like, dude, you need to just be able to take notes of everything, and then it's like, wait, that means it's gameplay optimal to just every single card your opponent pitches right down. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to live in that world.
No, especially we're in a game in Riftbound where like everyone's going to time all the time. So, is this untimed now though? Top 8, right?
It's gotta be right because it says that there's the clock is ticking up. We're in soccer right now.
Let's go.
We're in soccer clock right now, and at 90 minutes, the refs decide how much extra time is added.
I imagine that this is always getting cast, and now he's just trying to determine exactly.
Ah, damn! One of my guys I tested with fell out in top 16. Unlucky. He was one of the Yees.
He really just picked it up. He is a big TCG veteran. He's been playing forever. He's top 8.
Did you see the Yi that top 8'd that is transformational sideboard into Aurora? Like game 1 playing Potty Poros and stuff. Like I joked about that like early on, and it actually happened, and it top 8. I'm like, that's amazing.
Did they ever try that in China? Because like respectfully, there were a lot of greedy decks like coming out of like a lot of those. Like Chinese regionals, I wonder.
See it. So it didn't top 8 or. Let's see, would I have seen other decks besides the top 8? No, I mostly would have just seen the actual decks of top 8. So no like transformational Aurora top 8. It was either like straight up Aurora or Eggplant Yi.
Yeah. Okay, the big Vi.
There's an interesting decision here.
No, I'm in favor of Vi Ride the Wind. It's like one of my favorite things to do because it wins me games. But also, why in the world did they give Vi just straight up ganking on the card too? Like, why did they make that? You have to do no work for it. It's like the thing you need to do is draw this card and then play cards during the course of the game and actual nothing else.
Yeah. Genuinely would be just bonkers without that line of text.
Yeah.
The Kaiser player is just like, yeah, cool. He interacted by ramping one and bouncing his dude, but that is it.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the Vi Ride the Wind combo on not 6 points, that's a win.
Yeah, exactly. Until you see it again.
Yeah, until
Kaiser players I talk to are like, yeah, I got Vi Rode the Win like twice.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
well, I mean, it doesn't hurt that your chosen champion is also just Archaeomancer or whatever, Snapcaster Mage, whatever you want to call it. Like.
Snapcaster, yeah. Oh, yeah. God, it's only Falling Star that like plays around Flash in this list as well, which is painful. Yeah, there's just not an efficient way to interact with the Vi if it's the only thing on the board. So annoying. You don't want to spend that star.
Yeah, I mean, the Zon Warren's game for the NA deck.
Honestly, I'd do it. I'd snap it off.
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, if Alan Falling Stars, you can gust your Vi back to hand and force him to Falling Star his own stuff. Or either he kills his 4-drop or he pays 1,000 energy to kill the Poro.
That is crazy risky. Exactly. Like
does deflect? No, maybe deflect doesn't count on your own unit. It probably doesn't. I don't know how it's worded.
I mean, it says opponents must pay energy to choose me. So no, you can get it.
Still kill
like
your own
like the guy who tried to like. I saw it on stream yesterday. He like tried to a Cathian Rain. Like a Dead Bloom or something. Like he had to sack.
Just like a Cathian Rains targets a Dead Bloom, and then the guy goes okay, and then he reads the Dead Bloom and is like, oh. God. And just like puts his entire just sacks all of his lands. Did not win that game, unfortunately for them.
I need to find a graphic of the top 8. That my boy Randy do.
I don't think that they top 8. So the top 8 is George versus Zent, Dwali and Alan, which are watching. Primor versus Clyde. Clyde was the transformational sideboard, and then Blarg versus No Veggies.
Love that. Okay. I already lost in top 32. Unlucky. Unlucky. That whole group is stacked. I mean, that's Alan's group, so I think it's like him, Prismat, and Randy.
Yeah, and
Legends of Runeterra players, bro. Not messing about.
No. What's crazy and what I thought has just been absolutely awesome about this event is that, like, yeah, I mean, people are talking about, oh, I want to win the event, but it's the talk of the tournament has been, I want that best of prize card.
Best of?
Like, dude, it's so sweet.
Like, TTMO is out there with their best of Garen card. I'm like, oh God. They actually went 6-3, so pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Genuinely, but yeah, dude, it's so funny. Someone, the best tweet was like, someone's like, oh yeah, just put up my Metafy guide for Lux. I went 6-3 at the regional, and they're like, lost round 1, lost round 2, lost round 3. The other 6 rounds were no shot. So good.
So did they get the prize card?
I have no idea. I'm certain it's just trolling, but.
Oh, okay.
I do not.
That would be hilarious. Like the fact that you get to just without really impacting the tournament integrity at all, you created 16 side tournaments within the tournament that everyone is invested in, and it is awesome.
I think like almost artificially like having an impact on what otherwise could be like not the most flattering meta spread.
Right, like there would be 0 Garens if. Yeah, like, I mean, there'd probably be a novel number of meme Garens, but like it is a legitimate plus EV to play an off meta champ, potentially.
But not only that, but incentivizing people not only just to play the deck, but also to like actually try and build a competitive deck is kind of crazy because it really moves metagame forward as well.
Yeah, because I think like decks like Victor that were really good in the early, like pre all the cards being revealed meta did not really get explored at all. People were like, oh, lose to Kaisa, not going to look at it anymore. Okay. And that would happen in a lot of games. Same with Volibear. Like, Volibear really didn't get meaningfully changed very much for like many months. It was like an okay deck in the early meta, and then it was like, oh no, other Aurora decks are better. I'm just going to look at those. And it's like, no, the Volibear guy top 64'd, and like the deck looked sweet. It had the Iron Ballistas and like a lot of other cool cards in it.
By the way, Florian Kristen Logan, who's like an Austrian national champion.
Oh, okay.
I think he top 8'd World Championship fairly. Guys, super good player. Yeah, you had the Ballistae and you have Sky Splitter, and then you just have the body shell for your Aurora. Seems good.
Yeah. The Ballista was really sweet. I just like, if I was like, I really want to play Aurora, I'm definitely playing Aurora. Like, Volibear is a legitimate consideration to me because of Sky Splitter. Like, being able to like pseudo tap out and also still have interaction is something that a lot of the, well, I don't think any of the other Aurora decks really have at all.
No, it's just Set.
Yeah, Set technically can have the buff card. But I don't know.
Call to Glory.
Yeah, Call to Glory.
Yeah, it is. It seems super nice, honestly. Also, I just want to point out the winning the best of like legend cards is the new I passed level 1 judge test flex on Twitter. Like Froded tweeting his freaking best of Leona card. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, but the thing is that one of those is attached with a potentially multiple $1,000 prize, and the other one is you get a check mark on the internet.
The EV is crazy. I mean, these are going for big money. Like, there's no way they're not. Especially right now. It's the best time to win one.
Apparently, well, there's not going to be another one because the next best of prize is Spirit Forged.
Ah, facts.
Yeah, so there literally won't be another one. So, like,
I mean, that's just
can only speculate how crazy those are going to be.
And especially like the sort of weaker legends as well. I mean,
well, like, there's no. I mean, I regret, or I don't regret. I have FOMO for not going to Houston, but I was always going to have that. But the real reason is that I really wanted one of the prize wall foil or metal Annie cards because there is no regular foil Annie card. There's no.
True.
There's nothing else.
When you start off from it.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, they said they're going to put it in the Nexus Knight packs, but I want the metal one.
Yeah. I do wish we kind of had hand cams. I'm sure Anu's aware of this, but it'd be kind of nice because we're tanking a lot with like these very interactive decks. At least Sean is showing us here. Problem is, Sean not only has to read his opponent's cards, but he has to read his own cards. So it takes time. What does my deck do?
The hand cams would be nice. I don't know.
Yeah. So in Fab, we have control. The casters have control of them, which is kind of nice. So I'm like, I have the stream deck in front of me. I'm like, oh, let me just have a look at this. And I go over for like 3 seconds, confirm, and I go back on screen. And like, I can check in a preview monitor whether they're holding their hand up in the right spot for me to actually be able to go over. So in advance, I can check to see if I'd actually be able to see anything if I flip those. Because it's obviously terrible if you go to the hand cam, they're like fucking holding it face down, like not on camera. So that was kind of handy, but you've got to like scout it in advance while your other casters talking.
So you don't even have. So you're not like telling the players like, oh, hold your hands here. You're not telling the players anything. It's like you just have the ability like, oh, we can actually see the hand. Let's go to the hand cam here.
Yeah, because the hand cams are there like, and they get like they'll get set up at the start of the game based on like how the player's sitting.
Right.
So like you do need to like your production does go over there and tweak it, and then they just leave it right.
Right. And then
if they're holding their hands in the right place, then great. If not, yeah.
I like that. That's do I have a pen? Write these things down for Anu.
Got to 6 points. This is the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I figured he's probably aware that the hand cam's sick, but I know he did tweet asking for feedback. I did hit him up, see how he's feeling, but that's just a Darius developed in base.
There's a big accelerate unit to come kick this Vi.
What Alan can do though is he can retreat those units back.
We've got the Ray.
And also,
I was saying yesterday, I hope that there's a Bilgewater like gangster unit that's called Hextech Ray.
Go for the Ray. Enter with the Poro.
Can we just Ray time? Oh, we need to get someone on the battle. Yeah, can't we just like time warp after Poro goes? Oh, there's got to be some interaction here, surely.
Huge. I imagine this
we
is
could
going
have
to
fighter
be a pretty swift end,
that
giving
doesn't
Sean
matter
a chance
though.
to think if he wants to do anything, fight or flight this Poro out, but that's not really going to matter in this situation in the face of the time warp.
Yeah, the question really becomes,
I think that they're running main deck Rebuke. Or at least I saw one of the lists running it. I don't actually know if theirs is or not. I do like main deck Rebuke, especially if you are expecting any amount of Yi or like other beef.
The alarm bells had to be going off for Sean. Yeah, this is like very clearly representing Time Warp.
Yep.
I don't know if Alan is one of the like Kaisers that have gone off of it more so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, you know,
because I know like Carmen. She was saying like she's kind of moving away from it, but
if it's not Time Warp and it is
I don't know if
think it has merit.
Alan play Time Warp on stream. I think we did, but I don't know if that was post-board. Well, there's the answer to that one.
Oh, yeah. I'm behind by a couple seconds. But...
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I mean, maybe he has Time Warp here.
Okay, I just like zoomed into my playback speed. Yeah, okay, well. Let's go, Kaiser, pop champ!
I'm torn because I want Annie to top 4, but also I want Alan to win the whole event. So
yeah, you get that.
I get to be biased not being on the main cast. I can just.
I mean, I'm impressed with George. I think he just snuck in.
He was literally 64th. Yeah.
Holy dude. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, good on him.
I mean, probably even before this top 8, but quite easily the most winningest player in Riftbound right now, right?
Yeah.
Probably by quite a wide margin.
How did he do it to 10K while you were at Vegas?
He was not at Vegas. I believe he was.
He was at CGC or whatever it was.
He was at Atlanta. I don't know. All I know is that he didn't win, and I don't think he top 8'd.
Unfortunately for Sean,
or top 16 though. But even then, like multiple top 8s, a win, and I think a top 16 in China, and then I mean, minimum top 8 here.
2 of this top 8 matchup to see if Sean is able to turn things.
He was kind of, I wouldn't say it was. He wasn't psyoping Kaiser, but he was sort of saying that like, yeah, he was combating the narrative a lot that like. That she was so powerful. I remember like a lot of his tweets have been like, yeah, generally, you know. I know he's I've been thinking about it. Like he's got a premium Discord where like, everyone's testing. I'm like, man, I do like just sitting watching people play games. I haven't decided to jump in, but yeah, I've been cool.
Those like watching 2 people play and just hanging out is the best. Of course, I generally get asked not to come back to those because I just fuck around the whole time. I know for reference, no one actually told me not to come back, but
I mean, it helps that you owned the Discord that they were testing it.
That is true.
that was.
I don't know what Discord you're talking about. I loved keeping that joke up. No, I loved keeping that joke up just because like people were so mad. They're like, "Oh, there's a secret Discord where everyone is, and I didn't get invited." And it's like, bro, it literally was a group chat of LOR players.
Yeah, that just got too big to be a group chat, and then that's funny, man.
So good.
Yeah, and it being like, like
just had like
players and a bunch of Magic guys.
Most of the world's national champions in the Discord.
That's true.
It didn't hurt that Tarek was 2 countries national champions at one point.
Exactly. Yeah, Canada and US. Crazy. Yeah, he got boomed. He got boomed out in the mirror straight away today, apparently. Poor guy. I don't. Yeah, the way the format is so cutthroat. Honestly, I think they do this in One Piece, right? Where it's like on day 2, it's single elim all the way through. So you can't
they did this in China. It's like normal Swiss, and then there's not like day 2 cut to top 8. It's day 2 cut is top 64, and then you just do straight up top 64 single elim, like, you know, March Madness style.
Here's T. Okay. Yep.
All right, I'm here with T-Bo, winner of the best of
we're gonna get to see this now.
There it
I
is.
like fast forwarded, so I'm at the bleeding edge.
I know you're a TCG grinder. How did we end up on? How did this happen?
They did not have the showing they were hoping for. I think in Philly at Fab Worlds. Obviously, that team put 3 people into the top 8 of the Flesh and Blood World Championship.
That's crazy.
So they're pretty good.
That I didn't want to do it.
I couldn't do it to myself. It wasn't as fun to play as like what I like to do in card games. I like to do goofy stuff, so I wanted to do something goofy.
I was really curious what the distribution of decks was going to be given the best of prizing. I was asking people like, you think there's going to be over, under? I just keep going up the chain. Like, how many Garens do you think there are going to be to try to win the best of prizing? I had people saying that there was going to be more than 50 Garens.
No, we ended up with 13, right?
Yeah, it was 13.
Like,
yeah.
Don't play Garen. Don't play Garen. I have to prove the haters wrong.
I don't know.
I played
seems
a slew of different heroes.
fine.
The bar is pretty. The floor is pretty high considering that you're just playing Dazzling Aurora, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
The Garen part is irrelevant. It's just less efficient than other things.
It comes down
looking at the list. Yeah, it's I think the Divine Judgment's low key base. I like that.
Well, we definitely did see it like absolutely destroy. Like it was like Aurora into Divine Judgment. It's just the game's just over. Like you can't possibly win against it.
The mulligan is really important.
I guess you need to have another gear, right, to keep the Aurora, but you have like a seal. You have like a one-off seal in the deck.
No, you don't. No, it's you choose.
You choose
two.
Yeah, two to keep. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's just super good.
Yeah, and it's like
what is it? It's Dead Blooms, Harness Dragon, which is Harness Dragon.
Low key,
nice.
I'm in on Harness Dragon. Like you just get to play Super Flame Tongue Kavu. I'm in.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, thanks me and T. We are back here getting ready to
also,
jump into
can we
the
just
second game of our
just
first
point
time
out how sick Cass's jacket is here? Like
it's a double-breasted jacket, right? Because Cass, they're wearing it open on the floor. I'm trying to suss it out. It looks immeasurably comfortable. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it looks quite good.
I'm gonna play Garen instead, and
they've got Swain level shoulder pads up. We'll say.
The genius of best ofs and what that brings to the table is people. You may think you have the best deck, but if you don't think you're going to win the tournament, you can go and try
the shoulder
and achieve
pads
something
do make
else
me
to
think
get
that
really
was
cool
once
prize
part of a
that's
pantsuit,
really
but I'm here for it.
did succeed on doing so, and we'll see if it's
All right, game 2. Camlet Sanctum, Arena's greatest.
Back against the wall. Annie on the play on
Arena's greatest
against
like
Alan
that.
ZQ, who has
We can
gone
see if
for
we can get the old
Kindle
bread and
with
butter
Sanctum
combo.
as the second
Turn 1 2
battlefield.
drop,
Alan
turn
likes to find a
2
neutral battlefield
little
that's not going to
sneaky
ever really
sneaky
purchase
Yeah,
deckhand.
deckhand.
that he can
Go to
have
3
whenever
immediately.
he
It's
knows
pretty
he'll
nice.
draw.
Yeah, I mean on the
Hitting you with
play,
Pouty
you
Poros
send this
first play.
battlefield and just go
Much
for
less
it.
fragile to that falling star in the first game. Traveling Merchant getting cleaned up really easily. Definitely something that is nice to have for
it wasn't until this tournament, which was me playing the deck multiple times, that I realized why the scrap heaps were in the deck. I'm like, this card is just awful. Why are we playing it? It's like, you just lead with Zon Warrens every time, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. I was like, there's no way that there's not a better card to play than Scrap Heap, but when you have Zon Warrens built in, it makes a lot of sense.
And while you don't have the filtering of Warrens, Sanctum allows you to filter in a similar way.
Yeah, I can believe that the Candlelit Sanctum is actually.
Yeah, just getting the Fuel Mundo, draw, like replace itself, everything you really want. All right, oh buddy, turn 2 deckhand.
Yep, there it is, bread and butter.
Just going to be that sneaky deckhand.
We are at 3. Opponent has just ready. He's just readied his first unit. Okay.
Back some of these points. He's not behind in point cadence yet, but seeing as how the sneaky deckhand is that quick accelerate, get the points. Usually you're gonna fall.
The just absolutely sickening part as like going against Annie is like it doesn't matter how good of a trade you have here. They just have flash or fight or flight or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Oh, what is this? The trade feels pretty bad. Yeah, I think Aaron, she pointed it out.
Alan he does that every time, and I love it. Just like the stone cold bluff every time.
Oh, here it is. There's a flash. Okay. We get a card.
Yeah, devastating even if it comes out from Sean.
Yep, there's the flash.
It's not the Void Seeker, just a flash.
Card draw's fine. As long as you have enough time to actually make use of them.
Pivot over to the Sanctum again, score again, get another Sanctum for Sean.
Should be
so
at
I think
2.
he's relatively happy with how this turn played out. Even
production points have been like slightly delayed. I haven't noticed anyone miss points today.
I hate losing my Kaisa so cheaply. Oh.
Oh yeah, that Kaisa was not long for the world. It was like Void Seeker, Cleave, a million other things.
I mean, she replaced herself, so I guess she's kind of like a removal spell, really. You know what I mean? It feels like a Void Seeker sometimes when I play
an expensive
it.
Void Seeker.
Yeah.
In the Kaisa matchup,
especially if you accelerate it.
A big guy, and the fact that they've
I love
4 points
the
already
Draven. I'm definitely putting Draven in my.
Yeah, the game you're on the play.
Breakpoint for Draven is quite nice. This 7 might get you out of the falling star range.
You get to keep it in your base. You get to use it when you're ready, and it's kind of another unit you can do some ride the wind tricks with. It's very large. If you're able to sneak it in on their turn when they move in off your ride the wind, you can get a nice extra point that they were not expecting.
Yeah, and it makes this awkward for
nothing. This is not fast enough.
Yeah, not great because we're going to go to 6 here, and we all know when NA gets to 6, you just get to ride the wind.
Yep.
And we've got Candlelit Sanctum to get that 6th point as well, which is just the Scry 2 into it.
It is hard to beat this as any deck.
No, you're seeing so many cards. I think we already saw a stack deck early in the game as well. You sculpt the hand so easily by this point in the game.
Yeah.
I think the ride the wind is in the hand.
Yeah.
Well, that's a gust actually.
And the even crazier thing about it all is that, like, if you need to, you just get Annie to get back stack deck. Like, you just see your whole deck every game. It's so good. Like, you don't see the actual whole deck, but you see every card, like at least one of every card in most games if you really need to.
Yeah, it's pretty hard
exactly.
to be an aggro deck in a game where you can't really score more than 2 points. But cards like Sneaky Deck can give you that extra
this is a no-brainer,
like
I feel.
Ride the can allow you to score points on your opponent's turn.
It does seem like it. It's a matter of, like, you get Draven to 8. Well, how many runes is Alan at? 2, 4,
Bro, is it
5?
9?
Into the Candlelit Sanctum to go to 6, and I
He'll
think
go
for Sean,
to. Oh yeah, Draven's gonna.
All right, well, I'm getting more Candlelit Sanctum triggers. I just need
We're
to
not
look for
gonna
that
have
Ride the Wind
Watcher
nearby.
accelerated if we have. I
I
mean,
kind of has some legs to it. There's
I guess
still
Spell
some
plus
interaction
Cleave
that
does
Alan can do,
threaten
but he has to be able to
Draven.
I mean,
not
I think
only
at this point
get
you
the
need to
points himself,
Icathian
but
Rain
deny
the
the 2
board.
points
Yeah,
from anything else that Annie does. It's not just Vi Ride the Wind that is good at scoring points.
And that
There
is
are
your
areas in
entire
this
R's
deck.
turn.
You can have the Cleave setups. You can still just push something with Fight or Flight and then run onto the point.
Yeah, I just really want to say how genius
Left.
Darius feels in this matchup right
One
now.
top, one bottom.
Draven, I mean, Darius needs some cards to fight through it. It's a 9. Darius only a 7. Has to commit something like a Cleave or a Smoke Screen or whatever to attack through the Draven. But the Annie deck's so good at just
Sneaky going
gets
back.
it out. You have to spend a spell. You have to go in.
Fortunately,
then,
it's like,
okay,
the
I'll run away
flash.
and then run back in and kill your Darius. So
Okay.
Fight or Flight my thing out. Getting to there you go. Pick up that flash. Protect that Draven.
You
So
do.
Yeah, Icathian Rain is the only out, I think, right? Otherwise, you kind of.
not getting removed here.
It's a Cathian Rain and hope that Vi Ride the Wind isn't there, and but I mean, you're already doing half of that anyway, so.
Annie's stubborn grabbing flash as he says, "Hey Alan, look at this
Bro
flash."
has a lot of
Now,
cards.
if you would like to send your Darius in,
I
you do
see
have to
Void
buff it over my Draven,
Seeker,
or I'll just
Stupefy.
stay. And if you
I didn't
don't
see
buff it
what
over
was
my Draven, I just
obviously
get to deal
a.
with your Darius. And if you do buff it,
Yeah, I'm not
Rain.
seeing it either.
Right, and because
Oy.
Sean is now
Also, how
protecting
annoying is
like
Annie going to
Stupefy
be
into it.
next set when they also have Spell Pierce?
Dude,
Like-
oh my god, I cannot believe.
How sick would
You
that
guys were
be
talking
here?
about it.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about it a bit on the podcast. I'm like, it's an insane tempo piece, right? Like,
Yeah.
every Izzet deck since the dawn of time has made disgustingly effective use of that card.
Yeah. I saw.
Decks will tap out. They will tap out for this shit.
Yeah, I saw people talking about, like, oh, well, if I need to cast a spell, I just pay it. It's like, bro, you're pressuring them. Like, you don't have this wealth of resources against Annie. Like, look at this game. That card would be game over right now if that card existed.
Need unit combat to beat the Draven, and Sean just
It's really
picked up a flash from
uncomfortable.
his trash.
Yeah, Alan really in the squeeze of. I feel like I have to leave up
It
spells.
feels like, yeah,
You know, posture that
Aurelia's
I'm not
going
going
to
to
be
lose. when you get to
cracked.
move your stuff in, but I'm
It's
also behind
what's
on
really
board. I
cool
need to play these units. I need to
is
grow my
that
own
almost
situation.
every one of the legends in the new
And
set,
you get
with
one of these
like
places where you're looking at
the
your hand, you have
exception
so many
of
cards,
like
7 cards
Sivir
in hand, you feel like you have
and
all the options, but
Fiora,
there's just
I've been like
maybe
actively
isn't a way
excited
to
about
play them all fast
brewing or playing or like seeing what
Yeah.
people brew. Like I'm like,
Or
oh, this
seems
deck
sick.
was-
Azir, yeah, I mean,
Azir, like Rek'Sai. I mean, Draven just looks good. I don't like. The problem is that like you have to be doing something really great to make me not want to play Annie at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I mean, he might be.
I mean, Draven's seeing a lot of cards.
Yeah.
That deck seems really sick. Also, the new Chosen Champion looks absurd. The Draven.
Are you talking about the red one or the purple one? I
The
assume
red
you're
one,
talking about the red one. I'm talking about the purple one.
That's not one of its strong suits.
My favorite thing in this game right now is the being able to score an additional point with a card that can win you the game.
Oh yeah,
Purple Draven can do that.
The risk reward is crazy. On
it's
that.
probably going to end up being a
interesting.
multiplayer deck for me, but it's still hilarious.
Yeah, a lot of ways of just like scoring points apropos of nothing, especially like the blue Renata as well. Like making use of just extra like gold or power that you have laying around seems crazy.
Yeah, there's something about that blue Renata that tickles my brain, and I don't know what it is. It's just like I just want to sack all my lands and get a point. I don't care. You know, like something about it makes me want to do it.
Yeah, that is true.
It's also like, dude, trading like just being able to like trade a power for a card is kind of awesome as well.
Yeah, especially like if you're already running seals, it's like, yeah, I'll do that. And also, Heimerdinger can copy your ability, but he doesn't have to be at the battlefield.
Sometimes it's just what happens when you know who you're playing against.
It's probably going to be jank, but I want to do it.
That's super nice, though.
Also, I had someone in chat point out the absolutely hilarious, and I'm definitely building the deck now because of this interaction, which is Renata signature spell hidden, steal their unit, and then hook it away.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's pretty tasty.
Yeah, it's well, I guess you can't. No, yeah, you can attack. No, you can't. There's not really a way to do it from hidden, but you can still play it and hook their unit away. It's sweet.
Yeah. A lot of things that would make that just a play that doesn't really work out. But you know, Alan's in a
it's probably awful, but I need
it
to
is
do it
because it becomes a friendly unit when you take control of it, right?
Right.
So
okay, if it's what 3 cards could it be that I could maybe
that is
beat?
nice.
I have to pretend it's those 3. That's how I'm going to play this game.
Yeah. Well, now it can be anything.
It feels extremely cooked.
It definitely seems like this.
Representing like a Void Seeker.
We know. I did see a Void Seeker in hand, but if you have like double Stupefy is the same amount of numbers. Stupefy plus rain, or not rain.
Take Arena's Greatest first, go to 7, and then Draven outscales the Darius Poro. Even yeah,
what's going on there? See if Alan is going to
even if
spells.
Yeah, you can assume you're going to be able to
Alan
get
played
that
2
first
things,
point,
which I
bring
doubt.
that Draven up 1 point higher into a 10.
Yeah, we also just got we got the stack deck, so it's like it looks quite favorable with 0 cards in hand. There's not 0 cards in hand.
That's minus
I don't
5
know what
on
it
the
is, though.
Draven, brings the Darius up to a 7. Maybe too hard to get through, but if Sean has something like a Fighter Flight, it's going to be really hard for Alan to beat through that in any way.
I have to think off the stack deck, Ride the Wind, Fighter Flight.
I love Alan just straight poker face.
Were found. He has to go on just
okay, we played straight to Battlefield. Interesting.
Okay, see Gust. That is certainly.
Okay, yeah, we're doing it. All right.
This is another way
good
you
old
can send a
sneaky.
sneaky deckhand is play it from hand.
Yeah, it's
okay.
So good.
And
play
that's
it accelerated to your base instead of to the battlefield.
Yep, Alan just going to scoop it up after that, recognizing, okay, well, with the Draven getting an additional point.
Yeah,
there.
interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder what the list is on, because like Kathy and Rain gets you out of some of the nastiest spots in that game when you're behind in tempo, but
yeah,
we don't see it at all.
Like a Draven, not a Vi Ride the Wind, but in a matchup like Heisa,
didn't see it there. Yeah, Acacian Rain and Falling Star are definitely big ones.
Yeah, I mean, look,
and then, but even then, it's like you need to also back that up with pressure, or else the Annie just like if you give the Annie the time, they only need to get to the 6 points, and then Vi Ride the Wind is just
getting to 3 points right out the gates, which
deuces.
yes, that's not on
yeah,
point
you're
cadence,
done.
but it is just so far ahead. And the Draven tech, I think that was very impressive in this game. I knew that they had it in the deck. I knew it was brought in for some of the big matchups, because sometimes you just have to go tall into these like Aurora decks to get that last point. But into Kaisa, yeah, Falling Star didn't hit it. Even we got to the point where Kathy and
There's like one turn where like you can account for the Draven and the Sneaky, I think, with the Rain, but outscale it pretty quickly.
But if you're committing to accelerating that.
Yeah, there is.
You're signing yourself up to get blown out by
not
a
a way.
Oh,
actually, can you rebuke? You might be able to rebuke your own Draven, but that's pricey.
Getting a trade. The situations where you get a huge blowout,
I mean, yeah,
not that high.
you can. Yep. Just it's just a unit at a battlefield into its owner's hand.
To go on the play for the last
Oh, but it might. Is it? It's not a reaction, or is it a reaction?
No, it's action speed.
Oh, so you can't. Well, you can do it, but not in response to
rain.
To rain. Yeah. So rain is just wipe the board.
You don't win when Annie makes it to 6. But if you're
obviously it doesn't care about location, rain, so.
And Annie is not very good at holding.
It would. It would make me sick to my stomach if a Cathian Rain cared about location, but Falling Star didn't.
Oh my god, yeah.
And you have the arena's greatest. You get a little more flexibility in using your runes how you want. You're under a little less pressure. Maybe some of those could be more powerful. You bring those back in.
I don't know. I feel like 33% for what is considered the top deck is like, honestly, not that egregious. I am surprised actually that was only 15% of the field was on Yi. It feels like a lot less than I would have expected, and also so few on like the MF Aurora plan as well.
Yeah,
I really thought that like an NA set would be, or in the West, like set would be much more prolific. I don't know. Maybe it's just too face up.
Like, there are people that. Oh, here's the volley.
Oh yeah, Florin. Yep.
There are people that were on that are set diehards, but it seemed like it was not good into Yi, and Yi was a little bit more. I don't know. It's been really back and forth. Like, people are like, oh, it's just Kai'Sa Yi everywhere. It's like it's actually changed literally every single week that there's a big tournament. Like, the meta has changed. Like in some way that has been interesting, and there's been like cascading effects for it.
But yeah, top 64 was, let's say, beyond expectations. But yeah, I had some good matchups. I didn't face.
Like, in what other event do you get to interview someone that top 64'd and lost, and it's like an interesting interview, and they're happy about it?
Exactly.
You know, like,
yeah. It's just crazy to me that like these are like, you know, professional card game players who are like typically like absolute point gobblers, like EV monsters.
Yes.
And he's like, yeah, I brought a deck that I knew that was weaker into like a large portion of the field. Like, I, as a like professional card gamer, made that choice.
Yeah, you just get to opt into the side tournament, but it's part of the main event. And also, like, oh yeah, I mean, you can still get prize money for the main event too, but that just, like, you know, helps pad the fact that you get this like excessively cool, rare, and let's be honest, expensive card.
It's more money than you would get for, like, I don't know, coming second or whatever, right? Let's say like you're the second Kai'Sa in this tournament. You're like, man, that sucks. I came second, didn't get the first prize money, didn't get the best of prize. I could have played Garrett and just cashed out. Like,
so I heard rumors. I did not specifically confirm this, so take it with a grain of salt, but I heard that the prize wall metal Yi on eBay sold for $1,500.
Oh wow, that my God.
So
into the games in just a second.
Now,
that is crazy.
It's probably on day one. It was one of the first ones. Like, you know, people go crazy with first thing, but it will probably settle somewhere else. But like, if we're looking at it, like, compared to like giant card, like prize wall giant cards, like, I mean, multiple hundred for the prize wall ones, which would make me think like, I would think at least like 1,000 plus, if not like more, depending on the champion.
Annie is a
Yeah,
deck that is about getting
the best of
points
one.
and achieving that combo. And normally when you're on
the Brave New World, man. Holy.
It's also hard to put a price on it because literally there won't be other ones. At least,
yeah.
As far as
so
we know.
The best of pricing is only going to be for Spirit Forged.
It is for the current set. So like the Spirit Forge one will have multiple because there's going to be multiple events with Spirit Forge. Like, there's going to be Bologna and Vegas, so there will be at least 2 Spirit Forge ones. But like, it just lined up that there was only one Origins. So
even though it's something that you're not as happy
that is wild.
Usually in this matchup, but now it gains some additional value. And
they also have to like kind of be careful. Is like you want
And I think
them to be like, for these things you want them to be exclusive and cool, because like if you just have a million of them, it stops being a cool thing that people are playing for, right?
Yep. Who drop? Who drop? Negatory? Oh no. Oh,
that is not ideal.
I saw
Smoke
Alan,
screen is just so.
I saw Alan peel his top card with the face of someone who knows they need something.
It is
and it was
really
just a
not
smoke screen.
ideal.
It immediately
Bro, Alan needs a point though. Give that man a point.
Yeah, pass to kick things off. 3 runes for Sean.
Yeah, exactly. You best be hoping you have like a ray into this turn. Oh, dude, if he literally just slams Kaiser on 2, I'm so sad. I'm so sad.
Starting by saying that Arena's greatest, maybe potentially a little stronger for Annie than
Stack deck.
Kaisa. It
Good
definitely
card.
risks doing that if you fail to play something on your first turn as the Kaisa player.
Yeah, like I want to see. I just want to see what he's looking at so I can understand the decision making.
Right.
Okay, merchant. Fair enough.
Also missing a turn 1 play. We'll see if that was just kind of big
gumbo.
Oh, another smoke screen. Oh, come on, we can't be doing this. Oh, he's done it.
I'm so glad it's just not a sneaky deckhand, not a Noxus hopeful, not something that's harder to answer.
Oof. Oofta.
Pulled off the top
Oh, yeah.
Allen, and it is going to be just Kaisa played, having to hope that this can do enough early on, but that is going to be seeding a lot of pressure.
God, you just want to.
Likely doesn't need
Are we like off Sprite Mother in this matchup? I always found like she was so good when you just really need to score.
Oh yeah,
you really need to.
Good. I don't know if Alan is on the Sprite Mothers.
So interesting.
I don't know
the Victor and the Annie, I felt it was really good.
Yeah, and like Timo is running the Sprite Mothers and the Sprite calls.
Yeah, yeah, Loki. Even just like cleaving a Sprite is kind of serotonin inducing. Aye, okay.
That at least Allen will have that answer to with the smoke screen. It can help a lot in this matchup.
It's not sneaky deckhand. It's sneaky deckhand, but also I draw a card.
Draw a ton of cards as he starts out with a draw.
I'm Alan at 0 points, please.
We saw this game 1 with Sean choosing to accelerate the Kaisa before moving.
Surely it's not like I missed my Arena's greatest trigger. I don't get my point. I really hope that is not a thing.
I mean, technically by the rules it would be, but I don't trust the score on the screen necessarily.
Are we just gonna smoke? Okay, cleave. Yeah, we have 2 smoke screens.
On this turn, if it is a card that he wants to deploy, using the Kaisa ability is one way. That is going to be a cleave on the Dreaming Tree. Get a draw. Try and push over the top.
This is a pretty good setup for Alan. If we see a flash or fighter play here, moving out that Kaisa, I believe Alan has a Darius that can be played and just run into
Maybe
the
just
other
Darius
battlefield
and
take out
get
this
on
travel
Arena.
engine. And now we are out of runes on Sean's side.
Oh, I just realized this. You know what is actually crazy? Is that the Arena's greatest is actually Alan's battlefield.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why you see a game 3 here, because you absolutely run that into the Aurora deck. You just try and beat the piss out of them before they can do anything. It's like, I think it's like my game, it's my blind send against them because I have to equalize aspirants, right? But here it's like, put so much pressure on you. That's why, like, that's why Sprite Mother feels just very good. You just score 2 battlefields like every turn if you possibly can.
Yeah, having the extra acceleration seems really good. I mean, we saw the Carmen version running the 2-drop with accelerate, like
oh yeah, the
rear guard,
or whatever it was,
yeah,
rear guard,
rear guard. Hopeful is the 4-drop.
It's like a 1-of. I feel like yeah, she was on like a 1-of.
Yeah, George also on a 1-of. One of that and 1 of Poro.
I guess
it's. Have Alan at 2. It is
Poro feels like the least like premium 2-drop. I also think like there are some spots where just like having another accelerate card is just amazing late in the game as well.
Having the threat of it is really good, especially like in open deck lists where your opponent now is like, oh god, if they have Watcher plus this, or I guess in closed deck lists where they're like, oh well, they can't possibly win because they can't double Watcher, and then they just play the rear guard, and you're like, I guess I lose.
A cleave for Sean
I
really great.
legitimately,
with your Kaisa,
this isn't true.
the Dreaming
I legitimately fear that Alan is just not going to be awarded this Arena's greatest point at all.
Yeah, I think we're. At first, I was holding out hope, but at this point, I'm thinking that it potentially is just it is lost to the wind at this point.
That is devastating.
Keeping them and getting points.
I think it's like another Survivor in hand. Gust. Or Darius.
I see, I think 2 Vi's. At least 1 Vi. Maybe 2 Vi's. 2 Vi, 2 Darius.
I think there are Dariuses, but no Cleaves or stack decks can't get them accelerated this
I can't even cast
a bit
Gust.
of a clunky hand despite having a lot of filtering and card draw going on.
Merchant there as well.
Really ties it all together. Can just develop a merchant. There's a Vi, it looks
Yeah,
like
I mean,
as
Sneaky
well.
just
Sneaky
is not useful
Some of these,
at all.
small units really unhelpful against the board.
There's nothing to Gust here.
Which is a one-cost
Take the
play,
trade.
but you can't
Open
play
it
it on
up.
this board, unfortunately, for the Darius. So
Are we just
so
trading here?
close to being able to make a really strong
Yeah.
play
And
with
then
Darius.
Sneaky.
I think trade and Sneaky the
Yeah,
open.
we definitely
yeah.
want the 4th point.
Says,
That's for
okay,
sure.
well, I have these Sneakies. I have to do something, so I'm just going to trade Kaisas so that I can get the Sneaky deckhand into the Dreaming Tree. And it will just overall be
Yeah,
a
there's just not
no
an answer to the
turn.
Darius.
Likely to drop maybe just a 2-drop to follow up, and the Darius will stick around for Alan.
No, it does have the Gust.
No, I think we're
so if
on-
the Darius, moves back
we're
to
on
base,
ignore
choose spells,
Darius
tries to go into the Dreaming
territory.
Tree, can always Gust your own
Yeah.
Sneaky deckhand back to threaten the other battlefield that is maybe unopened.
We go to 7.
Gust it back and draw a card. Very valuable in these spots. Often used against your opponent
Falling
as a
Star,
tempo
question
piece
mark?
in these anti-decks, but always have to remember there is the ability
Retreat
to
Darius,
use
Falling
your own units. We
Star.
often see that
Do
through
another
any
thing.
stubborn to actually get
You do
another
have the
spell
pseudo
off
ganking
that
of
card.
Darius by just moving him back, then playing 2
Also,
spells.
just yet another way to keep those
Okay.
ever valuable Vi's useful and safe.
Yes, I like
the
this.
battlefields early.
100%, as we do have Raven
Okay.
Bloom student going to be committed.
Little RB's action,
to
RBS.
I want to see.
Darius' greatest.
Okay, Cleave.
Darius going to come home. Second card will ready it. And it may be exactly what we expected to see.
I mean, Sean's
Darius
representing all manner of things
is
here.
going to be increased to 10 might there. Moves into the deckhand. Sean
He
has to
can what?
decide if a Gust is worthwhile to trade it for another card.
Fight or flight.
I think if you're Sean, you
Rebuke.
can have a pretty good guess that Alan doesn't have another card to play this turn. Because Alan just
know there's a
before
Gust.
going to the
I feel like
Dreaming
you
Tree.
just
had to do it to ready up that Darius.
Gust
But if there
your-
was another play coming,
Gust your guy back
absolutely
to
chose
base.
do that first,
Pretty reasonable.
move in, and be able to draw
No,
that
Gust it
This
to
is where
hand.
the
You draw the
smoke
card.
Ah, yeah, true. Yep.
We talked about how maybe Sean's
Probably.
hand is Darius
Though you maybe
So
you want the
setting
Gust
up
for Ravenbloom student?
for
No.
the Darius
I think the Gust here is fine.
where he tries to send in and conquer
Get the Dreaming Tree
over
trigger.
Alan's Darius for Farron, and Alan's student
Did Alan cleave? He had to cleave prior. That sucks for him. Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to be able to like.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
-4 might, a huge amount of might. A Ravenbloom versus a Darius with a single smoke screen is a trade. You don't even need anything else.
Can you
to
smoke
go
At
into
least
your
it means that the
own
Gust is out of the way for his
really have to be
Arby's.
making now,
Yeah.
let alone if there's a second spell like a
That's true.
Stupefy or something that is cheap and easy and costs you very little.
Still sitting on those
Tree,
smoke screens.
4 behind cadence of Sean, but this time
Makes the math for the
he's
Vi
keep
a
up
little bit
4 runes with action,
awkward.
holding both battlefields, and the smoke screens drawn back to back early on in this game.
Oh, that's
This
true.
is their time to shine.
If
Yeah,
the
Trying
smoke
to
like
show
smoke screen.
why they're in the deck.
oh, are you ever playing around 2 smoke screens?
No, dude. Absolutely
A lot
not.
of options here for Sean. Do you play that Darius? Do you
Absolutely
take an
not.
action to get in there? Are you afraid?
Well, we can
Alan
like
has the 4
what is
energy.
that? Is that a
is
survivor?
lot
No,
of
it's
threats
Vi.
possible.
Okay.
Again, thinking of Void Seeker,
Vi,
Hextech,
Vi,
Smoke Screen,
Darius.
Stupefy's. Darius on Alan's side could become a 7.
Flash.
Raven might be a 3.
I don't know why I keep moving my head like I'm going to be able to see the angle of the cards.
I love this.
Okay, you
from
just-
Sean. You
okay.
send the merchant
Yeah,
first.
I mean, you are
Say, "Alan, show me the
head on
spell."
board. I think the trade here is
Because
fine.
this
Oh, yeah, you're
student
happy
won't
with
get
the trade.
stronger unless you show me the spell now, and it can leave room for that empty battlefield to be reconquered by something
Now,
like a
like,
sneaky deckhand that was bounced back. And Alan,
Darius
we know
plus
there's the
other
smoke screens, you kinda
thing
wanna
could
hold
even
that
just be
off.
Vi if you've
there
got
was
2
a raid,
Vi's.
you
Like,
maybe
take your
expend it,
point.
Keep up 1 smoke, but in this spot you can't afford.
Yeah, if you
to
can get through the
flinch
first
and
5, ride the
use
wind.
smoke screen to try and
5
defend
is
that
Without.
Yeah, I feel like that attack gave
Not as good
With that
Alan
incident.
a lot of
Yeah.
knowledge about Alan's hand. If it was a Stupefy, Alan probably just plays it. It's so cheap, so easy to do.
It's like
and if you win that
Darius.
combat and your Ravenbloom lives, great. You really are able to block the sneaky deckhand you know
Okay,
is
this
in
is
the hand.
Darius.
So, since
So
you know
Darius
Alan
sneaky
knows, you have
go?
a sneaky deckhand, anything that would keep you from being able to play some of that battlefield.
Okay.
Oh, Darius sneaky would have been good, but we
Wait.
discarded the sneaky with.
Oh, I see. That's
Interesting.
interesting.
Only one rune left.
Oh, this plays around
Arena's greatest.
That just plays around
smoke screen.
the smoke screen.
Yeah. Okay, I like it.
You've got 4 runes. I'll respect it.
I mean, you could smoke screen
Call it good.
Hex Tech Ray, but
My Darius is a 7.
Yeah.
You
You
might have
say
smoke screen.
okay.
That would be really bad. You
None
might
of
even
that
just have a
replaced
void
itself though.
But that
No
would give you a
bad.
trade and allow you to use these runes in your Daughter of the Void in a way that I've now
Alan notably
forced
not
you
at
to just
6 right
not
now,
spend your
even though he
energy, leave
technically
those
should
cards
be.
in hand, let me get back to being ahead.
Oh, dude, no, I mean, I don't
I think actually, for what it's worth, maybe the point got added at some point. I have not been keeping close enough attention.
Anyway, with how that turn played out, because he goes to 5 with
I don't think so. There
Darius
were
on
4
board.
all
Play
previous
2
turn.
cards and you can pivot over towards the arena's greatest and try and deal with Sean's Darius. Now, Sean does still have the 3 runes up. We saw a fighter flight in hand. That can be used defensively in a spot like this. To
Can't
try
believe
and
no one
prevent
calls
Kaisa
Darius
from going to
Hootie
that
and the
magic
Blowfish. I mean,
6
that's just
points.
a.
This game, this matchup,
No one's putting respect on the name Darius.
That's crazy.
I feel like there's not enough zaniness in this community yet, and I'm here to bring it.
Well, yeah, we're gonna get there.
We did have someone at Vegas come up to us and ask us to sign their Raven Bloom student, which I was very proud of.
Oh, nice. You know what's so funny? We literally did that episode. We talked about like RVs, and that same week,
Yes.
Nexus Cast had like, a literal title of their podcast. Like, it was crazy. Like,
Well,
parallel, you guys.
Max is a big fan of the winning point, and he even said that he heard it on the show. But then at PAX, Dave mentioned Arby's.
No way.
Yes.
Okay,
now
so
it wasn't in reference to Ravenbloom student. It was reference to Riftbound, but it was still like.
This is a spot that is exactly
maybe.
how Alan wanted to set all of this up. Scoring, going to 6.
That, I mean, that rain, I think, yeah, was very nice.
And this is where Sean says, you know what, no, I can't let you get there. I have to expend this fight
Not
fight
at 6.
just to buy myself time because
Again,
Rain has completely wiped out his board.
should
His
actually be
Vi's
at
gone,
6.
He's lost his Darius, but he still has a decent grip of cards, and now he might still be able to push
Yeah,
to
we got any
6
sneaky
before Alan
boys?
can if he's got the sneaky deckhand.
Would have to have drawn another sneaky.
Really smart usage of the fighter flight, really aware of how the game is going. You know, it is often a
Void
card you are
Seeker,
using to protect
Flash.
your units. But also,
And there it is.
the game is about the points.
Freaky
Sometimes you
deckhand.
just have to use it to say,
So good.
I need to protect 1. This is the one that matters. You don't go to 6.
Rose
I'm
tapped
gonna
out,
go
can't
to
rep
6.
the
Both
Ray.
have the sneaky deckhand from this gust
Okay,
earlier,
and
now
absolutely,
the pressure is back on
unequivocally insane that Alan is not at 6 here, because the threatening to win is so much different than not threatening to win here, because now
I mean,
it's like, do we have
yes.
ride the win or not?
No, I mean, yeah, guy can have like a Watcher or something like that, right? Like Sean can't tap out. Like
go for something like a fighter flight and
a
see
million things that could go horribly wrong. Yeah, we are playing this.
We'll start with Annie. We'll see what card he grabs. I feel like fighter flight is an easy.
Oh, actually, I like this.
Annie into the battlefield.
Kind of. Oh yeah, if you get fighter flight, it makes a lot of sense.
Here to help protect. You have 2 units there. That's not going to beat. The
Also,
Darius
if these units die, it doesn't really matter because
I'm
you're
gonna
just
answer your
looking
Darius.
for
So you need 2 removal
Vi
spells to
ride
get
the
these
win.
out of here.
I guess I don't know what card they took.
Yeah.
Not going to cast it on that turn. Keeping
Oh, they got
Exactly. I mean,
stacked deck.
you-
Okay, that makes sense.
Sean got to 6, so I mean,
At the Magic 6, but no Vi in hand, no Darius in hand, none of the big units that Sean would need to actually finish the game. So as much as the race to 6 has been won, the game is certainly not
it's like
over
you
yet.
need to keep
Not being able to find enough draws
smoke
off the
screen.
Dreaming Tree so far
I was gonna
to
say,
get
what
there.
if you
Assemble
energy
the
open?
combo, but
Just
with a flash in
take
hand and 2 units there,
the
that's
arena's
gonna net another
greatest,
card.
let the hold happen, and just
Also,
hope
so
that Vi
sometimes
ride the
usually
wind
if there's a ride the
happens,
wind in hand, if Darius is
and
forced to go
you
that
get
green
in
seat,
double
you're
smoke
maybe
screen
able to
beats
sneak
it,
that 7th point by
and just
moving
hope.
over and forcing Alan to have an answer to that
I mean, it
battlefield
loses
before
to
the battle
everything.
ends.
Well, it loses to
The way the game has gone,
Rebuke,
the
it
smoke
loses
screen
to fighter flight, but I don't
not
think you're
able to
beating
actually
those cards at
find
this
any
point
purchase
anyway.
that can be great into
Yeah.
the Darius, but
Like, just
Sean
hope
played
that they
around
don't
with
have
it
enough in their
beautifully,
trash. I don't know how many
never
cards are
going
actually in
into
the
combat
trash.
with Alan when there are runes up.
Yeah, really playing this with full knowledge of the game plan. I want to get the points. I'm not about beating you in combat and destroying your Darius. I don't care about your Darius. I care about points.
Yeah, we are
and I'm gonna
counting
play
now.
those and never let your cards be maximum value.
Now Now Alan.
That seems like a pretty ominous number of cards in trash.
The trash for Sean.
Yeah, it looks like a lot.
Cards would be available at this 3-rune.
Well, let's see.
Total.
If Darius is 7, which they would be if they cast 2.
How can he still hold on to win this game?
And 8 would be 15. So that means if there's 13 cards in trash, that would be enough.
We've seen a little bit of a lot of the tricks here. We saw a fight or flight. We did see a flash. You know that Sean chose not to pick either of those up.
And if you're Sean, you just send it, right? There's no incentive to like not recycle everything.
I don't think that your spot gets better, right?
This is kind of a prerequisite here. Finally, a falling star.
Okay.
All right, falling star.
Yeah, was in a draw. He's digging. Is he digging? Does he not have the
Flash won't matter, but
Ride the Wind?
Give Sean a card. Flash has no longer.
No, I don't think he does have Ride the Wind. I think that's why he picked. Stack Deck with Andy.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that is such a big tell now. I think of it.
Yeah. Stack Deck just going to be played on the showdown.
You know, what are your odds to not have Ride the Wind here?
Gain a lot of information. You know your units are dead.
At this point,
I probably have to win this turn.
Gotta be.
You draw 1 card. You've seen 3 more. Surely.
It's gotta be low, unless I mean
we just bottomed all of them.
Been dead for much of this game.
Wait, you can't bottom all of them.
Turn, that is
oh, okay, you must have.
Just like nah, don't want any of these.
The ability to send Darius up to 7.
Yeah, okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think there's like 13 or 14 cards by my rough count in the trash.
Okay.
Dude, I played against a guy in Vegas that just like straight card read me like the whole time. It was crazy. Like he was like, he had asked me, he's like, what do you have? Like, I don't know, 14 cards in trash? I'm like, oh, I'll check. And it's like, wait, I do have 14 cards in trash. She's like, oh, okay, cool. And he's like, you got 2 gusts, 1 ride the whip. I'm like, wait, hold up. I'm like, are you taking notes? He's like, nah, man. I'm just like, what? What? I'm like, so what card game do you play? I'm like, do you play poker? He's like, yeah, poker. And what's the other high roller card game? Pai Gao. Oh, jeez. And I'm like, okay. No, he's a really cool guy.
Like, I guess like some fat players like track pitch, right? They do it for their opponents. I've never been able to do it, but that is crazy.
Yeah. And I was like,
all right,
let me try something. What are the odds I don't have it?
How to answer this Darius or put a win of his own on the table. And that's
so we can get Darius up to 7.
Alan says do it.
Yeah, I mean, Sean has to recycle the correct amount here.
Alan said play it.
Does he have to gust his own Vi and replay it just to get another card in trash?
Oh, there's no way he would go that deep, right?
He definitely thinks he had the game won in
At this point, when your opponent is making you do it, you
sending
might
it.
well.
He's sending it all.
Yeah, Alan
Yeah, you
said
gotta
show
send
me.
it all.
Alan said do it. Sean's like, are you sure? Is this game not okay?
Yeah.
All right.
You know.
And notably can't
even if you don't have it,
can't
Alan,
gust your own Vi now.
I got 7 runes.
Yep.
7 runes. I can play so many things. Let's 3 smoke screens.
There's the first one.
17
Alan says,
power.
you know what? That's fine.
Drop it down to 9.
4, 8, 12, 16.
Oh, we could we need double smoke screen Ray.
13.
I think.
Does that do it? That would be insane. 2, 4. Oh, we even have double smoke screen. We have enough mana for double smoke screen and Void Seeker too.
On top of that.
Right, another 3 runes. A Void Seeker is enough, while not to beat the vibe.
Okay, hold on. We are.
Oh right, you even get to get the opportunity to add the extra +1 too. I mean, Alan, 100%. You make your opponent do it here. Like, I'm not giving you any information here. It's not just a concession.
How many cards are in your hand?
At the very least, this is the end of my tournament. If I'm dead, I'm gonna bask in it a little bit.
Is he gonna get the Darius off? Okay, Void Seeker.
You might as well cast the Void Seeker, but that also doesn't really matter because, like, if the Darius dies, Alan doesn't care.
Yeah. No, I mean you're trading here at best.
One more in the trash.
Okay, we're just making it even stronger.
Yeah. Yeah.
19, so go to 11.
Goes in.
We say this is
11,
it. All right.
5.
Plus 16,
God, you need so much.
19.
Well, we know he has 2. He has 2 smoke screens.
15. Need another 4.
Yep.
If it's Void Seeker,
or anything like a fight or
Yep.
flight.
Yeah, Ray's not enough, right?
No,
at this
I
point.
think it has to be Void Seeker double.
This is
That would be absolutely insane.
Advancing to top 4 on the
We
line.
got just
So
enough
much
to pay
money
for
and
that.
Each
Yeah.
increase from here on out. Fighting for 2 days, long, grueling days of Riftbound. Alan, a Legends of Runeterra world champion, trying to show his
Couldn't
stuff
we
in
then,
another
though,
Riot TCG
just rebuke the
with
Darius
Sean,
if it gets
the
hair?
mercenary coming to a new
is there a
game
rebuke?
that he's
That
so
would be
excited for to see if he can do it here as well.
That would make this whole discussion completely pointless.
On the Annie deck
Yeah.
that he and his team cooked up over the last
Although I
2
feel like
weeks
if you
that they
showed
believe is
the
best
Vi
in
ride
the
the win
format
before,
against the
if it
Kai'Sa
like
that's
played out, you
proven
show the
to be
rebuke
the
too. I
best
feel like that
across
might be
Origin
enough, but
so
at this point,
far.
I guess you're just bought in.
There you go. One smoke screen.
Has to do the math so many times. Has to make sure
Get rid of
this
that
is the
dice.
situation. There's the first smoke.
A Stupefy? I don't know if that's going to be relevant. You can dig with it.
-4.
Stupefy drawing Ray matters, right?
Yeah.
-4.
Okay.
Ready
11
the
plays
Darius
7.
up to 7.
You need 4. So yeah, Stupefy and Ray gets you there.
Currently 11
Or Stupefy and another smoke.
on this Vi.
Okay.
4 more might difference to make up.
Oh, we're trading now.
Wait, it's another smoke screen.
Yep, he had them all, man. That is crazy.
No shot.
Oh my god.
The question is there action from Sean?
Bro, can he Stupefy here to win?
It's not over yet as he allows
No.
to come through or he pass.
He's dead ass going to Stupefy that Vi.
To Alan.
This is absolutely wild. Alan played those smoke screens so close to his chest
Wow.
this whole game. Had them from
3
the start.
smoke screens.
And we
Okay,
said it
actually,
right at the
let's
beginning.
trade go
Maybe
through.
this situation comes
Also,
up.
the
On
like
third
the
smoke
mental
screen
boom
is the
of this
only
too, of
way
like
this breaks down here.
I showed you the combo thinking I was going to win this game. My opponent made me go through it, and then they also still had all the answers. That's absolutely insane.
From Sean.
Alan afraid there of a cleave. If he cleaves, if believe Sean has a
Okay.
cleave, he needs to bluff the
So we
Hextech
can
Ray.
watch it
Can't use the
unaccelerated.
Stupefy to try and
We
blow
still
out.
need to.
Now he's found the Ray. So if Poro just tries to run in and end the
Okay.
game, he at least has an answer. But is there a unit for Alan?
What else do we
That's
have?
how you win, there's a Darius.
That's one of the best ones.
So we
It's
are
hard to have
raying the
something bigger than
Poro
that.
instantly.
That plus the Ray
Yeah.
on this Poro means it's really
There's
tough
no
for
deckhands
him to
left,
win
right?
here,
Surely
even
we're
with
done with those.
acceleration.
I think at least 2 have been played.
Stupefy plus Ray in Alan's hand to deal with this.
Triple
We
smoke is
still
absolutely
have
insane.
some Riftbound to play.
Am I crazy? Could he not have Stupefy the Vi to like have the Darius?
Yeah,
win?
they talked about it. He could, but he's like, if opponent has cleave, you just lose the game. So I think he just.
Sean thought the same thing. He flashed
I-
the Vi, ride the wind, said, hey,
I
are you
get it,
dead? Can
at
we move
least,
on?
but-
Can I go to top
Yep.
4?
It's
And
tough.
that is not what happened here.
Wait a minute.
And you can
We
see
are Darius
you can't
swing, play
believe
2
this game
spells,
so
or we
many
just have
played.
Watcher as
And the
well.
Ray will answer the Poro straight away.
We have Watcher,
Sean,
so.
no answer. Very
Are we only
few
gonna go to
cards
7 though?
remaining. And card for card. Annie
Yeah, that Ray.
with
Oh!
power. Then on the
Sneaky.
other side, it will
Dude,
get
that is
deckhand.
crazy.
Deckhand, meaning needed that Hextech Ray to not lose
I
here,
get ready for
but
this, Blav. You're gonna.
Oh!
lose
going
it.
in.
Yep.
And Sean
Wow.
Never didn't have it. Never.
That's
Never did have it.
insane.
Recommend players.
wind is
Goated.
answered. The call of Darius
Wow.
from the top of the deck. He's able to take Annie to the top 4.
Insane.
Incredible match. You
The
saw
triple
relief
smoke is
on
not enough,
Sean's face
bro.
after the game.
Molding. I would be
Slumped back,
in orbit.
so close to winning. Thought he had it.
Did we like?
Oh my
Triple
god.
smoke screen, saw it
Was
slipping
the
away, able to
was
find that Darius
the
to score the last
Stupefy
point.
just
Absolutely
like?
incredible game on both sides.
Would you
Both
win there?
players absolutely knew what they needed to
Because
do
we would
to
still
win.
had a
No.
Darius. Did we have a way to proc
Maybe.
Darius? No, we could have because we could have Darius.
That not
Played the
only did Alan
Darius, moved the
overcome
Darius, get the
that
point.
big of a
Hextech Ray your own Darius. Can you Hextech Ray your own unit? I think so.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the
Yep.
That
Vi
procs Darius,
as a
boom,
Kai'Sa
8,
deck
done.
With the 3 smoke screen.
Played to
able
not
to
lose,
push
didn't play to
through.
win.
I've
Yep.
got no more
Yep.
words for it, so let's hear from Sean himself.
That's crazy.
After the win here in top 8, moving
I
on
was
to
like,
top
bro,
4.
I didn't know what half those cards did, but at least mine worked and his didn't.
Oh no, we need the Mr. X box for this interview right now.
It's tough, isn't it? Sean is very tall. He's very, very tall.
Yeah, he is.
I was sitting there thinking like, okay, I'm gonna make my Vi as big as possible, 19. And before I went for it, I was thinking, okay, if he has like double smoke screen and like the Hextech Ray, I'm still okay. If he has
Sean really did the
triple
math,
smoke screen or like double smoke screen, stupefy and a bolt or something, then I could lose. I'm like, it's possible because of how he's played, but it's like still pretty unlikely. And then he had it, and I thought, okay,
He ripped the deckhand?
He thought, all right, I lose the game.
He ripped the deckhand, bro. Like, come on.
Sneaky! Sneaky freaky for the win.
As soon as I drew it, I'm like, I think I win because I don't think he has a bolt, like a second bolt. So I moved my power in.
I like how he's just so matter of fact about it. He's like, so I drew it, and I'm like, I think I win.
Oh, he didn't give him the arena's greatest trigger. He forgot the trigger.
Yeah, it is a trigger.
Confirmed. Oh, I mean, sorry. At that point, I'm like,
remember? He's like, no. Let's
on you, Chief.
Like, okay. So then in game 3, when he presented it, he forgot his own trigger, and even mentioned in the game, he's like, the reason I like doing that is because I like punishing myself or my opponent, like, you know, if my opponent misses it, it is, but he's like, I like to.
I guess Alan did not even request that be given. Yeah, okay. I respect it. I really do.
And it's just crazy. Like, it's
game's hard, man.
So many things.
There's
in the game are just insane.
The way I put it, and I think it describes it best, is that there's just a lot of, it's fiddly. There's a lot of fiddling going on. Like, you have to flip your runes every turn. You've got to bottom your runes every turn. You've got to, like, do all these things in the right order. There's, like, a bunch of these little triggers. It's not like, oh, you play your card, it has an enter the battlefield effect, and then it's in play, and you're just using it as a unit. There's, like, a bunch of little things throughout the game that, like, just, they just tax you constantly.
I was kind of chill, I'd say, like, Friday and Saturday, because I showed up with kind of, like, no expectations. I played like 2 Nexus nights, and then like
I showed up. I just played 2 Nexus nights, and I did okay, and now I'm in the top 4 of the biggest event in NA.
I mean, it is like crazy how grueling that like group is. I mean, yeah, it's like you have David Rude there just like cracking the whip. You got like Isaac Crute, you know, Tarek in there, Dilks.
Yeah, just wild. Just D-Rude at the top cracking the whip.
D-Rude's like, yeah, he's like smoking some ribs in the background and cracking the whip. Like, get your drafts in, boys.
Yep. I've had the privilege of, you know,
you guys are not get. You guys are not.
Epitome of tough love.
I can't do the whole PCG Invasion team.
I can't think of the Montreal accent, but there's definitely some brisket on the line if you're not if you're winning these drafts.
And guess who I got for them to practice with? It was Alan ZQ. They got to test with him a little bit coming in, and the fact that they have to beat him in the top 8 to make that top 4 is insane.
That is crazy. Also,
top 8 action to go, Aaron. We're going to be jumping into
we have an Annie in top 4.
Blarg. Okay. All right. Blarg.
We already have one Annie
what kind of
making
gear
our
we
way
looking
into
at
the
here?
top 4. There was an opportunity for the 4 Annie
That's
top
what I
4.
want to know.
Let's see if Blarg can
Okay,
stop
Obelisk
that from
into Zorn Warrens. Yep.
Oh, Yi is up again.
Yeah, the sneaky deckhand off the rip doesn't suck. I'll tell you that much.
Hold up, that looks like a metal Annie too.
To Obelisk and Zon Warrens. And what's cool
about
this
I wonder.
is
I mean,
when the battlefields were flipped and no veggies
okay,
saw
so,
Obelisk,
well, Obelisk means.
said, you know what? Yeah, I will
means
still stay
Aurora, right?
play. I'll let you have your 4 runes,
Am I?
and I will have my sneaky deckhand.
Not necessarily. The eggplant also
you
runs
can't
it.
really stop that sneaky deckhand from holding
You can like
without a board
Tiana
already, so
off
that's
the rip
almost a
here. He's
guaranteed
nice.
2 points
But I mean, letting your
for any
opponent like
one
sneaky
person.
deckhand to an open battlefield turn 1 is
Warren's game 2 is also
pretty scary.
Not ideal.
From no veggies. Usually we've just seen this as the game 1 battlefield every single time.
Yeah,
out of Annie Dark
this would definitely be an aggressive Aurora deck.
This one, no veggies actually having the Warrens.
I love the jersey that Blarg is representing here. I think was that Challenger TCG.
Hey, I mean, I can read the text on it.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
This is
That great taper. Like I love the font typing there. It's very.
I would love
stylistic.
It's possible you're supposed to have your
if that is actually what is printed on it, and it's not just a white T-shirt with Sharpie on it.
Oh, that would end me.
Something like that from no veggies, but they have made it all the way to the top 8.
Or if it is just Sharpied on there, I just want to see what it looks like when it's been put through the wash. Just like completely like ruins the shirt.
The 2 points from the sneaky deckhand, and just going to be able to play out the Annie. But this version of Yi not going to be the Aurora that we've seen out of Clyde. It is just going to be
on
low to the ground
6.
early games, but I would imagine there's
the beauty of
here for Blarg.
Annie is that like if you just have flash, you don't care.
Gives you a nice option here.
I guess if they have like primal strength plus defy,
and then I probably have a way
you
to
kind of hate your life.
Fight or flight or flash to save my king.
Outside of that,
If
you're
gonna go into
mostly
the other
okay.
battlefield, I can just play this stack deck if I don't think you're going to be able to break into the Zon Warrens.
There it is. Just a push onto the
What are
obelisk.
you trying to snap off a Ray?
Veggies, I think, considering any action here.
Yeah, there is a downside to the stack deck, which is then you don't have 2 up.
It would be a markedly different version of Annie if he's running Ray. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, true. That's not. Yeah, it's usually like what fight or flight in that slot.
Yeah.
In that low to the ground slot. Yeah. Okay. Nothing.
Case, a couple more 2-drops deployed for Yi. 2 keepers in the back. Azonia's coming down. A little bit flooded on the early plays. Not exactly what you want to see.
Oh yeah, Zonia's when you could just get
onto battlefields.
the Zonia's bringing back a Poro just feels awful.
Yeah, I mean that's why you want to hide it, right? So you have a bit more like flexibility on when to use it. But even then, like you kind of get forced into it sometimes. But, like what is? Yeah.
And I feel like
still like you need to do more than just send a survivor at that battlefield. Like Poro's at 4, so.
The Deadloom plus the Hourglass.
No, Poro's at 5. Poro has
Ah,
shield.
true.
Why is this Poro 5?
Yeah, and I mean, this was the matchup in China that kept Annie away from the top.
Pretty bloody good. Yeah, for a 2-drop.
Were spouting how good they felt Annie was. They knew this
Good
deck was strong, but they couldn't
Yi
get past the Master Yi players. And Blarg trying to show that is true, whereas the Annie's no veggies.
Well, also, not the most appetizing falling star board either. Just because Holland is sitting in the back, he's like the target you really want to go after with that.
To be quite tricky for no veggies to navigate, as you said.
Especially like if you don't have a way to contest this battlefield, you just kind of don't care.
When most of your units are very small and you're
But really
just
pushes.
pushes.
Yeah, it really just trying to like a mega stack this battlefield to what trade into a Deadloom. But
people always say the deck's really strong, and it is.
I mean, the good news is that they're on straight Deadbloom, not Deadbloom plus on guard, but also the Deadbloom just gets pushed back.
And
The
people will look up
Zonia's.
down on a deck like Master Yi.
Okay.
Just kind of big monsters in combat. Really
Okay.
sometimes really simple and really powerful.
Or this, like
my 10, you're right.
We're not trading.
Pretty good.
I guess we do still have like Flash.
This is 10 with the white flame coming through on the Clockwork Keeper. Wondering what the action
Oh, I
is
see
for no
Rebuke.
veggies. I see a Rebuke, a Flash, and a Ride the Wind as options, but Rebuke
I don't have it, yeah.
Keeper is not a very
The Flash only gets 2 of you guys out, right? So
Yeah, Flash gets
Keep up
2
the deck
out.
hand.
Sacrifice your sneaky
kind of,
deck
I
hand
guess,
for this
don't
turn,
care.
but that looks like a Ride the Wind potentially being deployed, as we did have 1 purple go to the bottom.
Oh, wait.
Ride the Wind the Vi. That doesn't currently win against the Poro that's hanging out on the obelisk.
Okay, it's resolving now. Okay, and then we what? Flashing the remainders out? No.
I guess you can Vi.
Okay, we have to resolve the showdown at Obelisk now, right? So, which also does not favor the Vi. So,
No. Oh, are we gonna rebuke the Poro?
We'll see as that
To get a point?
Does not seem-
That'll put us to 4,
Okay,
then put us to
please.
5, then we can go over
6
go
on
to
5.
6.
So
I can see the okay cleave.
they get you there. Force out the Zonias.
That's true. It also does pop the Zonias.
And some extra points
It's also threatening to potentially get to 6, which, as we know, that's the number.
I mean, your Vi's ganking as well, so
Yeah, you
can
just
I
gank
guess cheaply
over.
score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go over and beat this Clockwork Keeper in
And then you
combat
still
really
have the
easily with this guy.
Flash.
Get to 6 without much trouble.
You might
And then
we might just see
Blarg's under the gun.
Flash
Lots of
on
pressure.
their turn.
Fear of another
No,
Vi
maybe
if the
not.
first one doesn't get removed.
You'd rather bait
1, 2,
out.
3,
This is a really
4.
tough spot. This is not
8 in
exactly how
yard right
Blarg
now.
wanted this turn to play out.
Actually,
Yeah, I think you're like trying to make lemonade right now, while your opponent's tapped out.
So
Just
Yeah.
go for it.
this is set
Yeah.
up beautifully.
I mean, this is going to get them to
Thought you saw
6,
score, as
which
you
is
said, go to 4.
the number,
Now
right?
we
And
get to go
I
to 5
think
on
we
the
saw
board.
Ride the Wind.
Use
No, we saw them play
bare
Ride the Wind.
minimum from the trash
And we
to
saw
push
them play
over
the
the
Annie.
keeper
Maybe
because
there's
no
another Ride the
resources
Wind,
available for Yi.
potentially.
Now whenever Yi tries to take it back, the Flash is there and the trash is still huge to send the Vi again. So unless there's something like what we see there in the trash, a charm being able to be used to deal with the Vi, she's safe. she's protected and able to just push through.
Yeah, even if there is a charm, it doesn't work too well against
Yeah.
the mini deck. Flash and fight or flight, I mean, they
true.
can be a liability. Sometimes you charm a unit into your battlefield and you get kicked out by fight or flight, and they conquer. That is such a nightmare scenario for Blarg, and I can believe that's why this charm went to the trash.
Yeah, it has to be. It would have to be charm plus
Ride the Wind might be
Defy.
my
If you're
favorite card
missing
in
the
set
Defy, then the charm, as you said, is maybe just fully a liability.
Yeah,
You can't
I don't know.
cross
It is.
And that looks like just
He's
a
pretty
smart
unreal.
call, just dealing
I
with
feel like if they
exactly
made that
how
card an
everything
epic,
goes.
it would be $40, and no one would even bat an eye either.
What does it go for at the moment?
Vi
Goose?
going over
Let me
the
have a look.
top.
Ride the Wind is it's a common. It's worth not like a foil one is maybe
Yeah, I
$2,
guess, yeah.
but the
They're
regular
not
ones
in.
are
Yeah,
10 cents.
all really depends on what the
Yeah,
remaining
it's not in
cards
like
are in the
Origins.
hand.
It's not in rather Proving Ground or anything like that. Yeah,
the
it's
only
like,
one that
it's like $1.
the only one. Wait, is it $1? Really?
72 cents.
That is actually kind of crazy for a common, but also supply issues, etc., etc.
Yeah.
No, Flash is the only one that is like gated by
as well
Proving
as the
Grounds.
potential to have things like
Yeah.
Defy in hand in the future. The White Flame Protector is large, and if you're able to
Stack
counter
deck is
a
just
really
a
important spell
regular
with
$6 uncommon.
find a way to claw back into this game after this rough turn.
As you do. Yeah. So what is the issue?
As we still waiting.
I'm
on the
not
decision
sure.
here.
Both players
Think
seem to
about
be pretty
from the
chill
Blarg
about
side,
what's going
what
on.
cards
So.
can actually
Yeah.
bail him out of this scenario? As we know most of No Veggie's hand, having the flash to answer. Any Stubborn's already been deployed, so unless there's another Ride the Wind.
One thing that I
get that for
really
free,
appreciate
so
about
Vi's not ready to
this
immediately win
the
for
Riot
6.
broadcasts
Yeah, if he
feels like
is
Vi
that
is the big
you
thing
are
that has
people
to
are
come.
able to use their like online name for being on camera. Like Magic would always be like they would always make you use your government name, and it's like, I mean, I don't care. I'm a psychopath that uses my government name as my online name. But not
I guess,
everyone is
yeah.
like that.
Did you see Scott Mine's tweet?
No.
He like, I think there was a particular. It was like the name. One of the players' names was MILF Lover 69420.
Okay.
And he's like, yeah, this could be a problem if they get under a feature match. I think it's like, it's fine. You just say, we can't put you on a feature match. Like, but what happens if MILF Lover starts like, you know, goes 7-0 out of day one? It's like,
Look,
a little bit.
I think
through on the Ride the Wind, then I think Blarg can do so
that's
too.
probably something you don't want on camera. But also in terms of inappropriate names,
Not 19. This Vi is not nearly as
Yeah, it could be worse.
big
Could be worse.
as we
Like,
saw
I've seen
earlier,
some
so
shockers.
won't need
like
I've
I
seen some
wouldn't.
shockers.
My whole thing on broadcasts that are like PG, not PG, but like PG-13 or like on broadcasts I was doing, like when I was streaming, I wouldn't swear on my stream. And I wouldn't make crude jokes. My whole bar was like, if you can make the joke on Animaniacs, I was fine with it. Like, they probably wouldn't make a MILF Lover joke, but also like, if your 6-year-old is laughing at the name MILF Lover, it's your fault, not mine.
From Yi, nothing left to do. The hold up to 5, exactly as we thought it would play out. And now No Veggies just has to consider this next draw.
So I
what
think
it can add to the situation.
that Veggie
Just
should be
trying
at
to
5
get
right
to
now.
6 this turn.
Yeah, I think they'll correct it.
Okay, yeah.
I think they'll correct
5
it.
for the whole point. There it is.
I'm like a few seconds ahead. So
Oh, okay.
I can tell you they will correct it.
Considering just going for 3, pushing the Vi up to 6.
Okay.
Which is higher than it needs to go.
Right.
I feel like you can do Exactsies with no
So we are
runes
+3 in the
available.
Vi.
Are there any? There's no cards
That is
in
going to.
yellow and, or sorry, green and orange here.
Yeah, there isn't really a
common body
reason
that
to
can actually
have
blow
this
you
be
out.
Yeah, your
So
opponent's
I
tapped
think this
out.
is maybe some
Completely tapped
unnecessary
out. Like,
safety, and that extra might may end up
Just-
coming to haunt No Veggies later on, as you only need.
Maybe
yeah, I
just
maybe thought it was a
not
point.
6.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, possibly thinking
A
that the
small
smaller
thing, but-
throw, the teardrops may be getting a little confused.
I mean,
there,
irrelevant?
seeing the
No,
shape.
it shouldn't.
I can't think of a reason
Certainly,
you would need to make this mite extra large
these
this
game the
turn.
Annie games are really like the definition of game of inches. Like every.
I mean, Sean had the same
little
issue.
Yeah.
Like he had to calculate like pretty closely.
Yeah,
And
literally
we were
at one
talking about
point.
like playing extra stuff to to fill up the trash a bit more, right? Just to get there. So,
Yeah.
and it's so face up, you can't do it because it's spell speed, right? That really changes the complexion of that whole interaction.
That's not enough to beat the Vi and the Traveling Merchant.
How broken would Vi be if it was just reaction
Nah,
speed?
no way, dude. Already, like,
she would be the first super epic.
Like, unless you have like a hidden blade or something, like you just have to watch it happen.
Especially, it's so much better than her being big, because you just can't do anything if the cards are there, but they don't actually have to spend the cards. It's the threat of activation is so much better.
Nah. There are some things in Fab like that, and they drive me nuts.
They've tended to move away from that in Magic, where it's like, we're gonna not have this like infinite skill expression. Your opponent needs to pay absolute 1000% attention to every little thing, or else you just get punished. It's probably for the best.
I can see a world where
also things that create more stops on Magic Arena make players
and try and save that so we can make another big power play the following turn.
It's me, I'm players.
Yeah, that always felt awkward. I mean, it's not as bad as like playing try to play Talishar and you're playing like Prism or something like that. Like every priority window you have to manually decline unless you set it otherwise. It's super annoying.
Yeah,
when you have like instant speed like equipment on board and stuff, you have always yeah, it's tough. I hate playing on Talishar. I only want to play in paper.
Yeah. Talishar is still better than the options for Riftbound currently, at least.
That is true. Yes. I think the policy is like not to allow like automated sims, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's like a few non-automated ones, but it's like,
that hurts.
This is the downside of sending in that Stalwart Poro first. If you have
Rebuke.
that base with your Clockwork Keeper, you can at least send both of those into this Vi.
Rebuke is so good.
Leaving the Traveling Merchant, but you're not guaranteed to lose on board like you are currently.
So we almost certainly don't have Defy, right? We snap Defy that Fireflight.
I think you absolutely, yeah. You
just deal with the Vi, but leave the Merchant. Or we just head
if you can threaten to kill Vi for almost any amount of resources, you just have to do it.
Considering if there's anything left for him to do.
A charm here.
Oh, that's such an interesting line that Aaron pointed out. Yeah, you are on charm runes.
Yeah.
Pretty good. You don't actually use the
You can just like whittle them down. Get the Vi would be super nice.
That's a common thing this whole weekend. But if you're in that
there could still be a flash technically, although I believe they discarded a flash.
Instead, you really are forced to use something like that charm. You got to get this Vi off the table, even if there's a chance you get blown out.
They discarded a flash, which makes me think that they have another one because it's like the best card in the deck besides like Sneaky
and there is a charm. Good call. The Vi gets to head over.
Yeah, we didn't even have to move the Clockwork. Oh, that is nice. Okay. Take the trade here. That's fine.
Which there are not.
Crazy.
Vi is gone. Trade the keeper, so there's no material.
Ride the wind over, and then you can honestly just knock the deckhand, knock the Traveler off the other battlefield, and
really
nice.
well, despite the two effects, the Rebuke and the Fighter Flight, making both big monsters not really do anything.
Yeah, the charm was actually the perfect answer. We talked about how you
can
get blown out from it, but not this time, as it is going to be
Derek.
The sneaky deckhand going
Mitch.
into the zone.
How's it going, man?
Hello.
Coming through.
It's been a weekend.
Yeah, how was don't tell me Krampus knocked.
All the way at a 5.
Krampus knocked was good. That's about the only thing.
Yeah, I've got kids in about an hour or so. My free time is coming to an end.
The Zonwarrens, pitch the Poro, sees the scrap heap, sigh.
Yep, plays it, make sure he can find some action for this next turn. As now there's the White Flame in hand, so he can come in ready again. And now that window of opportunity to beat the Yi may have been missed.
Yeah, I think I'm now terrified. I'm just being outscaled for the rest of this game from the Annie.
I mean, yeah, it's
you can replay the honed.
You need to get both.
I'm curious. I mean, I guess really you have to keep the sneaky at this point. The Gust on Poro can be quite valuable. Yep. It does seem.
I'm just curious what card Veggies kept. Like I'm pretty sure that they discarded a flash at some point, and like
I have both battlefields.
I get that you get blown out by you get blown out by Defy, like if you're relying on the flash and it gets defied, but also boy,
Fading Memories.
There's some type of trick in here.
At this point,
Fading Memories is a common card, but boy, do I hate that card. It feels so bad.
Fading Memories. It's uncommon, right? With silver water.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty nice. Give them the temporary. Yeah, it fucks those decks that really want to hold. Okay, well.
No 4 Annie top 4 for us.
The Dark Lord Yi takes another scalp. All right.
There we go. Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair play. At least we saw one Annie in. It's not going to be...
That charm is just unreal.
So good. And boy, would it have been awesome if there was a Flash still in it.
Had a fighter flight, still not enough to take over that turn, and Blarg able to remove all of the
also,
units.
the name Blarg is pretty great,
and then
especially since it's not just Blarg, it's Blarg 11111.
The matchup as Annie, where there's nothing that you can do about the holds, and even just the Poro can be way too much. 5 might is more than your Kai'Sa Survivor that you love to accelerate over the small drops in the early game, and that can cause so many issues. Yes, the rebukes, the fighter flights, they allow you to take this tempo game plan. This was very close to Annie just winning immediately, but the second the game is stabilized, Yi becomes unstoppable for the Annie.
Yeah, I mean, Annie, red and purple, you have some
Let's see, what was our...
It's the same issue. It's the Kai'Sa issue late in the game, except you don't have Watcher to deal with just the big bodies, right?
Yeah.
Fading Memories is fine. It's pretty,
you can only score so
pretty
many
good,
points.
yeah.
Eventually, these pouty Poros, these sneaky deckhands, all these little units fall
Yeah,
off
I'm sure it probably ends up being fine. It's one of the cards that like you look at it and it's like, oh, this is a way to get over these giant units that Annie can't normally deal with. But when I was playing the deck, I would be like, oh, I'm playing against, you know, mid-range or bigger deck that has these giant units, and I would draw the card, and I'm like, I just want to discard this to my traveling merchant. Like,
yeah.
I'd rather, like, the game plan is not play fair, kill your unit 1-for-1. It's like, get to 6 as fast as possible, throw, like, you don't care about your resources in the pursuit of getting to 6, and then ride the win. It doesn't really work as much against Yi because they're one of the few decks that actually has counterplay to that, but I guess I just didn't play against Yi.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're hot mic'd. Oh no.
There was nothing bad there, right?
No. Yeah. That was actually hilarious. A hilarious hot mic where Cass is like, that was sick. And it was like, I was really fucking, and then cut. That's why I will basically wait an uncomfortable amount of time to say anything until I hear the director say that you're clear.
Did you know about what happened to me in Singapore?
No.
Okay, so like what we did, which
also
I really
for what it's worth, I don't know if you know this, I am streaming right now. If you don't want to tell the story, I assume that you knew that.
I'm happy to tell.
Oh, you did know that. You came into the stream. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
just want to make sure.
We were doing this thing at the end of the round, which I think is really good. Something that like, we could also tell Anu about is that this is really like manpower intensive, but we had Aiden capture footage of the round and then package it into a bump out, like a 10-15 second B-roll bump out of like the players just playing with like music behind it.
Yep.
So like I'd be like, oh, we're heading to a break, and then it cuts the B-roll, and I like talk over that, and then like hype and throw. It's just super nice, like little bookend of the round. Now, normally the B-roll goes on for about 10 seconds after I've stopped talking. And I'm used to like, you know, Ethan, when he hears me stop talking, to cut my mic. Now, he didn't do that. So we had a really good matchup in the top 8. And it's like day 3. And I won't lie, like, I'm getting loose. The night before, like, we had a pretty big night.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm like, you know, I'm definitely sort of feeling it. But we have like a Gravy Bones mirror, which is like the necromantic class, whatever. And it's really technical. It's really fun. And I like let the B-roll fade out to the like the logo, and I throw my head back and I go, fuck yes! And then Ethan looks at me like he whips his head around the monitor and looks at me. He stares at me with like eyes wide up. Like he's like, that was live to the stream. I'm like, what? I was like, I was cut for like 10 seconds. Oh god! And then like it became a whole meme. Like everyone spamming the chat. Like fuck yeah.
Yeah. Well,
thankfully I didn't get in trouble.
For what it's worth, that's basically what just happened to Cass too. Yo, Battle.
But they didn't swear though, did they?
No, they did.
Oh. Oh well. Happens the best with, I guess.
You're in good company now.
Okay.
Yo, Bird, what's up, buddy?
George falling to Annie.
We got the homies. We got Uber and
He said
Charmander.
so bummed that Alan lost. I see. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
He said so effing bummed that Alan effing lost. I think is what he said.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's fine.
I mean, you don't want to swear on the
Bro,
Riot stream, but
like go George. Like go George.
They got George.
Bro, 3 Annies in the top 4.
3 Annies. Yes.
No, dude.
Oh, but this also. Oh God, Master Yi's winning this tournament, aren't they? Oh, Primor, please. A spirit bomb for you.
Sean Dhaliwal is gonna win.
I mean, I'm spirit bombing for all of them right now. Also, Blarg.
Bro only knows what the purple and red cards do. Doesn't matter.
Also, hold up. Can we point out the fact that Challenger TCG Sharpie T-shirt just got probably a $4,000 metal card?
Oh my God! True, the best of Yi, bro. You can get jerseys for the rest of his whole last team.
He can Sharpie the whole convention center right now. Yeah, it's like he could buy real shirts, or he could just Sharpie 1,000 more shirts. Like, think about it.
Oh my God.
So I got to point out the fact that the person who I have cast the most hours with, casting alongside the person who I have probably watched the most hours of casting in my viewing days is this is wild for me. I'm absolutely loving the world that we're living in.
P. Sully.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I back in the day, I would play in as many Star Cities and watch literally all of them. All standard, legacy, modern, back before modern was even a format. Like that's how long ago it was.
Yeah, I've watched many NSCG. Little Cedric and P. Sully actions.
Oh yeah, the classic.
So I know this is something we'll probably cover on our next show, Mr. Blevins, but since I have the two of you,
we've got the quorum.
How do you feel about the fact that our top 4 is 4 Proving Grounds champions that were supposed to be not as powerful and are also less available than the other one?
I mean, look, someone was asking this yesterday because they were like, "Oh, I think we're going to see less Yi because there's less availability of Proving Grounds." It's like, Yi's not harder to get than Annie. It's in the same thing. Hey, thanks, Bird. Appreciate it.
It's a pretty unique scenario, isn't it? I can't really think of something of this nature occurring in another TCG. Not at least in mine.
No.
I mean, Charm's played all of them, so I mean, you could probably.
I mean, here's the thing.
Lord of the Rings game gated by starter products.
No. So it's interesting, right?
MLB Showdown, maybe. If you wanted Greg Maddux or David Cohn, you had to get the starter deck.
Well, yeah. So, but there's a difference between starter deck stuff, right?
Yeah,
so, when I was covering Battle Spirits, and a lot of Bandai products in general, kind of notoriously will put stuff gated into starter products.
Mm-hmm.
And set 1 in particular was problematic for Battle Spirits when I was casting that Pro Tour in New Jersey. But it's less about what's in the starter decks and more about, I think, Riot/Universe, the combination of the two.
Yeah.
Riot more so because it was from them. They made the mistake of, I think, publicly saying, hey, these are not meant to be as powerful. I know other games have designed products with that in mind, but they've never publicly said that because at the end of the day, I think at the time they still wanted to sell those products, and if they were saying to people, hey, this is weaker, you shouldn't buy it. But also in this case, it looks like a really bad gotcha, right? Because you've publicly said hey, these aren't meant to be competitive. Oh, by the way, it's our entire top 4.
Yeah.
They're simple effects that are very powerful. Do you know what I mean? I think it's the simplicity that they designed in on purpose. But
yes, you are hitting the nail on the head. I've heard so many games word it differently as a stopgap, and so this is, I think, the first time I've ever seen it where they did not do that.
Yeah.
So Dead Bloom and what's it called? White Flame are the cost gatekeep, but it's not the cost necessarily because cards being expensive is not the issue we're talking about here. Like, that's a completely different thing. It's more the access to this product and like artificially having the cards be more expensive. Like the anti-champion would not be $20 in a normal TCG world, right? It would be, you know, just some. It would be, you know, roughly a quarter of the price of, you know, Proving Grounds or whatever. You know, it would even out. But like because it's so limited, it's artificially inflated. Like,
yeah. I mean, also the legend is $20, so that might be a deterrent to some people. It's pretty costly.
Yeah, I was lucky to have the foresight of like, oh, I just want I wanted a Proving Grounds to just own the set and use as Proving Grounds, and then I'm like, well, if I'm gonna get one, I might as well get the second one to have the play set. And I was like, I actually kind of regretted it at the time getting it, and then as things turned out, it was a good decision to get the second one.
I actively tried to get one, and all my LGSs got shorted.
Yeah.
And so I, at the time, trying to be a team player, was like, oh, hey, I'll just get it on the next wave. Let's get it in new players' hands.
Right.
You know, so I gave mine up and still don't have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's like none of those products that if you had sprung for them early would have been a bad decision, as it turns out. Not the Arcane set, not the World set, not the Proving Grounds.
Yeah.
None of it. I mean, this is probably the most striking confluence of players from different card games I've ever witnessed. And like in context, the pricing for this event is not that high, right? I think a lot has a lot to do with the best of cards and just I don't know. I mean, and this is also happening while Magic the Gathering World is on, and still attendance is massive, and people from other card games are flocking to Houston.
Look for the fight or flight, and then we're back into that rhythm of, hey, I'm holding both battlefields. You try and send something in, and now I've
can't find any LGS taking Spirit Bloom pre-orders. You guys find any? My local ones are taking them, I think, next week or coming up soon. But I'm also in Central Scotland, so I'm in a completely different. I would imagine a completely different area than most people watching.
You can take my life, but you can never take my Spirit Force pre-release.
Oh, absolutely not.
I have a guy, thankfully. So
I have a guy at a smaller scale than the guy you have, if it's the guy that I think it is.
Yeah,
it is.
He's the guy you think.
He's the guy. I just have a guy. You've got the guy.
Of hopes and dreams.
White Flames don't do enough against Annie. It is the
but you know what my guy's name is?
It's Hextech Ray. Hey, I didn't see nothing. My name's Hextech Ray. I'll get you Proving Grounds if you want.
Actually, that character's funnier if it's Ray Romano.
Yeah, I get you Proving Grounds. Okay. Victor, what are you doing?
Was the first one supposed to be Ray Liotta?
Oh yeah, it kind of works. It was like just, you know, generic Italian,
yeah, Jersey,
like Joe Pesci with Tony Soprano with.
Well, that's why I was wondering, because it didn't sound like Ray Liotta, but then when you went to Ray Romano, I thought maybe the first one you had somebody in mind.
No, there was no Ray. The Ray Romano.
Well, it should be Ray Liotta.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here and I'm gonna get you Proving Grounds. That's not really Ray Liotta, but Ray Romano's more recognizable. Or at least my Ray Romano impression is more recognizable.
Yeah, your Ray Romano does a great Kermit impression.
Hey, what are you talking about?
That was Canadian Kermit right there. I don't know why.
Honestly, I have so much respect for people that can do impressions. I've lived in 3 different continents in my life, and I cannot impersonate any accent. I don't know why. I think I'm like ear blind to the American accent because Australians, so much of the entertainment we consume is American, all our TV. So at some point, it was no longer like a novel. Like it just sounded normal to me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to imitate an accent. I think that was just so normalized. Is like quite challenging.
What's really weird is that I'm so tuned into accents, but when I hear someone speaking in an English, or not in English, in an American accent here, I don't notice it. Like the number of people I've started talking to, and they're like, "Oh, where are you from?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm originally from Buffalo," and they're like, "Oh, I'm from New Haven, Connecticut," and I'm like, "Oh," I don't know what it is. It's so weird because it's very obvious. Like people do not sound American here. It's a very striking difference, but I don't notice it. My brain like does not compute it.
The contested battlefield as well.
I definitely feel like Derek's accent's pretty distinctive. That's something I've definitely noticed. It's like Midwest accent.
Yeah, I have the hard Midwestern depressive accent.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I have this like weird thing where it's like, I, without thinking, slip into the accent of the person I'm talking to.
Yeah,
I think.
sympathetic accent.
Almost as like,
My wife is
yeah,
like
is that what I call it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Especially with British people.
CE needs to slip into some more points pretty quickly.
Yes. We're getting there though.
Oh yeah, there's a game going.
What did we Annie? What did we Annie for?
Probably the stacked, I'm guessing.
Annie for stacked. Yeah. So we are digging. We're at 6. We just. Oh yeah, aspirants in play. Okay.
Oh, huge.
Yeah. We need to find that 7th point somewhere.
And so many runes to work with. Blarg reasonably doesn't even have to play another card this turn.
Conversation sounded less like a co-stream, more like a cold open for the winning point.
Yeah, this is the cold open. I'm recording this whole thing. We'll be... I'm so sorry, Uber.
Interesting.
Nice guy, how you doing?
The stuff on the margins here, it's great.
What do you guys feel about this Dead Bloom coming down?
At home.
From this point on, Blarg really just wants to find spells. That's the key thing here.
I mean, would you have rather it been played to aspirants and then move the E into it?
Sort of movement effect or a readying effect.
Yeah, and actually,
you're playing around. I think your plan had 2 up, so I guess you're potentially playing around like Rebuke.
If Primor has the ability to
just try not to incentivize.
Yeah,
Well, you got a deflect, so I don't know why you care.
Yeah, and even further, I guess my biggest issue, and it's not really an issue, it's more just why I asked the question, right? But you're also telling your opponent that the only thing they have to play around is potentially Defy. This was something we were talking about yesterday, and I don't think green players bluff enough.
As it stands right now.
Yeah, these guys need to play Dorinthia. Then they'll learn.
Yeah, because this Dead Bloom, because it can be played to a battlefield, playing it now doesn't really do anything for you. Like if you have to just turn around and play it next turn. I mean, unless you have other stuff that you're going to play next turn or whatever, but it just feels... I don't know, it feels almost like you're giving up. You're just saying like, hey, I got nothing, maybe a Defy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're
trying to gust our Annie back.
Yeah, we gust our Annie back. So we're looking for, dude. I mean, are we looking for another stack deck?
Looking for something.
Let's see. All right. Yeah, we had to be in a battlefield to bounce. Yeah. Okay. What do we got?
So they're grabbing Fight or Flight. See, this is kind of what I was worried about, because with only 1 at each spot, this Annie can still just push something and take a point. And so that's why I was thinking, like, at least if you're gonna play the Dead Bloom, reinforce it. But otherwise, like, yeah, I was gonna say, if you don't have the Defy here.
Oh, he's got it. Oy. Yeah. That is a rueful grimace if I've ever seen one. I think that 7th point is getting further and further in the rearview mirror.
That's game over. But playing to 9 here, Blarg actually needs to hold off for another.
Hello, Scott. Why are you ashamed? Be British.
Certainly better for Blarg on the balance, but it does cut both
Probably the same reason that we're ashamed to be American.
For an additional turn that he otherwise wouldn't have to.
And this was big. I mean, Blarg.
I mean, look, we have it rough now, but Brits are the OG Americans.
What does Trump have to do with Britain? And no more political talk, chat. There we go. Anyway, I get 1 jab a stream. That's it.
Buys the push and gives another turn where Primor is not able to go to 7 and start threatening the win, and that might be enough time to try and seal things up.
Really powerful heuristic here from Blarg. Any spell that you cast,
no, like this. I mean, Blarg is absolutely just priced into keeping Primor off his 7th. That is the only thing he's trying to do.
Makes a lot of sense as he does now swap in the Dead Bloom Predator for the Tasty Fey Folk. valuing the might instead of the trigger. He says, we're
Do you think that Yi is the metal Yi?
Death Knell trigger is something I even am thinking about or care about. It is now just the most might and the most.
Did bro have time to go and get it when he was playing for 12 hours yesterday?
No, I mean the Yi that he won, the fancy one.
Sorry, no, I wouldn't get that yet, surely.
So with him already counting what is in the trash.
I'm like, I don't care about my next. I don't care about my top 4 match. Give me my medal card, please.
Is there a case where like just Ride the Wind vying to clear these battlefields just kind of good enough here?
I think we're at the
if
point.
If you've got another gust, I'd say yes, because then you could gust your Annie and get your Ride the Wind back.
Ooh, that's true.
That's nice.
In whatever order you want to. Very rarely matters regardless. We're not going to be playing long enough to get back to the bottom of the deck.
Cleaving the Vi.
Yep.
Right, it's less recycle intense. We are 11 power.
Already. And the Ride the Wind can just get defied if Blarg has it.
We are 13.
Which would probably just say the game is
Yeah,
immediately over. But even if this
what is going on? I sorted out. Thank you. Okay, Assault 3 years.
So, first let me just say, I love the design of these dice. But when they do it like this, and I know they're trying to represent total power, it throws me because it says plus.
To get all of this to happen
prison, bro.
It's hard to imagine being able to fire a second time.
Oh, he's cooked. Absolutely cooked. That is dirty. There's so much in green that messes with that, I guess.
Yeah.
And this is the main board for Master Yi, having the Rune Prison ready to go. Often a sideboard tech.
Pretty good.
All right, we're scraping silver.
Orange decks, but also works
beautifully
in a
wait,
meta
am I
that
supposed
is
to be muting the stream right
It's
now?
1-0, right?
Oh, I thought Annie took the first one, but
no, that was a movie scam, I think.
Oh yeah.
The pips are in their portrait, I thought.
Yeah. No, I was confused with the last one.
It's maybe not as strong
as
cards like Falling Star or Singularity. However, there is a place and a time where this is the most efficient interaction that the game has to offer, and Vi Ride the Wind is at the top of that list. Great metagame call for this weekend. You got to be really thrilled getting to this point, seeing 3 copies of Annie throughout the
How do they determine the tiebreaker for the metal cards?
Metagame call here has paid off.
Yeah, he's
beautifully
teched for
yeah.
Well,
there's the top 8 as well.
I was gonna say there's not.
In a top 4.
Maybe does it care about your seeding going into top 8?
Yeah,
top 8.
It's got to be.
It's what?
Because that's the way seeding. Like that's the way when you see the results.
Yeah. So if you both lose in quarters, the top seed probably gets it.
So we're gonna start seeing players not IDing because they want better seeding to potentially have a better slot at the.
It goes deeper, bro.
I am all for it. I've been saying for the longest time that IDing in games is no fun. You show up to play the game. You should not be incentivized for not playing.
I show up to play the game. I don't show up to play the game for 17 hours. That's where I draw the line.
Okay, well then, just win faster.
Fair.
Lots of ramp in this version. We've talked about different versions of
very fair.
There's more of the mid-range, and then there's what was lovingly called out of China Eggplant Yi, which was named after the tasty Fey folk, and it was playing around the Find Your Centers. It would maybe have Catalyst, but it would definitely have the Fey folks and the Find Your Centers. But we've seen Mobilize out of Blarg. We've seen, I believe, Catalyst out of Blarg, and maybe that may have been a different Yi. I might be going crazy, but at least Find Your Center, Mobilize, and Tasty Fey folk in this match that we've seen. So a lot of ramp coming out from Blarg, and I would call this Eggplant Yi.
Yeah,
Twitch chat is surprised that there was a Rune Prison in the main deck.
There's a wide array that all have their
I mean, I would be too, yeah.
An interesting dimension
You would?
Yeah. It's like a one.
I mean, I don't build a green deck that doesn't run at least one in the main deck because it's, in my opinion, is just too disruptive. Like, I don't want to draw a fistful of them, but it's so blowout heavy, and even like, so obviously Annie here, you've got the Vi Ride the Winner or whatever, but like even against Aurora or against Kaisa when they're trying to send in a big Darius or whatever, like it's bailed me out so often.
Have you had any games where like you just feel like it's very dead?
And speaking of
Like in any matchup?
No, I've had more games where I felt like Defy was dead than Rune Prison, if I'm being honest.
I believe it. Engaging with it, you just got to pull everything back because you're just going to lose.
At least right now, you are doing combat in some way with every deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously some decks like just do not want to do combat with Yi, right? But eventually you outscale and force them to like try and come in like around smoke screen and cleave, for example.
Yeah, they either have to go like crazy over the top, but the thing is you can wait till they cleave something and then you just Rune Prison whatever they cleaved. And then not only do you probably win, but then you get to take something else out on top of it, right? Like it's just as good as Charm, but on defense. I don't know. I've been a big fan of Rune Prison, and I think that it deserves at least a one-of spot in most green decks mains.
Yeah, I like it.
Easy choice.
I don't play green, but honestly, it probably is the most me-coded shard. I just love pump spells.
I just play Yasuo multiplayer.
I just keep trying to make Ari work. It's not going well.
I basically have like another stack of cards that just lets me transform my Kai'Sa list into an Ari one, but I haven't had the balls to try and run it yet. Okay, that's a real transformative side.
Just presenting the most amount of might for Primer to have to deal with.
What does the other Master Yi do?
So it's when you have, I believe, 8 or more runes as the threshold, it gets like a ton more power. It becomes
yeah, he gets
like
+4, I
8.
think, when you're at 8+.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
So it's like Draven, but for runes.
So I guess like it plays those ramp strategies.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know that it sounds weird, but I could see a situation where that could be beneficial just because it's 8 and not 7, and that's a break point over what everyone's trying to hit. Like 7, at least for set 1, is like the magic number for trying to get out of Falling Star and to at least trade with Watcher after the activation, etc., etc. So 8 feels pretty good, and then that 8 becomes a 10 if you're just defending as Yi.
I mean, honestly, the fact that you can trade with a Dead Bloom is pretty nice, I think.
Yeah.
How much?
With,
How much
5
does it
cost,
cost?
1 power. 5.
5.
Hold up.
We saw the hand.
Is this the actual? Is this the actual tech?
In fact, the trash isn't even that stock right now. So even if you were to assemble the combo, it's not clear we'd be able to push through Blarg's defenses should we get to the next turn.
I mean, I mentioned it, so probably no. Can't be that good if I brought it up.
Or I guess now the one that's controlled by Primer.
No, I figured I couldn't possibly remember what the card did, so it must be amazing.
Having that ganking, always
Okay, develop, and fight the honed, right?
when necessary.
It's
Then
simple
9
but
here.
powerful.
I mean, don't you just die to on guard? Okay.
And is
Based.
going to be able to send 9
Based.
into Master Yihon to try and
Is he cooked though now?
The trade's going to happen.
Too slow.
Huge for Primer going to
What's getting ready? I mean, you can Dead Bloom a battlefield, but you're cooked.
conquering both battlefields from hand.
Yeah.
to
Charm?
try and prevent a
Dead Bloom a
whole
battlefield, charm someone in?
really
Oh, you
good
can't afford
board
it.
for Primer to set up to try and take this game 2 and bring us to a final game in this series.
And you just saw why Darius shifts around the dynamics of this matchup quite a bit. A lot of the anti-builds that don't have Darius, they just can't get out of a unit that large without moving it back to base.
Hold up, P-Sully. What anti deck is not running Darius, my guy?
Yeah, I was going to ask. I didn't know that there were builds that are not on Darius, but maybe.
These trash dev builds.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
When I think about this version of
like I would question literally any red deck period that's not running Kai'Sa and Annie.
I mean,
Or
maybe like
Kai'Sa
some
and
decks
Darius,
are
I mean, right
indexing
now.
more heavily into like the Vayne Draven vein.
There is
Vayne, like I've seen some veins pop up, but I don't know in what world you would still also not run Darius because again that 7 breakpoint is important.
Yep.
There is a red deck that doesn't run Darius or Kai'Sa. It's
Well, it's bad.
Oh, Volibear, yeah. All right, Dead Bloom.
It's bad.
So you're only out as what? Well, bye. Lol.
It's going to game 3 because of
Yeah,
Red Bloom.
yeah. Save it for the next one. Just say you'd have to Dead Bloom Charm the Kai'Sa in.
There's nothing that can answer that. He's going to clean it up. We're going to a game 3.
All right.
Nice stuff there from Primer.
Okay.
Let's have this all Annie. Let's have this Annie finals, please. Thank you.
I will try and stick around for the rest of this game. I'll have to bounce.
Blarg, I think really the inflection point for me in that game was the find your center as opposed to a play that impacted the board. Not to say that he had anything in hand. I'm sure he was making the best of it, but that was really where he fell behind and never got close to catching up.
Yeah, now for our third and final game. Arena's greatest not on the play for Primer, but it can work really well with a sneaky deckhand.
Do we have the freaky sneaky? No, just a gumbo.
The respect towards Annie, as when you get your unit in, it
So
can't be fight-or-flighted
Arena
away
like
back to base. Vilemaw's reading.
Ooh, the Vilemaw's is quite good
and
against
Vilemaw is an ideal battlefield for Blarg to simply
The Rampy Ram?
So much
Wait, is this guy on... Oh, you said this is the transformative sideboard, right?
No, it's not this guy.
Oh, okay,
Different guy.
As of course, the Arena's greatest is a scary thing to have to deal with anyways, as the Annie is going to get that
Go first. Catalyst, pretty good.
Still trying to ramp up, but I have to say, getting that Catalyst, and I guess we do see the Catalyst. We see one piece of each ramp so far.
Do I see a gust?
This fuel ship's so good. 5.5k? God damn it. It's like what we're getting for Fab Worlds in the top 8. These guys.
Wow. It did spike. Oh, are you watching on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I'm on Twitch, and that's like 1,100, and I was going to say mine was only like a K or so when I started watching, but...
Is there a Flesh and Blood category on Twitch yet? Because I remember for the longest time there wasn't one. We didn't even bother streaming on Twitch, I think.
Discarded.
I don't believe there is because there's still no
official digital client. Well, I mean, I'm sure we could all see the elephant in the room.
I mean, I'm sure we can, but also it's Riot. And I love LSS, but LSS is not Riot.
Yeah,
sure.
Just master Yi so you can go to 9 runes on the next turn. 9 is that magic number.
Their relationship with Twitch is just beginning to burgeon.
Or a charm or any kind of interaction at that one cost.
And Vilemaw's lair is
you mean
so
LSSs?
good with Predator too, because
yes, as opposed to Riots, where they're like a foundational pillar. Yeah, there was one in that they have sent them some correspondence. Does that count?
They sent them a Twitch beanie.
Say, the use of the word purge might be bearing the lead slightly, but yeah.
The Predator is a very, very dominating card at that battlefield.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk
There's a
about
category on Twitch. I think I remember I literally like emailed people at Twitch about it.
Yeah, I remember emailing both Twitch and YouTube.
That's crazy.
To find a way to deal with the board, and that is not a good spot to be as Annie, because usually you have time. You have all the time in the world to put together one final push to beat the board. Now it's you have to scrap together a push, and even after that, you still have to find a way to score the points.
Yeah, and I think Blarg is.
How do you feel, Chama, about the use of nicknames as opposed to government names?
If you want to go into Vilemaw's lair, be my guest. I'm going to absolutely dominate you.
So personally, I kind of don't care either way, but I will say, in most card games, it is.
Going to be about controlling.
Physical card games, it's usually your name. Usually, like LSS, it's almost always, with the exception of Majin. But I guess because I've, because I've covered so many digital card games as well as the traditional card games, the digital ones, they almost always use your username because that's what you're signed in as, right? So maybe I'm just kind of, I don't know, desensitized to it, and the fact that this is still a Riot card game, and because when you do your like Nexus Nights or you sign up for any of these events, it does actually show your Riot tag as well. So I don't know. I guess I'm indifferent, but I'm also desensitized to it.
Enough resources such that
I actually love that it shows your Riot tag, because when I go to locals, one of the stores, there's somebody who shows up, and like every time you see people say like, hey, I'm looking for, and God, I can't remember it now, but it's something awful. You know what I mean? Like typical Riot tag fare.
Yeah. Milf Lover 42069.
Yeah, I can't. It's something like that. I can't remember what it is now, but he's always like, no, I'm Cody.
Have the rebuke once again to buy time. This time, though, not enough points for Rebuke to end the game, so it is a costly spell. -3 runes when used on a Dead Bloom Predator due to that deflect.
At the same time, it doesn't really seem tenable to just let this happen. At what point, you know, your Rebuke is at its best the more that you are on the front foot. You allow this combat to resolve as it stands.
I mean, I hate the Rebuke. You're trading your 2 power for theirs as well.
It is an iron price
Also,
to pay.
this is where Darius looks absolutely worst in this matchup.
Rebuke is available. You are not.
Well, it only looks.
Snap it off, brother.
It only looks worse because of like an 8 power card. Every card in the deck's gonna look bad against that. Like that's not a Darius fault. That's literally anything you're jamming in your anti-deck fault.
But the funny thing is that if you Rebuke here, you get to 4 from the hold.
You can do some Darius bullshit to also score 2 on your turn.
You could, but you don't need to. Getting to 5 is not super relevant, which means that the Dead Bloom coming out next turn can't contest the battlefield.
That thing is not coming out, and it's unlikely to hold.
So it's actually, it seems pretty decent.
Normally in this circumstance,
Well, I actually like this a lot.
That's a great play. You score the
Well,
point.
I did.
If he rebuked,
yeah.
Gotta defy that.
Yeah, that boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That
is a ride the win that is gone for. At least we have Annie still on the champion zone. But
I do, but it is a Darius that is not coming back.
I'm sure, you know, Primer's been playing this deck to great success.
That's all right. A lot of Annies don't run it apparently.
To be fair, I've experienced this with Brian a lot actually. Like casting with the dev, he just like is 3 sets ahead and doesn't know like what the evolutions of like a certain deck are. Like he just
I know.
That's why he stopped doing color and moved to play-by-play for Philly. So I didn't cast with him at all in the end.
Best case scenario, move a premium unit into Vile Mauslayer, and at the worst, walk.
I had Mr. Scott Mines.
And this time,
I guess
he needs waistcoat. Very dapper.
Ride the Wind did
if you're in a
represent
good spot, you're wanting this to be grabbing. Rebuke
I don't hate it entirely, but boy.
That's why I was getting ready to say I actually like this. Like it's more points, and yes, the 5 is like not necessarily as important, but it still also is going to save the unit. And we saw, at least on a previous game, where Primor got kind of stuck needing that 1 more point. So perhaps he was just thinking like, hey, if I can get that now.
Well, the 5 isn't relevant, but you would go to 4, 5. Oh, yeah, I guess, no, yeah, you're right. You wouldn't be able to get the 6 unless you had another accelerate unit.
Yeah. The guy with the transformative sideboard was Clyde.
Clyde, yes.
He just put his deck list up. Yeah, his sideboard is literally 3 Auroras, a Volley Bear, 2 Mobilize, and like a Rune Prison and Unyielding Spirit. That's crazy.
And it was funny because
he's mainboarding the 3 catalysts. No, 3 catalysts. Yeah.
Yep. We saw the deck. He was playing the Ymir, and I'm like, is that Unyielding Spirit? I'm like, what in the world? Why is this in here? There's not enough cards to bring in to get out all. You need to put in the whole sideboard, or else you end up having like a Poro or a 2-drop in. There's 8 2-drops. You need to take them all out to play the Aurora package. It's actually kind of hilarious.
Also, like the White Flame Protector feels kind of awful with Aurora, right? I mean, it's fine.
Still an 8.
But you don't get that upside. It's just a body.
Yeah, but you also the thing that makes the Aurora like slightly more real than some of the other decks, or at least like more versatile, is that you can just play a regular game. Because like if you're playing a regular game as Misfortune, like just fucking go next, you know, like.
But yeah, there's definitely some. I can see some like kind of squirming here to try and like there's 1 Kiana in the list. I think you lean pretty heavily on your Yi Honed, right? To have something in the mid game.
And it's just like develop Zanyas, I guess, play ramp, hope.
or start throwing things.
I mean, it is a transformative sideboard as well, so you're also likely just doing it for the matchups that you want to do it for anyway. And in those matchups, I don't think that you care whether you get the upside of your white flame or not.
Yep. Well, there's just not enough cards in the sideboard to like swap anyway. I mean, even the like full Aurora Yees were probably running white flame anyway. I think. It's just beef.
Is double rebuke actually the way that you can
Man,
maybe
I think
find
Bro is
in this game?
struggling.
Do you need all of those pushes? Because it feels like the only thing effective into this massive.
We need to get to 6, not 5.
Yeah.
Wait, should they be at 5 right now?
Primer wants to try and push in with the Annie, and I assume that has to be the case, or else there's no reason to have casted this.
I would assume that part of it is there's not really a material difference between
thought that the
pushing back to base and bouncing specifically
merchant was
the
point
Predator.
number 5.
Because if you bounce it, it goes
really very much not good for them.
No, because they were at 3 when they tried to ride the wind their Darius. So the merchant only gets them to 4.
Yep.
Definitely. You have to assume that's part
All right, boys. I will leave you to it. I'll talk to you soon.
Adios, muchacho.
GG's.
Yeah, I want to see how the sequence comes together.
And then there were 2.
Primer. He is down on points. He doesn't have the 6 to try and push in and end the game. Blarg is going to be putting him on lethal on this last
Dude,
turn.
my favorite thing that I've missed so much is Twitch chat.
Gets him control of the battlefields in a way that Blarg can't just immediately come in.
We've had such amazing things as upside down runes should be against the rules.
Okay. And what is the rest? Is Vi Ride the Wind something that he's been able to put together and can
I did have my rune placement called a crime against humanity. That should be banned by the Geneva Convention.
And save the rebuke for
Well,
the White Flame Protector.
I don't even I don't even have visual evidence, and even I know that's just correct. It's like tacitly.
Well, no, it's not the same as what Blarg is doing, because my trash is on the other side with the
This is hoping Blarg cannot interact with
chosen
you. I like
champion.
the idea. This is the only way that you can get into a winning position for the next turn by scoring to 6. So if you ride the wind and bounce the Predator, you're at least at 6 to find exactly Vi Ride the Wind to end.
Okay, that would be insane.
Very unorthodox play here, but again, as you're talking about, Primer is not going to win this game going conventional blow for blow. You got to try to find a way to sneak a point here and at least threaten the ability to win the following turn, because you're not going to be able to win this game by saying I hold to 8. It is going to involve conquering both battlefields in the same turn. Also, Primer would get for whatever it's worth, a discard and draw for his trouble. So if you're missing a piece or the worst card in your hand is not that helpful, it's at least something.
Yeah, I mean, this is rebuke +1, so assuming that the line is to ride the wind, well, it must be to the battlefield, it can't be to base from Vile Maws. Then this is ditch the other card to try and dig towards the combo, rebuke the Dead Bloom, and then you've got one more move on the next turn after a theoretical hold to continue from there, but actually there wouldn't be a hold because Dead Bloom gets to be played back on to your Traveling Merchant. So really it's one dig here and then one draw and hope that that is Vi Ride the Wind as your win con, as you're out.
That would be sweet.
This is all happening with Blarg sitting on 5 or 6 cards.
Exactly.
And any sort of stun, any sort of movement effect, that's probably going to be too much. But Primer is, you know, just playing to his outs. Like, if you can only win by A, B, C, and D happening, then you just play like that's the top of your deck, and those are the cards in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, so I think this is a cool puzzle.
Hey, go for the win.
Solved as, hey, I'm losing. This is how I can win. And now it's just how the chips
I mean,
Blarg has to think about the best way to disrupt this, because maybe there's just a defy.
What are you worried
The
about?
other option is if you see through the line and you see
you can't be worried about anything because everything kills you.
The Dead Bloom. So there's the move. There's the discard. We don't see the draw. We won't know if he's found what he wants just yet. The score from the White Flame.
Okay.
Now, stacked deck will be played.
make sure we're stacking the right deck. We'll move over to the rune pile.
Okay, another stack
Another
deck.
stack deck.
Seen a lot of cards here.
I mean, if you're trying to find the pieces,
Yeah,
of the
but none of them
puzzle, stack
help.
deck is a way that you can kind of get there.
That's the problem.
But Brian
That's the
Ravel
unease on
too
his face.
happy with these draws.
And you have to understand, like, this is one of those points where it's been a long 2 days, and it feels like in this series, every time you've thought you've had a good play, your opponent has had the answer.
Yeah.
So everything is hesitation at this point.
Exactly the one card off of stack deck and the draw step that has to be Vi Ride the Wind.
This is going to sound like a dumb question, but why was there the extra? Oh, the deflect. Okay.
Stack deck, that final stack deck. Then he's not going to have the juice to push this through.
We still got a draw
I thought he
step.
just
We got
accidentally
one in the
grabbed
end and one on top.
a Fury Rune, but I didn't realize that it was the Dead Bloom.
Yep.
Again, this gets blown up by pretty much anything. But give Primer credit, seeing the line, even if it's low odds, this is the best shot at being able to steal this one.
Yeah, I mean, Blarg is just thinking,
I
okay,
mean,
well,
if there's a
you come here, you do
defy,
go to 6, he's probably considering, yes, Vi Ride the Wind is the thing.
well, no, you can't
It's
defy
here,
this.
Unless does
No,
Vi
you can't
can
defy
beat
this.
Vi Ride
No.
the Wind
I don't
through
think there's anything that outright stops this. I think that the biggest issue is with Blarg at 7, what are you doing about the other spot?
And remember that
Well, this is on Blarg's turn right now.
So even if he has it,
This is in response to the White Flame attacking.
And I guess to be fair, that means Dead Bloom would not be able to be just played down if you wanted to keep interaction. So
Okay,
Dead
that's fine. They
Bloom
just got to
really
6.
grabbing
Oh,
this.
wait. What?
He already scored that battlefield. I don't think that's how it works. Am I wrong?
Well, we're back here in the booth. Hello. Semifinal number 1. Congratulations.
Yeah, because he scored that on the hold, right?
Yeah.
So that should not be, I don't think.
Whatever it is whatever it is. the blessings of live television will be heading down to our second semifinal match here. Just a moment.
Yeah.
But good stuff there. Pretty fun. Had a good time watching it.
Yeah, that that explains why I was so confused, because like I was looking at the point totals and I was looking at like the timing there, and I was like, this doesn't like match what's on the interface. So
Blarg is moving on to the grand finals with
Yeah,
Master
interesting.
Yi.
Well,
Slays and
because
Annie.
basically what they
One more to
were
go for
playing
him,
for
'cause our other
was
matchups in Annie Mirror. So if we
if
get
they
that
if
in,
they
I don't know if that's
drew
right. They'll tell us
Vi
when it's
or
right.
Ride the
But we can-
Wind,
I mean, we can
and
talk a little
then
bit about the
drew
Annie
the
Mirror. We'll
other
move on. We'll go to
half
the
of the
Annie Mirror.
combo,
We'll
they
talk about
just
that.
can win there.
Okay.
That feels, it's just a race.
Yes.
It is just a race. But the cool thing about the matchup is that there is interaction for the Vi Ride to win.
Interesting.
So it's not just.
So
hit the 6
did they
and
just
there's
mess
no
up the
way
game
to
there? Is
stop
that what
right?
happened?
There is a way to kind of play back and forth, but it is absolutely a points race. It is an arms race, and it is a matter of denying points when you
maybe?
can and scoring them as fast as possible, which is a very distilled way to just even talk about Riftbound. But it
Never changed P. Sully.
to a head
I mean,
in
P. Sully did the right thing.
because,
Again,
there's
little
so much
inside baseball
scrutiny
here.
and
That match has
emphasis put
already
on
long
Vi
since
Ride the
happened
Wind, and partially
in
because
real
that
time.
combination of
There's
cards
nothing that can be
so
done
good
about
against
that.
Kaisa,
Like,
they really can't hold
if
out
the
for
game is
very
over,
long
the game is
actually
over.
against it.
So
Ride the Wind is
there's
also
not
kinda
really a
going
reason
out,
to
so
on the
speak,
broadcast
when, the battlefield gets so mucked up.
guess
there's
about
no
it,
way
because
to
it
win a
doesn't
conventional
matter. It's
battle
over.
game. You're just going over the top. Neither of those things are really applicable here. It's not a matchup that's about breaking up some stalemated battlefield. There's a race to score, as you mentioned. Going first is a very substantial advantage.
Gonna
And from there, you're just trying to
run
prevent your
to
opponent from
El
ever,
Baño here
winning
for
a
just a
very
second.
profitable
Charmer,
exchange
keep everyone
or
entertained,
conquering
please. Thank
both
you.
battlefields in the same turn.
Oh,
So
gods,
this
no.
is actually a matchup that, for all the power that we've seen over the course of this weekend from Vi,
Evans, what have you done?
It's not really so much about that here.
Yeah, for sure. And it is going to be Sean Dollywall on the play with Zon Warren's start. The scrap heaps in. Zent starts Dreaming Tree.
So now
there is
we have the
consideration
Annie
once again on,
mirror.
do you keep
Blink
the
and
scrap
it's
heaps
over.
in for a potential future Warren's play as we get further throughout this series. A little bit of mind game on the battlefields that can come out in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you think your opponent's going to be sideboarding
Sneaky
accordingly,
deckhand.
you know when you're bringing in and they do not.
Yep.
So there is a little bit of a cat and mouse game that you can play.
Ring a response. Yeah, I was going to say should score.
Sean with the
I think you
deck
really
on
want
in the
to
second turn.
Gust or Fight or Flight that yet.
Point cadence, and I saw a flash in his hand, which is really nice for this early setup. Get both your units in, score, and if Zent presents more than you can handle, flash them both back. Get the
He just really wanted to slow down the points and keep them at 1. Then you could answer back, but
the 8 ball in a major way. As we've seen over the course of the weekend, this Andy deck is so good at just basically moving into uncontested battlefields and scoring points. So even if you are playing
just Merchant, so Merchant going to go into Sneaky. You have first priority. This is likely a cleave.
And then ever accelerate unit, every Sneaky deck can. It's a tough.
And then that'll result in the drawing of a card because of Dreaming Tree.
Dropping the Fight or Flight. We went from a matchup where that is
I'm back.
Valuable card to one where it loses quite a
Hi
bit
back, I'm dead. So this would be a great time for a Gust.
Push this Traveling Merchant over the top of the deckhand.
Good old Gust.
Yeah, before this cleave resolved, a Gust would have been fantastic, but it looks like it's going to be a flash to try to pull these back.
Makes sense.
Thinking if the Poro has any chance of sticking.
Dwally gets his draw from Dreaming Tree trigger as well.
Yeah. So as expected.
Yeah, I like that play from Dwally a lot because you don't know for sure if the Poro is going to hold or not. But the spots where it can hold, select for. Zen's hand is so bad that it kind of doesn't matter. And if Zen has an average hand or an above average hand, that Poro is not getting your next turn.
This
so it's
match
not like
is
0% chance that the Poro is going to
the
hold.
biggest sweat because
whatever the texture is
not only are you going to the finals, but this is playing for the medal Annie here.
Playing around the more powerful ranges of hands that Zen can have from here.
I also think in the spots where this Poro is holding, you probably just get the chance to push it back onto Warren's anyway.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
You're gonna get another Warren's
Like,
trigger.
are the difference between winning and losing this game higher than the finals are going to be? I think probably.
Continue this turn, 4 runes up. Often this wants to be.
I mean, if you're factoring in likely secondary market resale stuff and assuming that they're going to sell it, then yes.
Yeah.
If you're not going to sell it, then no.
Well, I mean,
is that it is able to just contend with all
accruing value via assets is still value.
1 or 2 pieces from the trash throughout the game.
Yeah, but money's fake and doesn't matter.
That's true. But swag exists.
I joined the school of Andy. Money fake.
It's also good for your opponent.
Money
that
is
ability
fake.
to push things off combat and prevent Vi from going crazy.
That's why I want so much of it. I want fake stuff.
Falling star consideration.
And I love fake stuff. That's why I play card games.
True.
This gets just cleared out a good percentage of the time.
Don't see much of the hand from Sean yet, but I'm seeing looks like a Fight or Flight, Ride the Wind, some of the movement abilities. Not seeing a lot of abilities that increase the might here. No cleaves.
Just letting the trade happen. Fine. It's fine.
Accepted by Zent. Four runes available for Zent to try and answer whatever the Pouty Poro wants to ask, if it goes to Dreaming Tree or the Zon Warrens. A couple options for Sean. Poro to Dreaming Tree, then Ride the Wind over will net you a card as well.
Probably hit Dreaming Tree here, I would imagine.
Is it like, I don't know, spazzing out in terms of quality on the YouTube side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
Can be a response to push the Vi in.
Yeah,
Because on Twitch, I keep thinking Max Headroom's going to show up.
That feels very high risk, low reward to me.
Yeah, it's a.
Ride the Wind is going to go into the bin.
It's doing the equivalent of whatever that is.
He's going to dig for something better. Stack deck. 3 to 1, 5 runes to 4 for this turn. Sean really wants to be able to score this Dreaming Tree, keep up the speed of this match, but he does have a lead. Zent being at 1 gives him a little safety to slow down if he needs to. Kaisa.
So just gonna deploy the Kaisa, let it sit on the back line.
Makes sense. Yeah, Void Seeker would be
heads up play
not
there.
great.
It's so bad if you get hit by Void Seeker in that spot. And you are ahead on
It's
the
so
race
bad,
a little
but
bit here.
you,
3
I mean,
points to
hitting the
1.
4th
Your
breakpoint,
position's
the
quite
4-point
strong, and I
breakpoint
just don't think
is
there's any
relevant,
reason to risk
but
it. The other thing about
also
it is
you do have to ride the wind. That
Vi
can
is super
be
threatening the following turn also. You kind of don't want to leave
Crazy with Kaisa for refilling your hand, yeah.
Crazy with Kaisa refilling the hand, potentially sniping a Vi if it's like, oh, I just want to get a point here.
Big hope for Sean.
It's all about
that
even
Zent
break
goes
points.
Below 3
And like,
runes in the future,
you
but
may
for Annie with
like
the Dark Child ability, that means she would have to completely tap out.
you will leave up, probably leave up the Void Seeker, but you might not leave up the Void Seeker on your turn. You may, go down to 1 rune. Potentially.
Well, I was just thinking, like, here you're showing Void Seeker, but assuming they were doing anything with this Vi, it was probably not going to do it anyway, and you still had the Ride the Wind if you sent the Kaisa here anyway. Like, you could Ride the Wind the Kaisa away. And you would have got to draw the card from the Dreaming Tree, and you would have then drawn the Conquer when you went to the Dreaming Tree, right? So I was just trying to question, like, what's the value of faking Void Seeker as opposed to that? Now, the downside is you're like kind of committed to, okay, I'm going to Ride the Wind this next turn, but you still have Annie in the champion zone, so it's not the end of the world. And you just would have, I think anyway, really helped your cards in hand, but also spread that point gap even further.
Yeah.
So even in that scenario, Diwali is showing 6 against 7.
We rebuking? Oh no, okay.
Fight or flight.
Makes sense.
Fight or flight on the Darius.
Yep.
So instead, just banking on the other player trying to go split. So you'll get your hold point. You still end up with the 4. You have the Kaisa protected, and you still have Ride the Wind.
Yeah, critical there. I mean, that's a 2.
And now the Kaisa can come in and, barring, a rebuke. Well, so I was going to say rebuke or fight or flight, then Kaisa will also get this Conquer, right? The Flash, like, it saves the Vi, but you still get the Conquer.
Yeah, that's true.
Also just ahead on runes for Sean. We see a Vi and a Darius in play. There's had to be these recycles for Zent, whereas Diwali on the other side played the Kaisa.
What I've noticed is that there's 2 forms of rune bases. It's either 100% regular runes, like no foil, or it's 100% pack foil ones. Not seeing a lot of Nexus Knight ones.
First, like, 2 things I watched yesterday with you, somebody had Nexus Knight.
Well, it's more like I'm not paying attention to the Nexus Knight ones, apparently.
Yeah, I know.
Specific spells is huge. It is a little bit of an investment getting it down in the first place, but if you have a lot of runes going around, you can do.
I mean, right now I prefer the pack ones over anything, but when we get the Spirit Forged ones, I might change my mind because those look really pretty.
So they're Spirit Forged Nexus Knight ones.
Right.
Apparently this weekend actually it was confirmed that the Spirit Forge packs are going to have the same pack foil runes, just with a different collector number, I guess.
Now Diwali even considering going for the hold against Darius. He's holding his own Darius Treferian in hand, so he would go up to 9 might at the Dreaming Tree, which could be hard to push over for an Annie deck.
Keep in mind that, oh, yeah, we're holding up here. I was going to say that Darius is it's going to take a lot to get the two cards to be played profitably before combat anyway, because a lot of the the movement stuff is predicated on things resolving after the fact. Not impossible, and you could just have.
Oh, interesting.
Here, it's going to take a lot to be able to break this up.
What's up?
Well, they're kind of tipping their hand, I think, a bit over to Zent. So Diwali's leaving both the Darius and the Kaisa and the Dreaming Tree. So you're either saying, okay, I have a flash and like I'm okay with using it here to save them both and draw from the Dreaming Tree, or you're saying I also want this hold point because I'm at 5 and that would take me to 6, and then I have like another fight or flight since you only have the Darius or whatever, right? But either way, you are sending the message of
basically saying,
I have some sort of response.
Where I have a lot going on.
Right.
The Poro is
But what if instead you had Flash and Ride the Wind, and the Darius will get the 7 if you cast both and eat the other Darius?
Here it's, if you move into the uncontested battlefield, that's great. You're still really behind the race, and then my Poro is available.
Well, I don't think it'll eat the other Darius because I can't imagine that you're moving this Darius in without
if you really
buffing it first.
If you want to brawl this turn, if you want to spend some resources using pump cells or whatever, it's going to have to be in the battlefield where I have.
The only way that you would do something like that is if
you are right. There's an implication here that Diwali has.
You were just going to send it over to Warren's Naked and Dodge Dreaming Tree altogether.
Any two cards.
The biggest issue that Zent has right now is just the points gap. Like, you've got your Vi, you've got a Darius. Even if you had enough to like ride the wind here, you're just so far behind that it's kind of irrelevant. But here comes the second card, right? So this is what I was talking about. This is gonna, with the cleave resolving, take that Darius up to a 10.
Yep.
Obviously, Diwali has the opportunity to respond before the cleave resolves with reactions, but if it's just going to be flash, there's no point in doing it one way or the other.
Draw from the Dreaming Tree, still on the stack.
Now, there is a scenario where you could see just like stack deck, and then you're bigger than a 10 still. See if they have something else, and then flash with your remaining 2.
Flash always the option.
True.
That Dollywall can take, but also he did have the Ride the Wind, I believe, in hand. There's a few purple cards hanging out back there. Ride the Wind does set you up to potentially win on the next turn, but it is risky into 4 open runes from Zent.
Yeah, I mean, if you Ride the Wind here and Zent has his own Ride the Wind, that's a full clear out.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing with the
like
race
you're
at 5-2 right now,
mostly fine, just
not take any huge risks.
Yeah, I mean, flashing, you get your draw. You made them use resources to go over the top.
Your turn, certainly, than right now. And
I'm just saying, really going into that, Diwali had a lot of options. So if you're Zent, being behind on points and not knowing what you're walking into is got to be nerve-wracking.
To use profitably in the matchup and not taking any needless risks.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just that bonus if you were holding on Dreaming Tree. So Flash is giving that card draw and being able to continue to look for more of the big units. And it looks like another Darius was found for the hand for Diwali, and that just allows him to push over
as much
these
as you'd
last few
like,
points a lot easier by being able
he'd
to
like to
have that
Ride the
accelerate
Wind
your
to
hand
get
ready go.
a 6th point here so that you can just win on the next turn. There's just
Zen
not.
will have to spend more if he wants to stay on point cadence and go up to 4.
It might not even
here.
be a
See 2 runes, Ride the Wind,
well,
send towards this on Warrens.
That is an
That
opportunity
tool
to do
is
it.
gone for the turn of Diwali, but he also does still have 2 runes up to potentially interact with this.
Could you just let that resolve and then Ride the Wind Kaisa over to Dreaming Tree? And
probably nothing at reaction speed can be done. So we're going to see that showdown start over on the Warrens.
I think right now, if you're Diwali, you're kind of okay with Zent just blowing all of these resources to get as much stuff out of their hand as possible.
yeah, This does seem a little bit risky,
Now,
because if
this
there's
might be a
another
window where you
Ride the
wanna
Wind, you get
Ride the wind
mowed down.
into the open battlefield.
Which I think there actually is.
I mean, do you though?
I think there is one.
I mean, you lose your Darius or whatever other unit you cast it on.
And it's possible that that could find a spot, but maybe not here. I like to Ride the Wind into the open battlefield, as you mentioned.
Just go for Kaisa.
I mean, you lose a unit, but they
get one. I guess they get one less point, right?
Right. Like, I'm fine with that if I'm Diwali. So.
The Zon Warren's trigger happen, and then the pending showdown at the Dreaming Tree.
Oh, actually, they don't lose the point. Oh no, because they've already scored at Dreaming Tree. Yeah, it's probably fine.
Another Ride the Wind looks like it is in the hand of Zent.
Like, Ride the Wind is one of the most powerful cards in the Annie deck, and it's what provides a reach.
Yeah.
And you just had somebody that used 2 of them, and you're still ahead on points.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I'm not saying it was the wrong thing for Zent to do, because Zent has to make up this gap somewhere, but I think if you're Diwali, you're not really, like, upset at this.
Have a lot of options to protect Darius, so just going to run it home as it is ready from the Ride the Wind.
Yeah, and I mean, you threaten to win the game too, right? So it's like, if this is the worst case scenario that happened, it's not too bad. But if that didn't happen, you just win the game.
Clear the board and then set up some kind of hold. Poro into Warren's likely first, just to dig deeper.
We got Darius Cleave.
Not the worst hand
and
already,
Rebuke.
Though, so gonna have to see what he ditches. I feel like it might just be the Rebuke because Darius Cleave is so potent, but with enough runes, dipping the Cleave and keeping Darius Rebuke as a way that you can kind of go for that next turn double conquer win, that seems like it makes a lot of sense to me.
No shot that you need the
so
7th
much
point
coverage
here, right?
The best range of Zen's hand.
Depends on what you drew.
The Cleave is, if you get cleared out, if just stuff dies, there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to
a flash maybe
to use that profitably. The Rebuke at this stage, it's hard for it to not be spectacular.
We're going to see.
Oh, you just get back whatever you want, obviously, because you've got Snapcaster Mage.
Finally going to be Annie. What spell in the
Not quite the same. You don't get to play it right away.
It's actually, well, it's
That's
different.
next set, sir.
It's actually even better than Snapcaster Mage because you don't have to play it right away. It's Archaeomancer, but I don't think as many people remember the weird uncommon.
Did you just say it's Randy Orton? Mancer? Archaeo?
Archaeo, Randy Orton. Yes, it's Archaeo.
The best thing that for me to likely be able to get back is a Rebuke, which I have not played yet. So there's an argument for just saying, okay,
out of nowhere,
have the option at least of using this.
All right, so again,
so it's not
just kind of walking through outs and so forth here. Zent is at 4, but we've seen Ride the Winds used. Probably has a pretty easy path for a double conquer here, but then is there going to be enough in the tank to hold off the plat back when you have double Darius over there?
Almost certainly.
Right, Vi can't use her thing defensively. You might have 2 spells for your Darius, but wherever you leave the Darius, you're going to have to worry about sneaky deckhand going over the top. So if you're Zent, what are you doing here?
Conquer. If you have flash, maybe you just
the final turns of this game. Zent trying to set up a
you
board
hope
that, beats
that
the 2
you've got
Dariuses
like
sitting at the base of Diwali
multiple fighter flights and rebukes, and like
a quick start to this mirror match, showing how
that
explosive it can be.
Diwali puts
you can just find that little early edge. You just have to keep
too many resources into, like, or not. They put not enough power into the Darius, and you get a blowout or something. I don't know.
Top
It's unlikely that's going to happen, but I feel like
Regional Qualifiers.
I just have to.
Both of them still fighting for the best of Annie, and in fact, this will decide the best of Annie.
Yeah.
As we saw on the other side of the bracket, Master Yi getting the job done, leaving these two the final Annies remaining. So not only do you get a berth in the finals of the first ever regional qualifier here in the West, you also win the best of Annie prize by winning this matchup.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. It's the tournament semifinals and the Annie finals.
Deckhand, maybe?
Master Yi waiting on the other side of the bracket.
It's hard to tell. It's going so fast. It reminds me of when you would take a notebook as a kid, and you would draw a bunch of pictures on it, and then you would flick it really fast.
Survive one more turn afterwards. You can try and look to win right afterwards.
I can only see those two cards. I keep seeing Flash and Stack Deck over and over again.
Doesn't feel like it's getting there. I see a Flash. I see a sneaky deckhand.
Okay.
Neither of these cards helpful when your opponent's at 7th.
Yeah, not cards that are good at playing defense. And we
I'm really upset that I missed this event because I saw that there was like nobody on Darius.
Oh, we were talking about it yesterday. Yeah, you may have been even been on when we were talking about it. Like Darius, I think, was the best value deck. Like the strongest deck, had the best ratio of deck strength to number of players playing it to be like the one to get the medal champion on.
I just also really like the deck, and I was looking forward to playing it. You know.
You know who was playing it? I noticed that day 2. Push P.
But also considering how much
yeah.
He's got.
Maybe I wouldn't have won the medal card, but I still would have had fun.
Into this.
Yeah, let me see. I saw it earlier.
Yeah, I couldn't see a conversation. It looked like maybe something going on between the Wally and the table spotter. Maybe a question about pace of play.
Let's see.
Untimed rounds here in top 8. But still, got to keep it up. But it does look like there is some kind of conversation coming on as Zent has set down his card. So, see what the consideration may be.
Where's the thing?
As I'm looking at the hand, I mean, really, it feels like the stack deck will be the next thing deployed. So it feels like Zent's waiting for something.
Oh, here we go. Top 64. Let's see. Did Push P end up getting the
The more I look at the spot, the more
Darius, or was there more than one? Push P on Darius.
Out of options. I'm trying to
Yeah, no, Push P literally did get the Darius
all the different cards in this deck, and is there
medal.
a permutation where you beat double?
I mean, that makes sense.
There's only one.
Love to see the list. Do we have it somewhere?
Not yet, I don't think. Unless they posted it specifically. I haven't seen it. Well, I wonder if Prismat got the Teemo. There looks like there was
something like
2,
maybe multiple fighter flights, maybe a
3. There's 3 Teemos.
There's got to be
I wonder
like
if Prismat ended up getting it.
Where you consistently try and send these back and kind of prevent Sean from even getting onto board. I guess you only have to prevent one side, not both. So stacking maybe more might on one side while you continue to look for these pushes, but the hand currently, one stack deck, you don't even have another draw. Feels very far off.
Yeah.
It looks like players are resuming now. The Vi does go into the Dreaming Tree.
Do we know what their what they were waiting on?
Stubborn can be deployed. Can grab any spell, which will help quite a bit, but that means Zent will be down to 4 total runes to try and stave off the assault from Sean Dollywall.
Being outsized on the table, to say nothing of whatever Wally has in hand.
Considering where to put the Annie now.
Yeah.
Do you stack with the Darius, go up to 8? 6 on the other side feels very soft.
Right. I mean, I don't think it's tenable to go to 6 against an opposing Darius. All of this is unlikely to work regardless, but you at least have to get plausible deniability in the numbers game before we can talk about anything else.
Yeah, and that is just a ride the win picked up off of Stubborn in order to say, hey, respect this at least. But, you know, we saw the Rebuke. We know there's Stubborn available to just be played out and grab whatever spell that Diwali wants. And Double Darius already on board, representing 14 as long as you can play 2 cards. And Annie's Stubborn is 2 cards on board.
Yes.
Reason. So these are always 7. You have the deckhand at 2, so it's 16 might going up against a total of an 8 and a 3.
This doesn't really line up super well, though.
Diwali here just trying to consider what are the range of tricks that are even possible at this point. What order does he want to do it in? Because remember that the first conquer here results in a card drawn. So in some ways you want to do whatever the most obvious, the most implied action is.
I think I just need to refresh my thing because it's like freezing now.
Card and see if that changes anything that you want to do on the
It's been like all over the place.
It froze the
but Sean,
bunch of stuff froze, but then I think it was coming back, but it was like jittering on my side, so I just refreshed it. I'm better.
The different decks, what they could have, constantly asking questions, learning from every single match. But now he plays against the deck he's piloted all weekend. He's familiar with what could be in the hand, what the range of options.
Were you supposed to flash the Vi there?
To see the Rebuke, and you mentioned you might see the Stubborn want to grab Rebuke, and this is the way to do it. You cast it
Maybe.
now, Stubborn.
I think the biggest story right now is that this is 2 aggressive decks.
Yeah. I think that's
And we are almost at the 30-minute mark for game 1.
Thought about playing Annie and decided against was he was going to have enough.
Like I get it, it's the top 4.
To go Rebuke, play Annie, pick up
But
Rebuke, still have
it has been kind of wild how much this, once they hit around like 4 points, it feels like it just slowed to a crawl.
Now he grabs it, starts with deckhand, and says, okay, show me that red the win that you grabbed from your Stubborn. I'll just send your unit back to hand.
Right.
And this gets around the potential of fight or flight on the other side, because if the Ride the Wind isn't used now and then responded to, it cannot later grab the deckhand when you attempt to send in the Dariuses to conquer the Zon Warrens. If it's not used now,
You know, thinking about different like tokens and things that we could make, it'd be kind of cool if we had one that was a coin that just had like Blitzcrank's arm on it as the thing that you put on your hand when you put it down on the table.
Yes.
Like this is your hand coin.
I like it. Will be deployed to send the Darius over to the Dreaming Tree.
I feel like you just easily bounce this, right?
Clearly the Rebuke, the known information, the last 2 Chaos Runes.
Twitch chat's cracking me up. They're so on the dude's hand shuffling, and they're like, it's annoying because if you're shuffling your hand, you're not thinking. And it's like, no, that's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
For card game players, that's when they're in the tank the most. They don't even know they're doing it.
Sweep up both battlefields against a tapped out opponent.
Sneaky deckhand gets there. One more draw. Double Darius. 14.
It is very interesting and awesome in a way that there's so many non-card game players that are interested in
Dreaming Tree from Diwali.
Oh no, I love it. Yeah. I'm all for it. And you know, in many ways, I almost feel like maybe that's something that we could do for the channel, where we're trying to like bridge some of that history or knowledge gap about things like, why do you see so many players shuffle their hand? Well, because, you know, in early Magic the Gathering days, when you had randomized effects, typically the way that it worked is your opponent got to pick the cards from your hand, and so if you were shuffling your hand around, they didn't know what was what, especially after reveal effects and so forth. So you can blame him to Torok for that.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The real answer for me is literally Brian Kibler. But from when he was a Magic player, not and from when he was a pro Magic player, not a Commander player. Like pre-Hearthstone, pre-Commander.
Yeah, and I think that's what I would say most folks know it from is probably that, but before I even knew who Brian Kibler was, like at my LGSs in the 90s, you would see everybody doing this because, again, that's why you did it. Like, we would talk about it in the groups, like, okay, well, you don't want them to know,
you
know,
don't
where
want them to
certain
hand
stuff is.
track, right? You don't want to, like, pick the land up off of the top of your deck and immediately play it. You pick up the card, you shuffle it in your hand so that they can't tell you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it just becomes a habit, and then it helps you think because you're thinking a lot while you're doing that. And now, like,
well, and the thing is you've done it for so long, it becomes autopilot. You're not even thinking about the fact that you're doing it. It's just part of the.
Playing Uno with normies is an interesting thing because, like, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, you keep shuffling the cards in your hand, and I'm like, oh. Sorry. And then I like try to hold the cards like without shuffling them. I'm like, this doesn't feel right.
I would not want to use Cleave here, and my opponent also might target their sneaky deckhand with something that pulls back.
Now that I have cards in my hand. Also, it's like, to me, it's like almost like an ASMR, like hearing the hearing that sound is I enjoy it.
And Diwali might, if you had, let's say you already have Darius in hand, for sure you're playing this turn with all 5 of the runes. Then you probably just want to stay out of the.
I don't even notice it. Like, that's just a. I've actively been trying to stop. That's why I was mentioning the hand coin thing, because I've been trying to get in the habit of putting my hand face down and putting something on it.
Yeah.
Almost like Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
Right. You take one look and then you're done.
You put your chips. Yeah. You put your chip on it.
And then there will be the move trigger from the merchant.
So you saw Alan do that a lot, actually. But Alan also probably, I don't know what Alan's IRL card game experience is, but he may be a digital gamer.
Then the discard draw from Zonwar.
Well, right. If you're coming from digital card games, if you're a Hearthstone lifer or whatever, then you're like, shuffle my hand.
Why?
Actually, it was funny back when I was in the closed beta for Artifact, and you could like manually shuffle your hand around in that. Like, you could grab the cards and do it. You would see people doing it.
Right. I do it in Magic Online. I move the cards around. Just out
of course you do.
First game, but Zent starting out swinging here in game 2.
But I move the cards around because I can't click on the board like in Hearthstone.
Although Wally not nearly behind to the same extent that Zent was in game number 1. Already picked up a point. Has currently control of one of the battlefields. So Wally, when he was on the play game 1, Zent really never was threatening. At some points maybe looked like could stabilize, but was never really threatening to turn it around here. Wally off to a much better start, relatively speaking.
Yeah, and he's got a gust of his own. Try and slow things down just a little bit. There still is the sneaky deckhand to follow up back into the Dreaming Tree if Zent wants. I think for Diwali this turn, if he can keep Zent off 4, he'll see as a success.
Yes.
It's a hilarious interaction that I would say happened under 1 times this weekend. Is if you attack with the Traveling Merchant and then with the trigger on the stack, you gust it to your hand and then discard it to itself.
Survivor. If there's another deckhand in hand, that's maybe the worst case for Diwali.
One was thrown away already from the Traveling Merchant. You see the other one.
Deckhand number 3.
Yep.
That's that 4th point for Zen. It's key, and Diwali recognizing it, going to expend the gust. Says, you know what, yes, that may come back later, but for now, I keep you off of this 2, 4, 6, 8 game plan.
Exactly. All the points
2,
matter,
4,
but the
6,
point totals
8. Who do we appreciate?
Have a different implication.
Annie. Yay, Annie. My biggest question is, are they going to have the same merch store and prize wall at the TFT Open next weekend?
No.
I know. I'm very sad about that. They'll have a different merch. Actually, they'll probably have a similar merch booth, but not the... They'll have a more TFT themed one. And they won't have the prize wall, I would imagine. Although there is a suite of Riftbound events going on. Like it's more than just like demos and stuff.
You're a sweet Riftbound event.
Targeting. His own deck end.
Nice. So, the Wally does pick up the point there, but Zent saves the unit, has something that can move into Warren's next turn.
Wally just getting back to the even scores, being at 1, not needing to go to 3. Was able to prevent Zent from 4, which was...
I didn't realize this until I looked through the whole set of Spirit Forged, but
Forward, of course, trying to continue
all of the signature cards are champions. They're not the legends. Like the legends don't have signature versions.
Stack deck is Zent. There's another Void Seeker found if he wants it to try and clean up Survivor.
Oh, you mean like for the overnumbereds? Yeah.
Yeah. There's the overnumbered alt art legends, but there's no overnumbered alt art signature legends. The overnumber alt art signatures are the like Teemo and Darius and Ari. Who else is there? A few others. Bard. Though I actually don't know if they have which ones have signatures or not, but it's interesting.
Yeah, motioning, saying, yep, no responses there, you conquer.
Seeker once again. 2 Kaisas, 2 Seekers. 2 draws apiece.
When you get to Seeker a Kaisa, it feels pretty good. I'm surprised they let that happen when they have a fight in hand.
Second deckhand from hand. This time, going to 5.
Because they want to get their own Seeker value. That's an interesting.
Not nearly as good as how good Zent's Void Seekers have been this game. But
that is an interesting choice to make. I say interesting because it's the one I wouldn't have made, but is almost certainly better than the one I would have.
Just showing how important.
Like instead of using Fight or Flight on your own Kaisa to save it and draw a card from Dreaming Tree, you let the Kaisa die. And
the thing is if you save your Kaisa, then you still have to deal with theirs. And like, yes, you still have the Void Seeker.
It was a sneaky deckhand.
Diwali. Darius is the option. It may just have to be Darius.
If it was Kaisa, that would make sense. But it was just sneaky deckhand. Granted, I guess they didn't know that, so that makes sense. If they had mana, if they had the mana for Kaisa, that would make sense.
Yeah, I thought they did, but maybe I miscounted.
No, they very well may have. That's just not what they ended up playing, but they may have had the mana for
right.
it. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean,
it's that old, like, just playing the information game.
Yep.
It goes back to what we were talking about yesterday with sometimes I think players aren't bluffing enough. Like, I don't think you need to do it all the time, but...
Alan does it every time.
Right.
I love it, though.
I mean, it has to be enough to be, like, respected.
Well, you have to do, like... The thing is, you have to follow through with it, though. Like, you can't half-ass the bluff, or else you're just too predictable. Like it. But also, you can't be too predictable. You got to sometimes do it, sometimes I don't know. There's an art to bluffing that's hard to
this semifinal
do.
One match, the best of Annie card, a seat at the final table.
Just imagine already just the sheer volume.
I mean, Zent really needs to pick up the pace. Because right now, we're at over 50 minutes on the round.
The winner of this is still
this is a... Yeah.
And it's just incredible.
And Zent needs this win. I mean, unless this is untimed and that timer
it is untimed. It's going up.
I did nothing but win for 2 straight
I'm pretty sure it's untimed.
And I was still not the winning Annie.
But
not the best
even
one.
so.
Not the best one. So many talented Annie players showing up here in Houston. Showing why this deck may actually be the best one, or at least was the best one for the tournament, with the conversion rate to that top 8.
Yeah.
May still not
stream's
be
bugging out
the
a little
deck
bit
that
again.
wins the day, as we've got a Yi waiting in the grand finals, but certainly a performance that goes to show how strong this deck is. Fighter Flight deployed by Zent. This time picking Diwali's Darius, just wanting to hold on to material and points from here on out with this massive lead, looking to extend.
I don't really know whose turn it is or what's going on at this point. I hear Anu in the background. So funny.
Well, initially this looked like Diwali had a lot more action.
I can't remember if it was when I was casting with you or Cass, but there was like a group of people literally what felt like right behind us, and I could hear them. I'm like trying to block them out of hearing them while we're casting, and I'm like, bro, you're talking loudly right behind the broadcast.
Are you able to take multiple game actions? Like on your own turn, can you advance things? And then on the opposing turn, can you play some level of defense or at least complicate things? And I think some of it is a function of it's just hard to do that on the back foot generally. But Diwali has just not really had the right trick at the right time to break up the leverage that Zent's been able to create going first.
Zent looks like they have a lot of units in
tale
hand.
of 2 Void Seekers in this game, right? The Kaisa survivors, Diwali desperately trying to play around Void Seeker and finding success. He got a conquer and a draw off of each. But still, even after that, the fact that it is such a clean answer that replaces itself in this matchup, it provides so much value for Zent throughout this game.
Yeah.
Having so many of these cheap units to kind of pair with that efficient removal, almost doing kind of a Kaisa cosplay in this matchup.
That's a porro. I see Vi, I see Darius.
Tools to continue to push.
Move to the place.
From Zen. On 6 already, Diwali gonna try and contend the sneaky deckhand. At this point, even just seeing more of the sideboard can help, but this is the same deck you're running.
Okay.
You know the information. Diwali may be
Ride
using
the
some of
wind.
the time too to think about third and final game, double arena's greatest.
I mean, it's gotta be, right?
Did they miss the draw from Dreaming Tree?
Both
Maybe.
players starting at 2 points in an explosive aggressive mirror.
Everyone's been playing for 2 days. Everyone's got flights to catch. Let's just make it a gentleman's 6 this time.
Oh, I love P. Silly so
Probably not
much.
completely out of it yet, though.
Oh, I don't have the commentary on.
Oh yeah, I've got it.
Finding a little
He goes,
purchase here to
everyone's
catch up with that
everyone's
red
had a long 2 day. Everyone's had a long few days. Everyone's got flights to catch. Let's just make it a gentleman's 6. So good.
hard on this on Warren's trigger. Cleave gets dropped. New card found. Points can come out of thin air in these purple matchups.
Yeah, I mean, we're hitting
Come out of thin air when you ride the wind.
It's not exactly a dead card, but needing to break up a battlefield implies that Zent has already conquered it, and Diwali cannot win against many more conquerors. So it's a solution in search of a problem here, and I think it's wise to pitch the cleave at this point, try to find something else.
Vi, Void for Zent.
Good old Vi.
Ride the wind to follow. Fight or Flight is in the hand of Diwali to buy space. Just going to be the Darius follow-up for now.
Old Hootie and the Blowfish.
Trigger for Darius.
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah, Darius Rucker. I can't believe more people don't call him Hootie and the Blowfish.
I can't believe that you can't believe that. Most people don't.
Top card of the trash.
The same people like who know who Hootie and the Blowfish are also remember Bill Clinton for playing the saxophone.
That's true. On the Arsenio Hall show. Yeah. I was there. Technically.
Really, there's no spells that
I mean, I wasn't watching that. I was too young, but I remember it being talked about.
And if you can't answer a push, you can't answer a push. You can try and go to 7, go to Dreaming Tree and hold, but holding into Annie is not a very profitable strategy. It's setting up this double conquer.
I see a Poro, I see a Kaisa, I see a maybe another Vi. We tapping out here.
Time to spare.
We're tapping out for
second Vi potentially.
Another Vi. Just say I'll win next turn.
And a pass.
Okay.
Yep. Just a setup. Look for the payoff after 3 units.
Yeah, that makes
sense.
sense.
Get through a single push.
That does make some amount of sense.
To hold into 2 Vi's and a Darius going in.
You know, I think the thing that draws out the Annie mirrors the most is actually the Annie legend ability.
In the previous game.
Yeah.
Wally took a turn to set up. Zent gets to 6. And
Because if I'm thinking about like, okay, what normally makes aggro matchups go faster when I play other games, the answer is that you're usually expending all of your resources every time.
Right. You just tap out and then see what the receipt is, and then provide them with the receipt, and then.
Yeah, but this time it's like you tap out and then there's also interaction left over. It's kind of like a weird.
And not even that there's always interaction. It's that you have to feign interaction every time, no matter what. Like, unless you have no cards in hand, which is just not likely.
Right. So it really does kind of create this very unique situation for the Annie mirror.
Yeah.
Looking through the trash. Concludes. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I see Flash. I see
far too big to deal with, but Rebuke and
Fight or Flight. Oh, and Rebuke.
Threats on the board potentially.
Problem is we're not doing anything else.
1,000 players came to Houston to fight it out in this regional qualifier with only 4 remaining. 2 Annies standing tall.
Do we know when the
Zent looking to take us to a
actual regional is?
This mirror, the double arena's greatest bout.
I don't believe so.
This deck like no other can.
Because like this is basically a Grand Prix for looking at old Magic terms. I'm guessing the regional is like the Pro Tour, and then there's maybe Worlds, which is like Super Pro Tour.
Yeah, I mean, regional, I have to imagine, is going to be like APAC, Europe, NA. So for me, it's more like a national championship, but same concept, right?
Invite only, you know, big event, centralized. Yep.
But not only do we not know when the regional is, but as far as I know, we don't even know how this qualifies you, right? Is it top 8 qualified? Is it a points thing?
Yeah. I feel like it was fleshed out for China, but I don't know that it was in
needs to set up something where
English.
It at least forces the Vi to commit some amount of resources. And then you have the rebuke as potential counterplay. And it's not, you rarely see Vi put in a position to hold. Not exactly the strongest suit. But again, Diwali aware that any way to
Oh shit! Alan got the
weasel your way out of this.
Oh yeah, Alan got the Kaisa.
Involves Zen having
what?
I wasn't even thinking about that.
And that only happens when you put enough might.
He got the metal Kaisa because I think we all just assumed like, oh yeah, of course.
And then hope that you can deal with both
of course, the winner of the tournament is going to get the Kaisa, but actually that's not the case.
To be able to get over the top of this.
Okay, so here's an interesting little tidbit. This is via. This is from Jeff Jones's Twitter and relayed via Riftbound Report. Jeff Jones, aka the player who got the best of prizing for Lee Sin, has gotten an offer. Do you want to take a guess at what that offer was in terms of US dollars for the metal card? For the Lee Sin metal card.
For the Lee Sin?
Best of metal card. This is, so take this with a grain of salt. This is the person who got it reporting it and saying it.
I just want to take a moment.
So
9,000.
How Riftbound has brought
it is,
so many
to quote Vegeta,
over
9,000!
By my own count,
it is.
Not even exhausted.
Jeff Jones on Twitter. Also, current standing offer on the card is, and I quote, $15,000. Literally disgusting. Lamau.
In terms of
insanity.
So when I say that that this match is so much more than the finals, I am not kidding. It's by a wide margin, actually.
Trading card game, video game, Riot product, you name it. It's from everywhere. It's from all around the world. We have competitors from multiple
I stand by my only if you're going to sell it. Because here's the thing, right? It'll take somebody like me.
Okay.
If I won one,
yeah,
I'm probably not going to sell it, but I'm also never going to buy one. So for me, it's like...
It's the only way you'll ever get.
Like, I understand that it's an asset like you're talking about, but like the reality is it's going to be an unrealized asset unless something, catastrophic happens and I have to pay for a kidney I don't have or something, but...
So if you won the RE...
If I won the RE, like, I'm being buried with it.
Okay, fair.
If I won any of the other ones... I'm sure that I would have like a price that I would sell it at, but it would have to be like you'd have to pull it from me. But I'll admit, like, I'm a big sentimental softie. So for me, you're not just like paying for the price of the thing. To me, you're also like, you're buying my memory in many ways. So
let me ask you this. Would you have sold the One ring from Lord of the Rings?
Be recurred anyway.
So I had this discussion, and I'm sure that some people will say that I would not have done this, but I absolutely would not have sold it because I think that it is a unique content opportunity, and I would have made a video of me getting it verified that it's real, traveling to New Zealand and throwing it into a volcano.
Fair. That was, I would say, the third most common thing that people said that they would do.
Yeah.
But as you said, Annie's stubborn, available to grab.
First was obviously sell it. Second was rip it in spite. Don't believe even a single person that said that. And then third is volcano.
Yeah. Because, like, yeah, could you make more just selling it? Probably. But you'd make decent enough money on a video and a content opportunity.
Yeah.
But then you'd also get the infamy.
Yeah.
It's hard to put a price on infamy,
I agree.
is still plenty big to finish this out.
Oh, we are past an hour on this round. Come on, guys.
Over an hour in.
And we're only in game 2.
And I bet if you asked both players.
And neither of these people are named Brody Spurlock.
I'd be happy to say, whoever wins, get it over fast.
I love P. Sully so much.
Just a level of mental fatigue at this point, especially in this matchup where everything is.
This level of mental fatigue, and I'm not even talking about the players.
Just the strategy of managing the points race, meaning the tactics of, well, you have a lot of tricks in your deck that play both sides. They help preserve your units. They can push your opponent off. They can prevent them from scoring a point. They can help you win a combat exchange, offense or defense. And so when you have this wide array of
hold on, is there a Nexus Knight Voidseeker?
Offensively and defensively, and everyone's working.
And I just don't own any of them. I have like every other Nexus Knight card and no Voidseekers. So sad.
Yeah. At some point, sometimes it's worth simplifying. You said it a couple times yesterday, just to simplify the problem. Give everything but the ride the wind to the Vi, push it in, see what these last 2 runes are all about. Then you've got the Anti-Stubborn to still go from there. Second Rebuke, you don't have counterplay to.
Yeah.
That just is what it is.
You know, I would be more upset with the players taking this long, but we did just show that this is probably a minimum, minimum $10,000 money match right now.
Is active. 2 spells have been played. This is 10 on the point.
I mean, yes.
Up to 11. Now, I guess there is the possibility that there's not quite.
But also, I've seen $1 million poker matches take less time.
No, 100%.
Push over the top of this, and maybe that's the consideration for Zen. Because it would be simple. If you could just spend everything but the ride the wind, push in. If you get pushed back, you grab the ride the wind out with the Annie, and you go from there.
I mean, you better, because I'm right.
Look, I don't need to be right. Just need to be loud.
You really do still have the American in you. I'm so proud.
Currently not winning, so that may have been what this tanking was all about. A situation that seemed a little bit more simple. Now going to have to go 10 into 10. Dollywall's going to let the trade happen. And now you can still stubborn, grab the ride the wind, take Darius over to the Warrens, and wrap this thing up.
Still shuffling the ride the wind into the hand.
All right. Now we're scraping silver.
Game number 2 here.
We have a series
sending us to this double
on our hands.
We have a series
to decide who the best Annie is here in Houston, and also determine our second finalist, who will be taking on.
Yeah, secondarily, there's the finals to be played. This is the actual finals right now.
I'm interested on the.
I really do love the fact that the through line of the tournament was just, I want to play for the medal card, and it's like legit.
This is so bad if you are the one going second, right? It's a race to 6.
I mean, I love what it does for diversity. I think that when we get to like sets 2 and 3, that's when we'll really find out the weight of it, right? If we have situations where, you know, if set 1, for example, / proving grounds, because the top 4 is all proving grounds, but if those are still strong heroes going into, say, like the Spirit Forged regionals, how many people will still play a new legend anyway? You know what I mean?
I think a lot will. I think this was evidence that that will happen.
The one going second in a double arena's greatest.
Now, I mean, they're confirmation bias because the people they interviewed were all like, I'm here playing this champion because I want to play the metal deck. They didn't interview every player, obviously, but like.
Well, and but also it's like, let's be honest. you couldn't play a hero that wasn't in competition for it, right? I think set 3 is like my real benchmark. When you have 2 full sets of likely powerful things behind the new one, how many people still opt to play a new one versus, you know, maybe going with something established? I think that'll be our real barometer. Because yes, there's a lot of upside. You know, it's like playing in a poker event where there's like a side pot or something.
Right.
But, you know, are you there because you want to compete? Are you there because it's like it's your favorite legend? Or are you just trying to shark the cards?
I think it's a little bit of all of it, which is kind of the beauty of it. Or at least the vibe of it has felt like that, where it's like it's still competition, like at least for some of them. Like some, like, let's be honest, T brought Garen and just wanted the card, right? Like that they were not planning on winning the event, even if maybe they thought they were. They were not.
Yeah.
But like the Victor guy was like, I think Victor's actually quite a good deck. I have been playing it a lot. It has a good matchup into Kai'Sa, blah, 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 blah. Like all these reasons that like it could be a legitimate deck. And also they just ended up like I can make a deep run, but also like if I get the Victor card, like cool.
Seeker.
I think
I have
that
a local,
yeah.
I have a local that does a transformational Victor sideboard deck.
Okay.
Game 1 is always on Plaza and Time Warps, and like they just literally spam all of their units in the base until they can take the single location with might, and then they just Time Warp, and then they board out all of that for like a more standard Victor.
That's pretty
for games 2 and 3.
That's pretty awesome.
I mean, it's cheeky.
Yeah.
It's fun. I'll give them that.
Yeah. But I think like it makes it so that the meta is almost always going to be the main tournament meta, which will be like roughly the same percentage that we see, like, but there will always be 12 side tournaments that are going to happen. And like, how do you maximize what Ornn can do? How are you maximizing what Fiora can do? Blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't think that we're going to see Garen in the next, like, we'll see under, I'll say under 3 of any of the like D or F tier legends in Spirit Forged. Like from Origins, I mean.
Flash going to be deployed. Move the deckhand back, so now it can be sent in to the other side. Poor man's ganking.
I have never.
Some assembly required.
I've never used Flash as ganking. That's awesome. It's not poor man's ganking. It's rich man's ganking. That's a $20 card.
So much work done already for Diwali. Not much reason to overextend if he doesn't need to. Not sure if he has that many units left over, but he does have a Vi. He's just going to preset this up. Neither player showing Falling Star.
Zend with the stacked deck. And kind of way behind the curve here.
Massively, yes. Yep. You're 2 turns behind right now.
2 turns behind, and your opponent has one of the locations taken, and you have no board presence, right? So you have to have some sort of either accelerate or gust or whatever. So here's the Darius. But then you're also staring at a Vi in the base. You know, yes, there's the one Ride the Wind that's been used, but even if your opponent, because you're 2 turns behind, even if your opponent takes a turn off, they could just play the NA Legend to get it back.
Especially because the other side, a lot of those, you know, your quote-unquote proxies.
And then this Rebuke is just massive.
Pushing your stuff back and avoiding.
I mean, that's got to seal it, right?
Darius goes down. Rebuke is going.
Like, unless does that have fight or flight? Because
I see Flash.
Completely. The Darius
yeah, there is a fight or flight. There is a fight or flight.
Okay. Because that's the only thing that bails them out. If they preemptively, even if they just do it for 1, get the Vi above the gust range.
Yep.
And Diwali may just be locking
but then
I don't think you want to go all in. I think you just want to
You can gust the sneaky deckhand and play it to the other one. You beat fight or flight here.
What could go wrong here? Yep, you want to pump a little bit beforehand.
Yeah, because
play around the Void Seeker.
So fight or flight kicks it back, and then gust sneaky deckhand play to the other location.
That's amazing.
play around the Gust.
Sneaky deckhand coming in.
It.
Dwali winning the biggest prize of the tournament right here.
Stop it now. Gust on the
sees it.
Deckhand. Oh, play it to the other.
There it is. Wow. Wow.
Nicely done. Obviously, a matchup where going first is a huge
insane.
Deal. But even that aside,
well, that was a quick game.
I think Dwali did a very nice job of prioritizing the tricks, getting some of the fidgetier stuff, the stuff that's harder to convert out of hand first.
Yeah, that was a quick game.
It's huge.
Not a quick round, but a quick game.
Match that we've probably ever seen in an Annie Mirror, to maybe the shortest in a double arena's greatest finale, and that will set the stage for our final as Sean Dwali picks up the win, becomes the best of Annie, and will go on to face Blarg on Master Yi to round out the Houston Regional Finals. We're gonna go to a quick break, but when we return, we will have the finals right here. You don't wanna miss it.
I love Cass's hyping up so much, and Piselli just absolutely stone cold does not care. Love it.
Brain's probably just fried after that one. I've been there.
I am there.
Yeah, but we're not there. Like, what we're doing now is not what we would do on a broadcast. Like, this is just kind of like...
That's true. This is the hangout.
Two dudes watching the game sort of thing, not... When you're there, you got, you know, the adrenaline, you got
the side bets going on, seeing if I can get someone to get me a metal card. Man, you make a good argument for keeping the metal card, but boy oh boy, would 15 to 20K be nice. But I mean,
if they could do it in cash, untraceable, unmarked bills,
right.
Maybe.
I gotta call up Hextech Ray.
Yeah, I'll wash it for you. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, all right. I can launder for you. It's all right.
What is this? A little B-roll action? Do you think Liam shot this B-roll?
No.
Oh, okay. Misfortune deck.
He was there doing his solo content stuff, I thought, right?
I don't know.
Not part of the production, so.
Not sure.
Also, it just doesn't look like his kind of brawl.
True. Brawl.
It's not from a ladder.
It's true. It's not hanging from the rafters.
He's not dropping down like Sting.
Yes. Crazy. 15K. Okay, Max Tapera says, I heard there was a bounty for 150K on Kaisa and 50K on Timo.
50 on Timo?
These are all
that might be
unconfirmed, but yeah.
Is this like 50K yen?
No, this is USD. That is crazy.
Or I'll just call Fat Metal Tokens and be like, hey.
Right?
Need you to violate copyright law.
I have personal offers, including a guy who's already bought like 6 of them. Interesting. apparently already offered significantly more now.
See, that's also why I think that you want to hold on to it, because if somebody is trying to collect them all like that, if you are the last one to hold out, you get the biggest offer.
Theoretically. It's all very interesting. Blarg. I do love the Sharpie t-shirt, I'm not gonna lie. So Kaisa has... Alan got the Kaisa, it's so crazy.
Of course he did.
Tell me about Unleashed.
Oh yeah, Unleashed is great. It's got and crazy stuff.
Wait, tell me about Vendetta.
Oh man, the over and over.
Dave, you can't be doing this. I want to know more about Radiant.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm watching the shorts that they put out with Dave just like leaking spoilers. It's so dumb yet. Here I am, enjoying it. Tarek put the deck. Oh, he did the meme. He did the meme layout. Oh God, I hate it so much. Charmer, how do you feel about the way that the kids these days are laying out their decks with the like diagonal cards? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not a fan.
Yeah, I hate it. And Tarek, while not actually a Zoomer, he cosplays a Zoomer, and I hate it. Oh, they have main deck Darius. I am so in.
Who has main deck Darius?
Oh, no, that must be the... Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4... Wait, I can't tell... Oh, God, I can't even tell what cards are the sideboard. He laid out the deck, but not in the way that it makes it evident what cards are main deck and sideboard. Unless it is. There's no way he's running a main deck Fading Memories, right?
No, not memories, but...
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23...
I can get behind main deck Darius.
7, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 6, or 7 for me. Okay, so no, this is the main deck and sideboard. I just can't tell which cards are main deck and which cards are sideboard. Oh, sideboard. 2 Gust, 1 Fighter Flight, 2 Rebuke, 2 Draven, and 1 Void Seeker. So wait.
Yeah, so main deck Darius.
Yeah,
I can get behind
Darius. Yeah, I can get behind that too. So wait,
I was saying it before. I'm more surprised that people are surprised about Darius. Main deck card is good.
Not Darius. I meant to say Draven. I'm just stupid.
Oh, okay. Well, now you fool.
Now I'm confused because I physically see the card Fading Memories, but it's not in the list anywhere. Void Seeker,
I think your memory of that has faded.
It has. Fighter Flight. Yeah, no, there's just not a Fading Memories in the deck anywhere. It's just or in the deck list. Top 64 gets nothing.
Yeah, it's top 32 is where.
I don't like that, but it makes sense, but I also don't like it.
Welcome back to the Houston
finals.
Regional Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Patrick Sullivan, and we are on our way to the finals.
I don't know what it is, but P.
event.
Sully looks
Over
like he
1,000
just
players
berated
descended
someone.
above to try and earn their spot as the
I'm
first
sure he didn't,
ever
but I
RQ
don't know why
champion
I get that
here
impression.
for Riftbound, and now we've got the last two who remain. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, so if Alan got the Kaisa, then that's because of the seeding thing, like we were talking about then, right?
This top 8 and through this top 64 throughout the day.
So if you look at that round
Must
of
be
8,
right.
that's our, of course, our top 8 decks. We have two
that
copies
makes
of
sense.
Kaisa.
Yeah, because looking at this round of 8, him and George went out at the same time, but he has the 5, George has the 64, so.
Registered as champion. None of them were
So
able to
brutal.
go on to the round of 4, where we had 3 Annies, an Annie mirror match that we just watched with Diwali coming out on top against Zent, and the one non-Annie player, Blarg, playing Master Yi. We watched them go over Primor in the top 4, and now another Annie versus Yi match to finish the weekend.
Yeah, and Blarg has been on a streak of slaying Annies to get here. No veggies in the top 8, then Primor in top 4, and now just Diwali remains. And that is the matchup that he's been liking. We saw the tech, the Rune Prisons in there. We know that the Defies exist. We know that this is a matchup that in China was what stopped Annie
So
from finding
Primor is
any
actually the only
success.
person that
We'll
has
see if
beat
Blarg can
a
continue that statement
master. Only Annie
here
that's beat a
in
Master Yi
Houston, or if
so far.
Diwali can push through as the whole PCG Invasion testing team.
Oh, this is the.
around this
I'm
Annie
like
deck have
that
said,
page is covered in notes, but it's actually just the effect on the stream that makes it look like that.
Some more long game elements in this Annie list than we see in some others. And Darius, I think, is a key part of trying to break through. As you see a Vi here on the first turn.
Yeah, can't miss the 2-drop, so if you don't have another one, Vi will have to do. We do have ramp for Blarg. You know, you mentioned all the
What
different
we'll
versions,
have to
having that first
do.
copy be the best copy, and going second, there's no better than find your center. Going first, mobilize. Then on your obelisk game, Catalyst of Aeons. So all the different ways to get the ramp going.
And I think part of the reason that Annie struggles in this matchup is, what are your ways to break up units that are entering battlefields? You have a variety of movement spells and the varying levels of efficacy depending on what's going on. But a lot of it has to do with the removal that you find in Fury. Voidseeker, Falling Star, those are some, best-in-class removal spells. And if you look at a deck like Kaisa, for example, what other units are right in the crosshairs of that kind of stuff? You trade probably with their stuff quite frequently.
Vi sneaky deckhand gets up to 2 points. Looks like Blarg's having a rough start here with the double find your center though.
Having a Blarg of a time.
Oh, okay, plus the mobilize. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's like I'm always expecting to go down to 4 and then I stabilize, because I feel like that's what happened the last round too, right?
I don't know that they were.
Dead blooms, but having some action to follow it.
Like maybe this is a list that just tries to rush to the champion deploy.
Although 2 copies of Find Your Center to open here.
Just, why don't you just tell me the game that takes Lorcana's place in the next year?
Really
Here's the thing, is that at least from how they've acted, Riot actually cares about the
sort of presenting a
community.
in some respects.
Don't know that the same can be said about Lorcana. Like the community in the game, the long term
could be enough
of the game.
Squeeze
But
this one out before Blarg starts supporting way too many large threats.
And now just having to consider what this turn can look like.
2, 4, 6.
If you retreat,
8.
You do open up the opportunity for Blarg to move in with something like the Master Yi Honed and try and get set up. If you stay in, soft to Dead Bloom. Question is, can you bounce it immediately? It looked like there may have been a Rebuke in hand, but it could be a Ride the Wind. It's hard to tell sometimes.
So one thing that's interesting about next set is that Fiora, I think, is going to become the first Aurora Colors legend that can play a 3-drop as their chosen champion.
Neither, right? Like,
I think
having one
set has a 4
held at the end of all of this. That's kind of the lowest floor and lowest ceiling.
Oh, and I guess
and it looks like Dwala is going to go with hold.
Lucian actually allows you to play a 2-drop, right? There's a 2-drop Lucian, right? I think, or 3-drop.
I thought it was a 3-drop.
You're probably right. But in any case,
I think that it's a 3-drop that has 2 power, but like a lot of assault, if I remember right.
Yes, that's the one.
Try and deal with the mountain that can be.
Maybe just Voltron Lucian. Let's play nothing but equipment and giant units in Aurora.
Bro, we talked about this in the Discord. That's not Voltron.
Voltron is assembling multiple robots and forming them into one giant robot.
Right. It's when the whole is greater than the parts. It's not just going tall. Going tall is a Zilla. You make Lucian Zilla.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Because
there's a synergy.
Because when,
which there is,
sure,
because
but
of Lucian.
Yeah, but that's not quite the same. I've always historically thought of anything that ended with the words Tron as being some sort of combo.
Yeah.
Right? That the combo of the lions joining together is what makes Voltron. It was, you know, when I played early Magic, again, all of my things are 30 years old, so bear with me, right? But you didn't say like, oh, it was the Exodia when you were playing in the 90s. You would say it's the Voltron. And then even when we got the Urza's lands, that's the reason it was called Urza Tron.
Yeah.
It's because you were assembling Voltron.
Right. Always profitable into Annie with it being so fast.
But these, I can't even say these Zoomers because like Exodia is ancient too.
Yeah. Exodia is firmly millennial. Yeah.
So much respect, you know.
Yeah, I was 13 when Yu-Gi-Oh was in its prime.
I talked a little bit about going out, working with Riot for the first time, first play test, building Aurora, and I very quickly got to the point of it's Mountain Drake time. There's just not.
So much like I was saying before, the Wally goes to 4. That's when Blarg starts looking to stabilize. Did not go with the chosen champion though, and with the Tasty Fey Folk, which if that's, you know, an option, I think it's the right one. If they do have an answer for it that's not Rebuke, you get a really solid Death Knell, sets you up more. But more importantly, because of what you've done, right? Like, you getting 1 point on the Blarg side is not as big of a deal as making sure that Dwali only got to 5.
What do you mean? What's your?
I think there is a Rebuke.
Now,
what's your deal?
yeah, it kind of looked like it. And we also have this Darius, which you, I think, have to assume is going to be able to clip it. I see a Gust. Maybe that was a Ride the Wind and not a Rebuke. Those 2 cards have a very similar art.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so when you get the fast glimpse, it's kind of hard.
I see Gust for sure.
There's nothing to say. There's
nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
You don't need, you know.
It's self-explanatory. You see the 10 in the upper right-hand corner. You look on the left-hand side with the cost. There's no power cost in it. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, we have Darius with cleavage.
Darius cleave.
Love it.
The way Riot intended.
It is also 10.
That's a number we like.
Stupid, sexy Darius.
there for the tasty face.
So
I'm just saying.
Like a tasty
I've seen
snack.
those splash arts.
So Tasty Fate Folk's going to be 8. With a Discipline, it's going to be 10. With On Guard and Discipline.
10 on 8, Discipline.
Or sorry, double On Guard would be 8, 10, 12. So that's the most might, I think. So if you go in with Aporo and Darius, you should be good. Does this just lose to double On Guard?
There's the Discipline.
Okay.
Trade off.
I think you're safe though.
Diwali's gonna let it go.
Are you though? Were you safe to double On Guard?
Rune deck very thin. Gonna be on the full 12 going into the
I think you just lose.
This opens up for Diwali to go to 6.
And it doesn't actually cost anything, right? Like,
remember again.
I mean, it costs a lot of cards out of Blarg's hand though.
No, but I mean, from Diwali's side, it doesn't cost you anything to send the Poro in.
Oh, I see what you mean about like why you wouldn't do the insurance thing. Yeah.
I think if you're Diwali, you just lose the game if opponent has double On Guard there.
Both his other wins over Annie.
I guess maybe you don't want the Poro there. Or I mean,
I think the only thing you're worried about is them slapping back a Dead Bloom and cleaning up more units than
it's the
necessary.
same result. Like it ended up being the same. Like you don't need to send the Poro. You could send like you can send. I think you need to send the Darius and the deckhand there because if it's double On Guard, you just lose your Darius and then you can't actually retake.
I have to imagine of the 3 games, this is the one with
anyway.
Diwali at the greatest deficit.
In any
just
case,
in terms of the quality of the battlefields.
And Dead Bloom has been deployed. Blarg having so many runes to work with. Dead Bloom with 4 up for something like a primal strength, even if you try and go as tall as possible.
Oh, we're at 7 already.
Discipline, everything available to Blarg, all the tricks.
Don't even need red.
Yep.
Up to 7 on the hold. You don't have
At 7.
yet. This can be a full development turn for
This is
Diwali
not.
and look to
I think the way Yi wanted to start this.
No.
I mean, we did see. What was it? 2 find your centers plus a mobilize.
Yep. The problem is that this deck, unlike Aurora, like you don't just snap go to 9 and you're like happy with that.
Right.
Sneaky deckhand past the point of use.
Oh, this is the lore music. I'm like, why does this music sound so
Kind
familiar?
of freedom of movement into the
This is like
one
lore background
battlefield
music, I think.
The deckhand's
Or
not
maybe
doing
it's
anything about the
TFT.
other one.
It's definitely music from one of the Riot games, which would make sense.
Warren's helping to fill that trash, but also
Would it though?
fueling the Vi.
It makes sense to me.
Move. But those answers for Blarg have been there.
I mean, Legends of Runeterra is a completely different game, sir.
As well.
It is, but it's a Riot game.
Rune Prison, we know, is in the main.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a riot when I played it.
Hey,
Stop
It
their
really
Vi
was,
Ride
though.
the Wind from finding a victory.
I mean, it's got to be the Ride the Wind that we saw in the hand earlier, because if it was a rebuke, I think this is just a
yeah, that is definitely Ride the Wind.
a snap.
Oh, wait,
Snap.
maybe that is. Yeah, it must be good.
Because,
Find so much
I mean, unless you're worried about like wind wall, I guess, but
for Diwali. Can be
you're
It's
not
open
worried about
deck list, so
Defy
they
on
know
rebuke,
whether they
so
have it in the deck or not. I haven't
Right.
seen. We haven't seen it on.
I haven't
stream
seen
at
it,
least.
so
You would
Haven't seen
prefer
it, it
to
can't hurt me.
avoid Using the rebuke until it is actually
counter spells aren't real and can't hurt me.
It's kind of the trump card to almost any defensive measure that Blarg can set up in game number 1. But the other side of that is remember that you still have Annie as your champion here. And so there is some incentive to play it just in a spot that's good to open up the possibility of Annie pick up the rebuke and play it again, even if you don't end up actually doing it. So there is sort of a push.
Seems like they do have rebuke.
It's nice to hold it, but there is also something to be said for letting it go.
I mean, it's possible. Like I said, it was kind of hard to see, and
Yes.
I'm just based on what they're saying on the broadcast. It sounds like they have rebuke. Maybe it's just not rebuke.
well, again, I'm also not listening to the broadcast.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not be trying to not be tainted or persuaded by facts, sir.
I'm trying to be.
When I live in my bubble.
I'm trying to hear the facts and ignore them.
That sounds on brand.
Direct removal spells as these units on the back row from Diwali push in.
Like you can rebuke if it gets windwalled, bring it back with Annie, rebuke. But now we need to conquer 2.
Looks like that is the exact number of runes that we're sitting on for Diwali.
I'm just really beginning to think it's not rebuke.
Like I said, I had a hard time seeing, so yeah, it is rebuke.
Unless there is a wind wall made.
I just know that both Ride the Wind and Rebuke, because of the like soul leaving the body on Rebuke, and then because of the like wind gust on Ride the Wind, when they're flicking through their hand, it just looks the same. Really?
Yeah, it does.
Wish they weren't so close.
So you see 3 runes recycled here, 2 for the rebuke itself and 1 for the deflect cost.
One energy floated during that deflect. Dead Bloom's been bounced. Stubborn still in the champ zone. Can rebuy this rebuke. To deal with the Master Yi Honed. Don't even have to bother with combat, with recycling these cards for Vi. Just the rebuke back to hand, score up to 9, and the aspirants game.
Oh, it's aspirants.
Set up an advantage.
Oh yeah, did you not know that this is going to 9?
I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Way to go, Ray Liotta. Hextech Ray Liotta.
Well, you know, sometimes you look at the battlefield, sometimes you don't. Deborah.
Hextech Ray Romano.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I experimented with Hextech in college. I don't think anything of it.
What you would want to do is pick up the rebuke with the Annie, and then
My mom took Hextech, and that's why I have a touch of the tism.
So it's putting the burden on Blarg to
Yeah.
have 2 things in a spot.
But it only comes out at night because she took Hextech PM.
Suggests that's not the case, or else we would have probably seen a fight.
Bro, there's no chance that we need that. Like, what range of stuff are you playing around right now?
I don't know. Like I said, maybe wind wall or something weird that
I mean,
we're
Windwall
not
would have
thinking.
had to have been played, right? And also, you just
Yeah,
beat
you
Windwall.
have to think so.
You beat Windwall. I feel like if you Annie rebuke again, if they have Windwall, they cast it. You go from there. If they don't have it, the game's over. They do also have Ride the Wind, so maybe they're factoring that in too.
I mean,
Yeah, just don't tell Silverfuse and it'll be fine.
What
Oh, hey Bree.
Hey.
Didn't see you joined. Weird.
I just joined.
Fill the trash a little bit
more. Oh.
It just happened.
You're just in time.
Yes, I wanted to see the finals. Just got back from coaching.
Up to 8. Little more fuel for the fire. More options being put in hand. But I'm not seeing an option that ends up better than picking up.
So what do y'all think about this being Anniversary Proving Grounds?
The whole top 4 was proving grounds.
Yeah.
It was a question I posed to Blevins and Uber earlier. I was like, how do we feel over the fact that the thing that was supposed to be introductory and underpowered on purpose is the top 4?
I mean, it just makes sense that they would be that strong, though. I know it's very hindsight, but it's like +2 is a lot of might, and +2 runes is a lot of mana. Like, I feel like if
free
they would have done
mana
1 for each,
is good.
then it would have been more in line of what they were wanting, and still like would have been decent, but not like as strong as it is.
Here's the thing, like it's even more powerful than that because it's +2 energy, which you actually use in Riftbound.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you're saying. Boo.
Actually.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to think that these cars are some sort of magical beings? Boy, I hope someone was fired for that blunder.
I just needed Bree to realize that she doesn't actually miss me.
But I do, though.
Well, we have Riftbound now.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll be at some event. I'm ready for them to announce the April one in the US.
You mean you're not going to Bologna?
No.
Or Vegas?
I don't have that kind of money. Everything like January through the beginning of, or January through March, I coach almost every weekend, so I can't really do anything then. And then April, I only coach 2 of those weeks, so if it's one of the weeks I don't coach, then I can go. But I can't really miss
responsibilities.
tournaments. Yeah.
I mean, it's also, as somebody who is a husband and father of 2, very difficult so soon after Christmas to come up with a bunch of extra funds.
Right.
And you're not going to be ready for set 2?
Oh, I mean, I'll be ready. It's just set 2 won't be ready for me.
I see.
Now present.
Yeah, no, I'm setting aside a good amount to be able to, hopefully. I think I have it in with one of my LGSs who's going to get me stuff at MSRP, and so I'm probably going to get quite a bit.
So it's 10 versus 11 right now, and still dies.
Just takes it. That's the game.
Okay,
Yeah, we're going to
Those
game
Blarg
2.
like, okay, why did we go through all this? That was okay. We both got our best of prizes. This game is for fun at most.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Did you see Silverfuse? Have you seen any of the? Now these are reports from Twitter and people saying things on the internet, so take it with a grain of salt. But have you seen what people are saying they're getting offers for some of these best of cards?
Yes.
Insane.
Ridiculous amounts.
Yeah.
Well, Evans, do you think people would do that though? Do you think they would just go on the internet and lie?
I'm not saying that any of these specific people are doing that, but I'm saying that people in general would do that, yes.
There's definitely some that are telling the truth, I would think, though, but there's definitely plenty of lies. Also, do we know, does Alan get the Kaisa one, or does the other guy get it? Alan won the Kaisa one?
Alan got it because of seeding.
Yay!
That's what we would assume, but we do have that confirmed because they posted it on the Riftbound Twitter.
Good.
Yeah, Alan got it.
So the seeding did matter for something.
Yeah. Yep. It really did. Like, it
Yeah, because
mattered
once you go to
for-
bracket, the only way to determine tiebreakers is through seeding. So,
yeah. Which, if the reports are true, that seeding was worth $150,000.
Wait. 150?
That's what someone
Okay, I don't
said.
think it's that.
That's what
that
someone
doesn't sound
said.
real.
There was a bounty for the Kaisa at 150. So again,
Is
I
it-
also don't believe that.
Is the best of Kaisa the same as the metal ones? Like,
No.
that's what it is, right? Or no, they're different?
They're different.
they're different.
Okay.
It is also
I guess it's a
metal,
good
but
thing.
different.
It's metal but blingier. 100% cap. Yeah, I also. It's probably well more than 100% cap because 100% cap would still be a 75K offer, which I think is also still quite far off.
Like,
Well-
let me put it this way. if it was a rumor, then they wouldn't be, or if it was real and not a rumor, then it wouldn't be, hey, this is the offer on the table. It would be, this is what the guy Snap sold it for.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Alan would take that pretty quickly.
Because knowing Alan, like that is.
I mean, yeah, who wouldn't take that? I'll have to ask Alan later. We can ask him later and just be like, hey, how much did you sell it for? Because I'm sure he's probably negotiating with people right now.
I would say,
or at least looking it up.
Anything, I don't want to sell it for that, but I don't know that anything in the 6 figures I could in good conscience turn down because, well, it's just because like of what it means for the family. Like if I just ran into a bunch of that extra money, you know, I could set stuff aside for my kids and blah blah blah. If I was,
you would sell an Ari for 10K.
No. Here's the thing: if I did not have a wife and kids, I probably would not sell the RE one if I got it. Any of the other ones, no contest, easy sell. But RE, I don't think I could do it.
What would be your number? You would have to have a number. Like someone says, "Hey, I'll give you a 500 grand for this."
Elon Musk shows up at your door.
You would be like, yeah.
Well, no. So here's the other thing. It depends on who's buying it. If it's Elon Musk, then the guy can get fucking bent.
No.
Like,
what if it's Post Malone?
Oh, I would sell to Post Malone.
I would sell to Posty.
What if it's a 90s Simpsons writer?
I would sell to a 90s.
Would you sell
Simpsons
to L.
writer.
Gene?
Yeah, I would sell to Conan.
There you go.
To try to just keep attacking and things are getting recalled, whatever.
Yeah, it'll be. I'm interested to see how. Like he's definitely gonna sell it. There's no way he's gonna sell it for sure. He's gonna be set for the entire, well, pretty much a year probably. I bet he gets set for like a year with it.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely pays for the trip at minimum.
Well, right. I was supposed to say, ultimately, what it comes down to is like, you can fund a lot of future events with that, and if the
oh yeah,
if that's what you're playing the game for, then go ahead and do it.
Is that what you're playing the game for?
No. I'm playing the game so that opponents are forced to sit across from me, and then I can pretend I made friends.
But you don't even smell, so that you can pretend pretty easily.
I mean, it's just pretending though. It's not like real friends. It's not like they're, you know, later in the week like, hey, you want to go see a movie or, you know, play D&D or something. It's just like whoever I got paired against in round 3, you know. But mentally, it feels like I made friends.
Or did Diwali miss their dreaming tree draw again?
I don't know. I guess Diwali has the same options regardless. I don't know if it changes very much.
How does this person who picked up the game this weekend and has played for 20 hours not remember this one trigger? I mean, come on.
Well,
what if he's just lying to us?
So.
What if they've actually been playing for a while?
Because we know them, I don't think that.
I was gonna say, yeah, it was a joke too, but yeah. It is really impressive to be pretty much new to. Well, everyone's new to the game, but some people are more new than others.
In their interview, they're like, "Yeah, so I played a couple Nexus nights here, like on Friday and Saturday, and I got a lot of insight into the deck from that. I'm like, it's like I went 5-1 at a Nexus night. I'm like, wait."
Something to keep in mind here. You might say, "Okay, well, you just play and pick it up and whatever." Remember that Blarg
Some of the Nexus Night brews are something else, so
Oh yeah.
there's always niche interactions to learn.
I know a lot about the Ari versus Jinx versus Yasuo versus Volibear matchup.
Just say, okay, it's here. It's a very powerful option that
Do you play Ari?
No, I play Yasuo.
Yasuo?
Yasuo is my main multiplayer deck.
So, does Blarg like even have a path to victory here?
You have to play Master.
Or did they just like brick because
double hourglass?
Because of Rebuke being just an absolutely insane card.
has developed enough might on the board.
Yeah,
card is good.
Really like the
both
card.
the might level and the rebuke.
I played Annie versus Leona when I was playing Cass in Vegas, and I was like, I don't even know what the sideboard. I don't even. And he's like, do you have rebukes? I'm like, yeah. I go, oh. They go, yeah, you need to put those in. I'm like, yeah, it seems okay, but it just gets denied. It's like, can't be denied. I'm like, oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, these are amazing.
Yeah. Yep. Thankfully, man, if I could hit Falling Star and Rebuke, it would be a terrible game.
Correctamundo. Okay, did remember the draw there. Maybe they remembered it last time and I just missed it.
And now, when you go in with the Kaisa to conquer, you get another card to find all of the answers you could need to a Master Yi opponent that has no runes available.
I'm not sure.
Okay, just need to look for Vi. Now, does the traveling merchant technically move from the battlefield to the graveyard?
No.
No.
To the trash. 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 To the trash.
At my LGS last night, they said that someone asked if they could charm someone's stuff into the discard.
I love it.
Can provide so much when it comes to these two skilled pilots. Blarg is now
I mean, that's a move.
Can I just move it emotionally?
Yes.
Make it feel bad.
Yeah.
Feel small.
I want it when this game is over. I want it to feel like it had been moved. It was a moving experience. Another rebuke.
And Dark Child is making a hell of a case.
Okay, dang.
Here we go.
I'm gonna start calling that card rebuke.
Yeah, they are doing the thing that their name is. Blarg.
Just to push 2-7, recognizing that holding to 8 is a very real possibility in this spot. As you've got 7 might on one
You can get
end,
another potential draw trigger
other,
if you want.
And there's only going to be 8 runes available, and Master Yi is horrible at dealing with forks.
Gotta say, this has not been a great
This
game
is
for the Hourglass.
going a lot quicker than I expected for a final game.
But a great game for the Hourglass.
Like, I was just gonna say, it's got to be such insult to injury when you're staring at 2 hourglasses that mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, their rebukes were just so gross.
Don't hourglasses like? Don't they? If something dies, don't they both trigger?
One side far too big.
I don't know.
I also don't know. And chat was.
It just doesn't actually say if they stack or not. Yeah.
Chat was not sure. Well, I had 2 people who both sounded sure but said the opposite thing, so I don't know the answer.
Starting the game
Classic.
weeks ago.
Learning
this Annie deck that his team
So it's the next time a friendly unit would die. Kill this, recall it, blah blah blah. So because it's a replacement effect, I think what happens is the first one resolves and then the second one doesn't see that a unit would die, so you don't have to kill it instead.
That makes sense. That's it.
That's nice.
Wow. Annie,
I was
first major win.
Yeah. Dang, I wish I had Annie and I could try the deck.
Yeah, the top 4 looked amazing.
Really?
I can't wait to go play my proof. Oh.
Oh.
Got any trades?
Me? Not anything really good right now, or if it is good, I want to keep it right now.
I have a sleeve
Also,
with
you
the
took
Riot
the ship it
S bump on the back.
Wow, Charmer, you're so cool. Did you get that in Vegas?
I did. I got it from one of the casters there.
Which one?
I don't remember, but he was big and loud.
It was me.
Hmm.
And Silver Fuse, if we're ever at an event, you'll get one too. I give them to all the lore people that I've seen in my life.
Oh, that's cool.
Absolute honor.
I'll go to an event at some point. Hopefully soon.
I am
All right.
going to try to be at all of the events.
Diwali, I present to you
Dang, I wish I could do that.
the prestige Buccaneer Misfortune prize champion card.
That Misfortune is one of the best. Is probably the best corn salesman in Bilgewater.
First, it's actually insane. Like I
Because
can't
she sells them
believe
for
this
a
happened.
Buccaneer.
Like, this is the biggest tournament I've won.
Could make
I just feel
so much
amazing.
cash
I love
from
the game. It's
this.
so good. And
It's
yeah,
crazy.
man.
Yes, good joke. The Buccaneer. That's
And
a
you're
good one.
incredibly good at it, as we've all just witnessed. Take it down entirely. I truly can't believe a legend that nobody else has been representing for a while. What did you do, and who can you thank? Anyone you would like to shout out for this achievement that you're taking right in this moment?
I'd like to shout out Tarek specifically. He worked a lot on the Annie deck. I tested with a lot of people. I tested with like Nia, T, Michael Yazaker, like, you know, a lot of people that I played with to help me get here. I want to shout out my sponsor, like Invasion TCG and PCG. Like they, you know, I wouldn't be here without them being able to support me. My girlfriend and my parents back home. It's just unbelievable. Like, you know,
It's a cool trophy.
I was just thinking the same thing. Is the neat trophy.
That's exactly what makes Riftbound great. The community.
It's almost
the
like
family,
Nickelodeon-esque.
the people, and you
I mean,
are the first to
Alan
take
got
home
taken
this
out by the
trophy
eventual
for the
winner,
Regional
so
Qualifier
you know,
champion.
makes it feel less bad. And he's got the Kaisa, best of. That's the best
of
part.
Kaisa makes you feel less bad too.
And a top 8, like that's a good day.
Oh,
That's a good tournament week.
Yep. Nice. Well, with that, folks, that's going to be it for this event. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out and watching. Thank you to Charmer, Silverfuse, Uber, Kuvi, everyone else who hopped on at one point or another. Admirable in there as well. But with that, we will see you next time. Keep an eye out. I think we might be maybe doing something in Paris. I'm going to be in Paris. I don't know what we're going to be doing for the channel or not, but keep an eye out on the channel. If you haven't already, do please hit the subscribe button, all that good stuff. But that's enough. We'll see you next time.